22.
Oh, Abiga.
Akashina. With that, amendment number 1 is this is how amendment number 1 stands right now. Request to add a report to the reports, which would be a report from Rocky Ridge Trading, and also to remove legislation item C 0040-22, and also to add an action item at the end of the new business, which is to attend the Sovereign Investment Conference in Arizona at Wild Horse Pass Conference Center. So that's how amendment number 1 stands currently, Shananta. Any further questions or comments on amendment number 1?
Chairman Henyo. Thomas Walker.
Shananta. Vice Chair Walker.
Yes, thank you, Chairman, though, committee members. I have legislation that I'd like to request motioning party to add on today's agenda. That's legislation 0045-22. The legislative package has been sent to the advisor, Ms. Naikai. The hinge case of the Shananta motioning party. The little Shamaya.
I don't know who we sent it to.
Vice Chair Thomas Walker Jr. With that, Peggy, legislation 0045-22.
Here, but
The status on this?
doesn't show. Sure, it was Lisa.
Chair, somebody needs to mute their phone. I wasn't.
Vice Chair Walker, I think if you could mute your phone, please.
I wasn't.
Go ahead.
I didn't hear your question clearly. Can you repeat that again, please?
Please.
Legislation 0045-22. The status, is it ready for BNF consideration?
As far as I know, yes, Chair. This has gone to the Resources and Development Committee. And so now it is at Budget and Finance, and it was sent out by Julissa Johnson from the legislation section at 9:53. It should be in your email.
Thank you for that clarification. With this, Shananta, Delegate Elmer TVGay, request to modify your motion to add legislation 0045-22 from Vice Chair Thomas Walker.
Abiga, Chair Henyo.
I second Delegate Ember Kidaswakari as the second party. Delegate Ember Kidaswakari, request to add legislation 0045-22 to the agenda.
Yes, Chairman Henyo, thank you. I appreciate that from Vice Chair Walker, and will honor that request. Thank you, Chair.
So we do have a new legislation to be added to the new business item, legislation 0045-22. So we have now a motion and second on amendment number 1. Any further questions or comments on amendment number 1?
Shana, Chairman. This is Delegate Stewart. Shana, Shema, Yaja, Ms. Crowd, Honorable Crowdy, could I request that you add in there 0043 as well? Thank you.
Yes, sir. Uh, uh, who was this? Kailan? I didn't get your name, Shinanta.
Delegate Stewart Shania.
Oh, Delegate Stewart. Okay, good to see that. Hold on. Requesting to add legislation. What's legislation? I'm sorry, I was busy. I'm on my chapter meeting too. So, which legislation are you? Do you want to add to amend the agenda?
0043-22 Shania.
Kashina Biga. Shinanta Delegate Elmer P. Begay, requesting to add legislation 0043-22 as part of the new business agenda.
I think, but I think we'll be here for about all day, though. Thank you.
Kashina Shinanta Delegate Elmer P. Begay for accepting that modification request. Ado Shinanta Delegate Elmer Amber Kanesma Karate as the second party to add legislation 0043-22.
Yes, I concur. Thank you.
Kashina, with that, we do have acceptance of the modification request, which is to add 0043-22 to the agenda. With this amendment number one, the floor is still open for comments. Shinanta Budget and Finance Committee. Tanoia, we'll move forward to roll call vote to for amendment number one. With this, Peggy, if you would do a second reading of amendment number one before we do roll call vote, just to make sure we have everything in order.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. This is the second reading for reviewing and adopting the agenda. Amendment one is motion to add a report from Rocky Ridge Gas and Market to the agenda, which was further modified to add attendance to Sovereign Investment Conference 4/11 to 12/22 Wild Horse Pass as an action item, which would be letter K, or letter L, actually, letter L on the agenda. And then deleting legislation 0040-22 and adding legislation number 0045-22 as a new I, and then adding legislation number 0043-22 as a new letter J. Chair Henio.
Thank you for keeping that in order, and now we will ask if there are no further comments or questions on amendment number one. I'll call for the question for a roll call vote.
This is roll call vote for amendment number one. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I accept. Green vote.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Kanesba Crotty, how do you vote?
Deja, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kanesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Chair, you have 4 members in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank you, Ms. Springer, for the roll call vote. Now, just for the record, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair is excused until he announces that he's on the call here, but for the time being, he's excused. So with that, let's move forward to the main motion. We're back on the main motion, Shinanta Budget and Finance Committee. Are there any further questions, comments on the agenda? If there are no further questions or comments on the main motion, we'll do roll call vote. Nanda, any further questions or comments on the main motion agenda? Okay, then go to roll call vote with one amendment. Amendment number 1, as read earlier by Ms. Nakai. Main motion roll call vote, Ms. Springer.
Yes, Chair. This is roll call vote for reviewing and adopting the agenda with amendment number 1. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knezba-Crotty, how do you vote?
Stasia, this is Delegate Amber Knezba-Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knezba-Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is excused. Chair, you have 4 members in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank you for that roll call vote. We do have an agenda for us today. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting. With this, we'll move forward on the agenda as approved. Next item is review and adopt journals. We have 2 journals, February 1st, 2022, and February 15th, 2022. So with this, floor is open. Is there a motion to accept and adopt the journals?
Motion, Delegate Crotty.
A motion by Shananda, Delegate Amber Knezba-Crotty. Is there a second?
Second by Delegate Brown.
By Kashin Shananda, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. So we do have a motion and a second on accepting and adopting the journals. Any questions, comments on the journals? I believe they were previously emailed out, and so therefore, if there are no questions, Ms. Springer, if you would leave us a roll call vote to accept the journals.
Yes, Chair. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knezba-Crotty, how do you vote?
Yes, Isha, this is Delegate Amber Knezba-Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knezba-Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is excused. Chair, you have 4 members in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Back to you.
Thank you for that roll call vote. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We have accepted the journals, adopted the journals. With that, let's move forward to the next item on our agenda, which is item number 5, receiving reports. A is Navajo Townsite Community Development Corporation. Mr. Jonathan L. Hale, Board President, are you present on the call?
Oh, I'm here.
Kashina Biga, with that, you have 20 minutes to deliver your report to the Budget and Finance Committee.
Agreshi. Yate finish nahat asa no zenego or icon genot citizen bekata. So ash Honorable Brown, it's good to hear your voices once again in your deliberations and your discussions, your actions moving forward for your Diné people. So Honorable Jamie Henry, she's to Nanash, as it had seen in Slong, Hodok Onjabash Chin, Hanagani, the Cheki, Ani the Chanel, to Abe, Wojit, and Lenege, Navajo Townsite Community Development Corporation, by larger Dasata. They is Lenege, Bini Nachakashaho, to Ohot Ahan and Lenegin, Hilisha, the Schlich, the Quahas Anegi Sabe, the Nadit Aish A0049-22. Adina, nanish as ajish has ana as shlado ne that the yago di koje has anje washet don't need a koi a garden do hot I con anish denigi shilish chanelia e koje hawan senele tahdina da NFPI the between that Navajo Forest Products Industry hashin zane what do ad e has anegi kin so adalia do na nishin denigi han cha do na wesjij I agent dajil nishigi ke ya khata so do e agent be wujit denigi hawan bakata lia ado ada khote shijo ado ta til khalta hoto ni do hot e belni dal nishan do na nishan ne hotalia ado o aben senel Ado Kwaki hold Jishan da Honorable Kelsey Brigade or Taylor McKenzie administration hold Jishiki Nalt Sos and Linigi Ajib and Nashabel Khataj Date Ala Ishi Navajo Department of Justice Ado Office of President Vice President Ahotoi Ajakas Anigi Nanishide La Ajita So Ado Ebini Nachiti Kwajibe Wujit and Linigi Ado Had Wadla Ado Hot Abe Wujiko Deakins and the Ligi Ho one e ba da hoshia do list abedo needla ado e khashin so hawan baby ke destin lenigi belak eliado distant ati lwash ado akoda nikilcha da all wado da jo ajo da garden das o da hawan das nela sha flugo bchenda hoizte da hazlila to ayo da de pa akho e hawan neligi la bido cheta is na Shagi o bitahote nil. Ishin chin contra the jehigi. Ashin heshin no settled that to hashkarpana altehigi to bananashio senegi o itnaganegi shin hot I quaki. Yet the hote nil. A coho o one skunk and a long hot kick a hona has a koti aje biltan hashtan lenegi. Ado aje alaje tasatado benach beta anishigi shma e pristine garnes ilto isa e kwaki hinanish sabedena dit ahidalia ado aje back elchi has anje ahot sabedena dit ahilia do aje benat lenigi shana Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. e nanish band Dish the height are the quachas anegi the ben hika deal with the Hawan does nela to Tisha Hawanegi to Bekeda Hachit Inegi, it's got that ne yahle senel to Hadina Atalia Abahat Adishi asbestos tapi Ado e chateau hut a abatement to e hut a babira to ahed da kon I rahabanan illeta Jo itahotit egi it's is baby na huit egi et ado konalie khandan tela so ebini nach ya ahot e nal so khatatilya to ahot aj chna lenigi ginahat Honorable Stewart nal so spetnel dan sabe de nadit ahiba alia ado adam de shijo e di kwa khajon hilisha de shlichen so ya bini nach chnale Peggy, Ebiche, which net, Ado, I quaggy been he can't deal with nationality, quagging high to ash. A job baby, Yato, Kihigi, Dine, Neja Holjishigi, Jonidia Behasi, the number Washington, Joe Quaggy been at Belka date, Argo, Joe Ajapin that la, the Quajabet, Allah, not so the Tandan de Tassanel, a coho, a head the baby, this ego, I just a Nile kid. Ye yo tobel khahot zoje di da anegi aje bekhasel sozo jo e aje khanas lenda ban gango e case zont e do ni a condition to e aje inda huit e to a hashin so a blekanik at ilni the red tape bit biketna nelje got it all goes back down to that management agreement. Who is the sole owner and who has the right to ask Johananat. So those were some of the issues that came up in trying to get New Mexico capital outlay. Ado de Shachanast Anegi Nahazda de Shnisha Ado Aj e Navajo Housing Authority. To other affiliations as such in DC. Jo Esho Nadat ado nabade kit dosh da ado has ando da kinda nahal ka do peso ti kwa budget agost abiga ntan do ta do need khalein ki TDHE a Navajo Housing Authority a hut asabe de nadit ahi bikinat ado ajedalia a nilsos a peso wahante. The best thing you can do is go to NHA. Johananat. So at say nana kenzige na hot it. Akodi ko est at the nifigit etik ahot aya yadat ke. Oh anlit the cheat hanas then one the ne the kid had any to con that the worgi. So that's a scenic byway. So I quite a with Jido out Asian and Honorable Nelson Begay, yeah, yes, kids, and it's a scenic byway all the way up there through Lukajikai, that Route 12. The Tessa Anado, the kitchen, Chihot, so, Hotson, no, Tagoya, Tinigi, scenic byway, a call, a hot, scenic lake. The one that's got the date, Nile, other son that Nia lake condas, Nilco, or hot at all hot hours, clean up la na jodanzen so ebony na equa sabe de na dit ilia nkitato nit did ya yalke isha kwaki 500 I guess she 500,000 jot I thought she bit hot hona that so inflation that anegi do shanalegi konel kit di kwaki green benaz igi ahna. So a bait that old nil to demolish that old nil is that old nil. I don't need a shato a sabe the nadit I bananas totally eight ato haltsida isn't at the hadne a quantity quacky by at ki to shato best ongo a shin kitchen hulia to via email. I don't know so hard copy that and igita ado sabe the nadit ahita baby get that. So these homes, again, were created by NFPI and the Management Employee Housing. Various homes, 2, 3, 4 bedrooms, single family units that anegi. So di kwado peso pininache pinakante ta joy kwakish adatot nish kwakas anegi. So a lot of this information, master track agreements and all this other stuff, again, Peggy Batenet. So in that this will answer a lot of your questions going forward as to where NTCDC came about, how it came about, how Navajo Nation's involved, who signed the documents, what does it mean going forward, how can we address this issue, you know. So again, it's way back when I was still in my early years after college that this entity began. That's when it all started. So as you can see from some of the pictures, you know, so of course, you know, the community people, they drive by and you know, you know, so so there's 11 burned out units, and then there's 6 homes without asbestos containing material. So it's just a demolition only, but 5 which requires abatement. So the vacant home units on Cypress Place. So there it's a cumulative of 410,000. Boarded up units will require sampling for asbestos and lead. Boarded up units that will require abatement and demolition. So these abatements, you know, they don't come cheap. When they do the assessments for those items, there's nobody as far as the Navajo Nation is concerned, or even in the DED source listing of a Navajo company that does that. So of course they're going to come off the reservation and do these abatements, these assessments. So peso batahalle Asian Kwagi NTCDC peso longo. That's how they came up with getting those 6 those units up on top, getting them assessed. Actually, that's 11 units that were assessed. but down below is the rest of them. So that's why the big, huge amount. So those items need to be assessed for asbestos going forward. So to move forward. And the other legislation that will come about is to address new home development for this area too. Of course, within that green area, of course, we can't go beyond the green areas that were identified. So some of those information are there provided for you. And I have Ms. Pristine Garnanez on the line too, as far as a co-presenter, Honorable Henyo. If you could give her some time, maybe she can expound on some of the information that was provided to you. Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, members of council. I didn't know how to get out of mute, so I had to stop the share. But so we have basically like a 10-year plan for our community, and it sort of begins with what we're asking of council now, in that we want to remove the blighted homes in our community, starting with the 11 burned out units that are there now, and utilizing as much money as we can to test and assess and abate and or demolish the other units that we can with the 500,000 that we're asking for. But in reality, we have about 53 units that are blighted, and it would cost well over $1 million to test and abate all of those units and haul that off. And so we want to do this work in phases, beginning with those 11 units and then focusing on the area on Cypress Street, which is near Navajo Route 12 in Navajo, New Mexico. We also are wanting to build new housing up on an existing parcel of land that we have under our existing 50-year master lease on Tract B here. If you can see my screen here highlighted in the yellow. So we currently have about 15 houses there, and you can see it on the map, that are leased to own home ownership houses. And on the vacant parcels of land within this Tract B is where we're looking to do multifamily mixed income housing. So multifamily is apartments, and mixed income is, we're looking to diversify our community. I think over the years, Navajo, the town of Navajo, has become known as a low-income community, and which it is. But a lot of the housing that's available is for low income because they're built with NAHASDA monies through the HUD programs via Navajo Housing Authority. And the reason why we're also asking council for money is we would like to build homes for folks who are of higher incomes for our community. There are many times that I meet many people who don't qualify for low-income housing, and they end up moving to the border towns or moving away entirely from the nation, and just so they could have a home, buy a home. So I get asked that all the time. And so we're looking to move forward with projects that consider higher incomes as well. So we've got this project going, and that's what we're also asking council for. We estimate a 25-unit complex would cost about $7.1 million. And these would vary from 1, 2, and 3 bedroom style complexes, apartments, excuse me. So we settled on 1, 2, and 3 because our wait lists, we have folks who identify what kind of house they're looking for. And it's typically 1, 2, or 3 bedroom. Very rarely is it more than that for us. In fact, right now we have a vacant 4 bedroom unit. We're asking of council, hoping to do 3 million with ARPA monies and then 4.1 million with citizen funding for a total of 7.1 million. So that's one of our other projects as well that we're trying to pursue in the community of Navajo. Now, so initially under the management agreement with the Navajo Nation, between the Navajo Nation and Navajo Townsite Community Development Corporation, there were originally 118 homes that were identified as and the former NFPI employee housing. So that's what's in the management agreement, and that's all of these. That's all of these homes that are highlighted within the green. So there are still 65 of those homes that are currently inhabited and rented out. We would like to, because it'll take some time before we can actually build new houses and migrate folks across to nicer homes. We're going to do all of that in phases. And so for the foreseeable future, I'm looking at renovating the existing homes. And I'm hoping to utilize some of that money from ARPA to, one, address some of the backup and utility line issues that we've been seeing in cleaning out the service lines to these homes, and then renovate bathrooms and kitchens for these units. And then if we can, doing some roof repairs to the units. I'm also looking at other funding sources, but certainly if we could access some of the ARPA funding to do this work, that would certainly make the load lighter. So that's the third project that we are doing for our community. The other thing that we are looking to do is creating pocket parks in our community. We want to create a healthy, vibrant community so that, you know, our residents, our tenants and home buyers feel safe, feel cared for in our community. I think we all know a lot of times across the reservation, people don't feel safe. You know, I want to emphasize now with these blighted units right next to homes where they're occupied, typically by elders. You know, we're asking these elders to live a little bit in fear of what's happening in those vacant units. And when I started here a year ago, I had to do my research and really understand the relationship of how Navajo Townsite came to be. It's been in existence for more than 30 years. And I found, you know, that it's rooted in Navajo forest products industry. And as you all probably know and remember, NFPI was one of the Navajo Nation's first enterprises. So in a way, it's like Navajo Townsite Community Development Corporation is a grandchild of the Navajo Nation. And so, like all grandchildren do, we look to you for money, for some money to help us with our everyday lives. And so, you know, I want you to think about the community and what the Navajo Nation tried to create more than 60 years ago when they started NFPI. They really wanted to try and bring prosperity, not just to this little community, but to the Navajo Nation in its entirety. You know, we know that people moved here from across the reservation for jobs. And for 30 years, NFPI was that sort of little beacon of hope for the Navajo Nation, and it was quite prosperous. But for a number of different reasons, NFPI went under, it went defunct. And, you know, there was the good fortune and good foresight of leaders at the time to create Navajo Townsite Community Development Corporation. And we continue to carry on the legacy that was Navajo Forest Products Industry. But because that relationship is so complex, through the management agreement, there are certain things that Navajo Townsite cannot do, but must request the permission of the Navajo Nation to do, which is tear down these homes. We need the approval of the Navajo Nation to do that as well, because at the very basis of it, these are Navajo Nation homes, they're properties of the Navajo Nation. And through the management agreement, NTCDC has been managing it over the years. So that's kind of what the projects are, what we're asking for, and what we're hoping to do. So if anyone has any questions.
That will complete the report, Honorable Henio.
With that report, is there a motion to accept the report? Budget and Finance Committee.
Chair Henio, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll make that motion. Thank you.
Motion, Delegate Amber Crotty. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Begay.
Delegate Amber Begay, second. We do have a motion and second. Questions, comments for Navajo Town Site Corporation?
Chair Henio, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman Henio. I appreciate the report. Chair Hale, it's good to hear your voice tonight. I'm glad that you're continuing to help communities prosper. I appreciate that. And Shadija, thank you for your report. I would request, initially I'm looking through my email, if there's any background summary information that could be provided to the committee. I appreciate the uniqueness of the township. I also want to understand the opportunities there. And looking at the ARPA legislation, as a council, we are working on an amendment to equitably distribute the remaining dollars, well, not the remaining, the dollars, allocated dollars to all 24 legislative districts. And so I think that's where it helps the Navajo Township in terms of working with your delegate and your legislative district in seeing if your proposal is ARPA eligible. And there is that process, and working through and seeing what could be completed within the time frame. And chair and committee members, and that's why I think it's important we continue to allow the 24 legislative districts to make those local decisions, since opportunities like this and that has the support of the community are currently not on that legislation. So that's my questions, just a little bit more information on how the township was developed. And I would just need a little bit, because what I would want to just make sure that you're in good compliance with like your audits, with IRS, with how you work with Navajo Nation, if you're considered a nonprofit, and or if you're a business. I just need to know more of the regulatory regarding moving forward and just making sure that as funding is allocated, that we don't see similar challenges that we saw like with the agriculture fund up in St. Lee. So just learning from those experiences, but also being able to provide funding for these opportunities and these gaps. And we definitely need more housing for essential services. We need more housing that maybe could attract more teachers, doctors, law enforcement. And so I think definitely how we could continue to have that housing conversation. So thank you, Chair, committee members, and I look forward to the documentations and future conversations as we talk about the housing needs of Navajo Nation, the limitation of NAHASDA funding, but also how can the nation provide direct investment into the housing needs of our nation. So thank you, Chair, committee members.
Thank you, Nashidanta, for your question. Nashidanta, Board President Hale, your response?
Agushi. That information can be provided to Peggy, and she can provide it to each and every one of you as far as the background information is concerned. Going forward, I know that for that whole area itself, you know, when we talk about blighted homes, when we talk about old homes and the possibilities of home structures going up in the future, we have to also consider the facilities, you know, the sewage, the water systems. So in that, we'll probably be working with Indian Health Services and as well as NTUA for those type of initiatives going forward. And of course, NTUA is, from my experience, always in the forefront with their own proposals going forward. But of course, like it was mentioned, Shanale, thank you, Shanale, Honorable Crotty, and the acknowledgements, as well as looking towards working with them, have to be done by them and then provided to us, and then we can go from there. But like it was stated, you know, the underlying document is those homes in the area belong to Navajo Nation. So, you know, we're kind of like in a straitjacket, and we're trying to jump left and right, but we can't because Navajo Nation has to unbuckle that straitjacket. That's the only way. We can't go around it. There's no other way to go around it, you know. So that's why, again, coming back before council, going forward to ask for an appropriation to get these things moving and get them out of the way. And these homes and the occupation of these homes, it's open to anybody, and there's no set limit as far as income. See, that's the thing. There's no income. You know, a lot of people, and I still hear this. I drive all the way from such and such a community to come here and to work, and then go back. You know, I wish there were some housings available or apartments or things like that, but I guess it's going to take time, and that's what we're doing. It's taking time, and the presentation to you all and the understanding going forward. So, I'll defer to Pristine if she wants to add anything else. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Honorable Crotty, for your question as well. I don't know if you could see the screen, the share screen I had earlier. So those are very brief summary pages, and those were provided to Ms. Nakai, and I'm sure she'll send that out to you. But in our proposals to the Navajo Nation, we put together 4 proposals, 2 for the Citizen funds and 2 for ARPA. And all of that information, including our IRS tax exemption, our registration with the Navajo Nation as a nonprofit, our certificate of good standing, a W-9, all of that was provided in our proposal packets. However, if you want to see that right now, I can add you on. We have a shared drive where you can access all that information as well. I can add you on there, and you could go directly to the information. So just let me know.
Okay, thank you for that response. Any further questions, comments? Budget Finance Committee.
Chair Haney, Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Occasion and Budget and Finance Committee members and those that are listening on board. Jonathan Peniel,
Ashananda, thank you, Jonathan Hale, Board President of the Navajo Town Site Community Development Corporation. Is this actually going to start building homes, or didn't quite get the gist of this, but I'd heard funding from citizen. I heard got to go around a certain avenue to get to where you're at. And what laws are you talking about? Or is there you're in a straitjacket, and that straitjacket's preventing you from providing services out there? Is this going to be unscheduled, or how long is it going to be? And there's people out there that need homes. Their conditions of their homes are really bad. So those are my questions, Shananda. Thank you.
I can answer that, Honorable Henyo. Again, these documents that currently exist with this organization is a management agreement that was done by the Navajo Nation, executed during Kelsey McGay, Taylor McKenzie administration, that gave the reins to NTCDC. So the underlying situation is the buildings are owned by Navajo Nation. The land is owned by the Navajo Nation, of course. They're not private land. So if anything is to be done to the homes, on the facilities, on the property, we need to go through steps, processes. So that's kind of where we're at. And that's the straitjacket thing. We can't go around anything else, so to speak. There's no other laws that we can assume to say, well, we can do it this way. No loopholes, if you will. So there's no such thing. So it's back over here. And we're not in the process of building homes. That's like maybe a year or two down the road. But first of all is to clean up the area. That's to abate and demolish the existing homes and the existing homes that were burned. So we need to clean that up. It's like getting a dustpan and dust brush. Those need to be cleaned up. And you just can't take it anywhere. Of course, you have to take it to a landfill. There's certain procedures, abatement wise. It's going to cost money. That's kind of where we're at, Shanantai. And then going forward, we're going to have to consider the facilities, the water lines, the sewer lines, anything proposed going forward in the future. And we're going to have to work with NTUA, Indian Health Services. What can we do? What can't we do? We're going to get on a listing. So just various opportunities, but various challenges at the same time. So that's kind of where we're at, going forward. So this $500,000 report, so to speak, in the upcoming legislation that will come about soon, that's where it's going to give full detail of where we are at. Again, it's in steps. And again, what Shema had mentioned and what Honorable Crotty Shanala had mentioned also is there's 4 requests. It's essentially going to be 4 legislations coming, requesting for certain parts of the money, CHSN monies, ARPA monies. So to address this issue going forward. But I know that we're only a small molecule within the Navajo Nation when it comes back down to essential services and wants. So that's kind of where we're at, Ash. There it is, the demolition of blighted, dilapidated homes, 500K, CHSN funds. The bigger part of the CHSN request is also acknowledged there. The total estimated cost of building, that's where you had mentioned 7.1 million, but asking 3 million from ARPA and 4.1 from CHSN. See, there's the differentiation. You're not asking from one whole pot, you're asking for separate in that big price tag. So that's kind of where we're at, in asking for this. But I just got an email from Shanala Peggy. She didn't get that email, so let me go forward that to her and she can forward it to each and every one of you on the committee. I don't know if Prestine wants to add to that question.
So in differentiating why we're asking 3 million from ARPA and 4.1 million from Citizen is really to address the mixed income portion of it. So you all know that if we access money through NAHASDA, through HUD, those funds are meant for low-income families. And they'll do 10% for somebody who is of higher income, right? Who is not low income. So it's meant for low to medium income families. So families in which their income is like 60, 70,000 a year, they cannot access the funding, the houses through NAHASDA funding. So Citizen is, for lack of a better term, it's kind of like private tribal money. You know, there's the strings of having it be for low income are not necessarily attached. So that's why we're asking for that amount from the nation. So we can also provide for housing for folks who, and they can live on the Navajo Nation, who are of higher income. So it's important to remember that that's why we're asking from these two different pots of funding that the Navajo Nation now has the ability to grant or not. Because we also believe, you know, that our communities, we can't continue to just build low-income housing, even though I know that a good percentage of our communities are low-income. But we also need folks like myself who are educated, who've gone off and we make a higher income, but there's no housing for me. You know, and when I was 20 years old, I didn't necessarily want to lock myself into a home site lease and build a home and pay for the utility infrastructure to a home on land, you know, and then go and ask my relatives who may or may not like me if I can have a home site lease, right? That route is really complex and complicated, and sometimes it's not that easy. And so what do our young people who make higher incomes do? They move to the border towns, or they say, you know, there's not really much for the nation for me here, so I'll move back to Albuquerque, I'll move back to Phoenix, I'll move back to Los Angeles. And so we lose, you know, these really wonderful people who've taken, you know, great sacrifices to leave the reservation, get an education, and then come back here wanting to do good. But we also don't really do a whole lot to provide for them to stay here and be healthy as they live here and be happy as they live here. So that's why we're asking for the two different pots of money. So we're trying to be very thoughtful about all the folks within our community. But to answer your question, yes, we want to build more homes, but it's going to take some efforts to do that. And we have a whole lot of other ideas that we want to do. We want to do mixed use development, which is to combine residential with commercial retail, maybe light industrial, maybe light agriculture here in the community. So we also provide housing as well as potential jobs for the folks who are living in the homes that we build. That's where we want to go. That's where we're looking to move forward to. And this is the very first step, which is to clean up what is there now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that response. With this committee member, Budget Finance Committee, any further questions, comments? If there are none, I call for the question to accept the report. Any
Chairman
further
Henio, this
questions?
is Delegate.
You have the floor.
Thank you. So yes, I got on the Zoom. I don't see the information, but if that shared link can be provided, I also will send out Shadija and Shanala. We have a housing justice group that we meet every other week, and we are partnering with the mayor's office of Albuquerque, working with the city of Flagstaff, and want to pull together a Navajo Nation Housing Justice Summit. And so we'll see if you want to join the call. It's a dynamic group with a holistic approach on the housing needs, and also the human rights aspect. The human rights aspect of having your own home, and how that builds the foundation of not only a family but a community. So I'll send that information out. And I know for this committee, in December, we had a conversation with our enterprises on how we can make direct investments into housing. So I wanted to offer the opportunities for not only just the Hasen or what Navajo Nation dollars have, but there's the CDFI and the USDA community grants. And so I'm very interested in knowing some of the policy areas that you've identified that are a challenge, because housing, it's in every district, and you may have the key to how we can organize in our districts and create similar opportunities to help and maintain, because every home that's built on Navajo is owned by the nation, yet the nation has never really invested in how to make those homes safe for their community members, especially when it comes to indoor air quality and what we're seeing with the impacts on health. And so I think that is a great way for us to continue to organize and have Navajo Nation through creating direct investment in our people. Thank you for this report. Thank you, Chairman Henyo and committee members.
For that question and comment. Any further questions or comments on the Budget and Finance Committee? Then I'll defer back to Shananta, Board President Hale.
Delegate Begay wants to speak.
Okay, before I do that, Shananta, Delegate Amr P. Begay, you have the floor.
Other members of the Budget and Finance Committee and people that are on the line. Delegate Hale, your agent, I have a question. There's a Navajo Nation Corporation Code, Certificate of Incorporation. Back in January 24th, 1989, it's been established, and they were given that certificate. Given that, I guess a certificate to work. How long have you been, or how much did you guys work with this certificate? What did you guys accomplish? What's your background? Anything that you accomplished, and anything that you could say that you guys did a good work somewhere? So, and this, if you've been established a business, and you would have a background of somewhere that you established something, and then you did something that's good for the community or yourself, or established. How much has it grown after you guys been incorporated? So it is something I just keep. I have other follow-up questions on it. So it is
They'll get Elmer P. Begay. With this, defer back to Shananta, Board President Hale, and your associate.
Thank you. Shananta, yat ishanai. Kwa natin kidigi tit anakaya da tit khaniya. So I thought nahaz khalasa ado new selection of board members Italia. Ado ada da hote shish. Ado what accomplishments the ninigi. From my observation, the only accomplishment is keeping it afloat. Really, it's keeping it afloat. You do have tenants, and those tenants do make payments, but with the recent issues of COVID-19, and it being located in New Mexico and the rules that govern COVID assistance on that side, NTCDC did apply for that, and they got monies. So they got back on their feet in helping the tenants fill out those applications and get their funds. So it's been a challenge. And of course, asking for help in certain areas, one being NHA. For a while, NHA wasn't doing any sub-awards. But of course, Pristine can expound upon that going forward. So, but that's kind of where it's at as far as accomplishments are concerned. It's basically stay above water. There's only 3 maintenance techs for this entity. There's only 11 employees. That is it. And there's no big fleet. There's no big office. This NTCDC office is located adjacent to one whole section of building located in Navajo, New Mexico, on the east end of that building. So yeah, budget it's attached to it. So no extravagant office of any sorts of such like that. So again, it's just a small entity moving forward that the Navajo Nation helped established again at the very tail end of this whole issue. It's created by the Navajo Nation. It was named that, and agreements were signed, and that's where it exists now. So I'll defer to Pristine for the other parts of what was asked in the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Shiaj. So in terms of accomplishments, yes, you're correct in that Navajo Town Site was created in 1989. It's a nonprofit 501c3, so we're tax exempt according to the federal government. And it was really meant to help NFPI manage the employee housing and the trailer court here in Navajo, New Mexico. The other thing that it was supposed to do very early on was try to create a type of government, like a township, like Kayenta Township, for the community of Navajo. But for reasons I don't understand and see when I look back through the history books of what I can find here at Navajo Town Site, they were not able to do that. And then of course the law came into play. What is that? I forget which Navajo Nation law now, where chapters can become certified. Local Governance Act became law, and so we're not able to establish any townships any longer. So since that time, they've been able to acquire a 50-year master lease on 2 tracts of land. And they did this in the late 1990s, about 1999. And in our bigger proposal, you'll actually see a copy of that master lease and the locations, the legal description of where this master lease is. With that master lease, in 2009 or 2010, NTCDC applied for funding, NAHAS the funding, when NHA still had their subrecipient program. They were able to create 40 new homes. 25 of them are rentals and 15 of them are home ownership. So there are 15 families out there in the process of buying their home. They're going to be homeowners. 25 of those are rentals that we rent out to low-income families. Now, the 118 units that were initially part of the management agreement with the Navajo Nation, 65 of those are currently inhabited. 53 of them need to be demolished because they were deemed uninhabitable because they're burned down, or the asbestos or the roofing has come undone. So in terms of accomplishments, I would cite those as accomplishments. We've added 40 new homes to the housing stock on the Navajo Nation. Our revenue is not huge. In any given year, we can get it between $485,000 to $500,000. That's our revenue. We have a very small, if not existent, profit margin. These homes that we rent out, the rents are not very high. And, you know, we're looking at ways that we can improve the condition of these homes for these tenants. But it's hard to do when you only have a $5,000 profit, right? So that is why we're looking to the Navajo Nation to help for the time being. So I've been the executive director for about a year now. And I can't speak for the directors prior to my coming here, but I think in the past year, we've made great strides in stabilizing the organization and getting an understanding of what it is that we want to do, where we want to go. So we have a plan now, and that was something I shared with you all earlier, and I don't know if you can see my screen, but we have some ideas of what we want to do within the next 2 to 5 years, which is remove the blighted units, build, if we can, a multifamily mixed income facility. In the next 5 to 8 years, we want to do mixed use development where we combine residential with commercial retail, maybe light industrial, maybe agriculture along Route 12. So we're also looking and working with the local chapter to determine what our potential is to draw tourism through our community. So we've applied for some recreational economies technical assistance through the chapter. We're working with the chapter who is also working with Navajo EPA to clean up the old NFPI site. There's a lot of work and remediation that needs to be done there. We're talking with folks about redevelopment plans for the NFPI site. Through the chapter, they've been working on establishing a master growth plan, which more accurately determines where we want housing, where we want schools, where we want commercial areas, where we want maybe industrial areas. The other things through the chapters, we're giving support in improving our streets. We did an assessment 2 years ago, and it showed us that it would take $19 million to fix all of the streets here in Navajo. So we prioritized that. We're in the process of asking for construction monies to improve one of the main streets in Navajo, Shepherd Springs. So we've got a number of different things happening in our community, trying to attack it from all sides. We're also thinking about the utility infrastructure through the chapter. We've asked them to do a preliminary engineering report to determine if the existing infrastructure in Navajo is enough to withstand growth, or do we need to make some upgrades to it? So on the chapter side, that's part of the ARPA requests. So what I'm trying to demonstrate to you is that we're not just looking at this from one angle. You know, we're trying to build a supportive web, and so that many aspects of our community grow, not just the one in housing. Thank you.
Kashif, thank you for that response to the question. Shananta, they'll get Elmer PBG for your follow-up.
Jonathan, Miss Gordonez, for your response. I think I think there's a lot that plays a role in it to continue a business. The accomplishments that have made. Even if you go to a bank, they ask for a lot of reference, and they based on that, so you have to give you a loan. How much is assessment or accomplishment that was made? Although they look at your asset too, any capital assets you have, so that any improvement that were made that has a value in it. So based on that, I was looking at see how many years, the years you've been in business incorporated. So that's what I was looking at it. On this case, I think to go further into this, that to get money and for people that needs home. I think people needs home. It is on the reservation. That's what we want. I don't. I guess you could say that as to the song in people say that one doesn't come free down this ago. You have to put it in your heart and mind to do that. It costs that. I don't it's a lot of so so in that thing that here what I that's just case here could that's what I'm trying to think about. I don't get that I'm looking at your the township, the town site community incorporated in Lengico. I know that I'm getting to understand that this an NFPI it was they were established it, and I'm not sure how much of this was part of it was BIA. Wonder they're part of it. I don't think that if you can go into like abate asbestos that if you can do that, I'm not sure if EPA was notified it. I'm not sure if they have any grants available. Although the other thing that I think we need to really establish here is how much is that operating cost is going to be. How we can know that that so many years from here, we're going to have to ask the nation again for some kind of funding again. I'm not sure how many board members that were there. I don't know what they accomplished it, but they probably get paid to be a board member to that. Nothing was being accomplished because you had to go back to a nation to resort to get some funding again. I don't quite get there's a funding available here, or fundings and sales and funds, or there's people that are in business incorporated, but what's the main idea to be incorporated. I think that needs to be very clear how they can be on their own. One of these days, how it's going to grow. Because these homes can deteriorate. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't seen all the plans you submitted. Any future plans that you can have, keep it on your own to grow, and then not only just saying that you're a nonprofit organization, but somewhere you have to be in business. You have to somewhere to maintain these on your own. How is it going to grow? Is there any business plan you have? So the people goes in there for 2 or 3 years and they've been incorporated, being the president, being the executive director. People leave again. Somebody has to be committed. You have to be committed. So you also all the in that let other people you could shelter no other the other the nasty diet now you do what everything you see about the headliness efficiency out yeah they those kind of plans she I thought like say that what that hey go they so behanadis so soon do that so like that kid or the share him yeah.
Chair Henio, this is Delegate Brown.
Kushina, Delegate Elmer P. Begay in the queue. Lineup is so far Vice Chair Smith. I'll from there, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor. Vice Chair Smith.
Chair Henio, and Budget and Finance Committee members, I'll report. My question is, I heard earlier that you're going to demolish certain buildings. Some of the buildings that my area, there's burnouts, and they're just nobody's cleaning them up. Can you guys go out there and clean them up for the people? Because they need help out there too. Is that part of this plan? Or is it just the old dilapidated buildings and you guys are going to do that? Because folks want to rebuild or build their homes and they don't have the resources to do the cleanup. Cleanup, of course, is very expensive, and there's got to be a way that it's done properly. There's guidelines that need to be followed, and hauling it back and forth to the dump, I guess, is another thing. That's one question I have. The other question is, there's veterans that have need of homes, and there's one veteran that's having volunteers come in, but there's not enough volunteers to actually fulfill that obligation to complete his getting a hole in the mother, and there's only one volunteer thus far, but I go down there and try to help out too within the time frame, but the weather wasn't favorable. Now it looks like it's going to be favorable, that we can send a few more folks out there to help out. That's my question. Is there a resource that you could help out for those that are trying to help to get their house done?
And then there's another house I see every time I drive on Route 12. Posa, yole swandale da Christian. Those maybe they need a little help just to get their home completed. I think they just need to maybe just need a little more help on that portion. They're not asking for a whole new home. Those are the type of people. Are you going to be helping, or? And the other third question is, I know the people are going to say, Chicago, the application, not what and what are the criteria on that? So we always say low income to no income. How's that priority going to be done? Is that going to be on the basis of, is that going to be throughout the whole 110 chapters that you're going to be providing services, or is it just certain area? 45 agency does it? Because I know that they'll be asking questions at the local chapter. They should know that, no. Although 2 years, they need to start building houses. So we don't even have a building code, so we need a building code. I know that you and I tried to get a building code on his thoughts, but it's got this, and that's important because there's inspectors that go out there and make sure that these homes are not built to kids and not Zadalia. So it's check and balance. And we don't have a building code. We don't have inspectors that go out there. Well, when Shadya, and that's the problem we hear all the time. So maybe that'd be another thing that council needs to look into. I know there's a uniform building code that was brought up by one of the chapters, and they were saying, why not just adopt that? And that'll cover all the homes throughout the Navajo Nation. So those are my questions, Shananda, and Chair.
Vice Chair Smith, for your questions. One more that I'll defer back to our presenter, Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Oh yeah, Budget and Finance Committee Chair. Kwegi Shananta Mr. Jonathan Hale, Navajo Town Site Community Development Corporation. I just sent you or text you the nonprofit that we created also. So we're kind of also running into the same problem. I think I'll follow up with Delegate Karate Sumasan. So if you can share when your housing justice, I've been on a few of the phone calls, but the housing justice, did you say you're gonna, your organization's planning a conference? And I think at this conference, with this Navajo Town Site Community Corporation and other Navajo nonprofits who are interested and also working on building houses and everything that comes with it. I really like this presentation. We are working on something similar, and I think I know that with my chapters, it started with the frustration of how Navajo Nation is really slow in just about pretty much everything. But I believe that nonprofits are if you have a really good team, I know that there's a lot that we can accomplish for our communities. For us, the recommendation is for us, our Nahatzilit initiative, we would get stuck and we end up giving funding back to Nahazda because we did not have grant writers at the time. Now that we're collaborating with University of Utah, with the School of Architect and the School of Engineer, we are able to secure small grants like 100,000, 200,000, of course, with a lot of restrictions. And we also have so it's good. Thank you, Ms. Gardenez. I was going to ask you already respond with your revenue generating economic development. And we're doing the same thing. And that was my question. So besides tourism, what are some of the other revenue generating ideas in the community of Navajo, New Mexico that you're looking at? I know that there is a hiking trail above you, but this is where I think when you talk about tourism, we also just had a meeting last Thursday in Kayenta on the Tri-City tourism, because I'm able to make a lot of the meetings. I gave that to the Kayenta Township to help us. And Johnny Shadotni, Kayenta Township approached me and said, hey, we know you're busy. Can you give us the tourism work that you all are doing, and we can lead that? And that's we'll also invite you to our tourism meeting, and we have frequent meetings with and invite Shanto and the surrounding communities, such as and the next steps are we're creating an organization to where we will have a working group to really focus, and a lot of some of the assessments are done on the revenue generating. So we're not just pulling things out of thin air and saying, this is what we're doing. And I like that idea, because if we see the tourism traffic, then we can build upon that. In Kayenta, we are considered a hub for tourists. We do have 3 hotels, but before the before the pandemic, township was working on bringing another hotel with a company, but since the pandemic, that has really slowed down. So what other revenue generating are you? I understand that you're a nonprofit, but what other revenue generating ideas do you have? And then the next thing is an actionable item is, I'm really interested to meet your organization and the housing justice and others. And let's put our ideas and support each other in building our communities back up to make it safer with housing. I know that with our project, the real fuel and the idea behind our Nahatzilit initiative was to build housing for our working class Navajo. Working class Navajos, even on Nishiajan, a small job might disqualify you because of the federal poverty income guideline with NAHASDA, with NHA. So meeting with NHA, and eventually, maybe all our Navajo organizations can meet with NHA board, and also with other organizations, and really show the work that's going on, and just continue building. So then that's the second thing. Let's go ahead and plan to meet sometimes really soon. I'm open to ideas. I don't know everything. I'm gonna lean on the experts in these fields to help us, guide us. So I do support this very important work. I'm looking, and the other thing is, and this is where housing with ARPA dollars and NAHASA dollars is, well, let's put our lists together. I'm not saying like mix them up, but show NAHASA, show Navajo Nation, and we already know this. The housing need on Navajo Nation is great. I know USDA in Tuba City and Fort Defiance have a list that's probably as thick as a book. And I know CDBG, HIP, and those programs, other community development, that they do need, that they basically, there's not enough funding that ever comes to Navajo. So I do see your vision and your mission to in this nonprofit to also probably to expedite a lot of these process, right? I know that with Navajo, we really, with the Navajo Nation, we tend to take a lot of time in these very process. And Eshin Lede, that's what we're feeling. And if you can also see where the shortcomings of Navajo Nation as far as in the policy piece, specifically at Nahasda dollars, what is it? How can we dismantle some of these policies so we can just bill? We can just bill every year for our people. One of the good questions that was posed to me also was, it seems like there's this exodus, the great migration off of Navajo Nation to cities because of the lack of jobs, lack of housing, even public safety becomes an issue on Navajo Nation. So how are you addressing that? But a lot of these conversations I would like to take place in person. Sometimes pretty soon, maybe it will be after, maybe it will be next month, after council session, or maybe before the council session, and put our heads together. Yeah, and King's Kid, some few thoughts and comments. These are really good ideas. I do support this. However way we can, how we can help. And I think as Navajo, we need to, the final message would be, I think we need to, from this day on, teach ourselves, and a lot of our people are doing this, but I think we need to learn how to share our ideas, share, and that's why you're here. And how do we move forward? Stop, this crab in the bucket is what I see when I'm working on a lot of this work. So, and I think to my colleagues, we have no choice but to help and support our Navajo people's work. So, the fiscal responsibility is real. Please, I know you considered that from the Navajo town site community. Continue to show that any future dollars that you are really going to use these fundings wisely. And that's something that we cannot stress enough, because looking in hindsight at the previous council and previous leadership and how mismanagement of funds tends to make these behes ani bebek in sitlo, anhik in sitlo. And we don't want to continue that for our children. Let's start to dismantle some of these, the red tape that we have are really deeply entangled with. So and now it's our job to fix some of those. So yeah.
Shinka Nashnanda, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. With this, I'll defer back to Shinanda. Board President Hale and Executive Director.
Oh, thank you. Honorable Henyo, do Shishna Ash, Honorable Smith, Shishna Ash, Honorable Brown, Adoshanai, Honorable Elmer Begay. Going back to Elmer's comments, of course, you're working with what you have, and with the amount of homes that NTCDC has, and what Shema has stated, with a $5,000 profit margin, you're not going to make no profit, because you're only working with the homes that you have. That is it. And of course, you can't raise the rent, because the tenants are going to come back and say, look at the situations with our homes that we're renting from you. It's not up to par. Why am I going to be paying $1,000, $1,500 for a house that is not sufficient for that dollar amount? That's what's going to come up. And of course, people do assessments, within the market. You come back to the Navajo Nation, you look at the market, poverty, unemployment. That way you can't compete. That's just the way it is. That's the economy here on the Navajo Nation. So those statistical data or those benchmarks do not suffice on what you need to be charging. So again, we're back over here. Going forward, Once the blight is cleaned up, once the homes are established, you're looking towards the economy of that community to build and to function on its own. Then you would be kind of looking at, I guess, more or less a profit margin. Okay, we have more homes, they're clean, they're up and ready. We're going to have people come in. We're going to be enforcing payments. And hopefully there are no more COVID situations moving forward of infectious disease of any kind that will alter the economy. That is kind of what we're looking at. So again, pre-planning, that's just where we're at right now. This is just all pre-planning information. We're starting at the very bottom. Other things going elsewhere, board members, you know, we can't micromanage. Every board is like that. You can't just chapter official, you can't micromanage. Delegate, you can't micromanage. That is back on pristine. That goes to our board policies. We can't step out of this to go in here and tell people to do this and that. If we're gonna amend the policies that exist inside NTCDC, that can be done. But on the onset, we can't do it. So that's kind of where we're checks and balances on this side too. We can't do that. The other one, Honorable Smith, you mentioned is cleaning up. You know, this entity, NTCDC, is an organization that is assisting tenants with their homes only at Red Lake community. Based on NFPI. So ik ne holnako ik be wuji na sos be ne ad hido kodo be not edolil akut ashi do ni hi koje NFPI be hito je ad na te kha ikwa NSZ do le na hik at kodon hate. That's what happened. So that's how it came to be. So we're working around those issues and going forward and running with it, basically, is what it is. So hey, could the hot ahas ala dinal sosat khandas nilla hot kota hot idla di ko ed hazin la so ekwa ibnan kitato nalte. So as far as other communities and other homes, you know, everything functions around policies. Every government policies. What is your expenditure policies? How much budget dollars did you appropriate? You know, we all went through that council every fiscal year. Where are we going to get money? Where are we going to get? There's pots of money that have red tape, you know, and of course, like I always used to say, drop a legislation. That's the only way you're going to talk about it. Oh, you're just having side conversations. It's not going to help nobody. You have to drop a legislation to bring the issue to the table and have people say something to it. And if it gets defeated, it gets defeated. But let it stand for the record that it was introduced and there was active motivation to do something about it. Same thing with that housing, Navajo Nation housing policy, housing code, building code. We still need it. It's still needed. ARPA's there. All these businesses are submitting the proposals to build. Again, you know, I'm still standing there. You know what? Yeah, we can build, you know, we'll appropriate all this money. Navajo Nation will appropriate it, but you still have no building codes. Bottom line, they're going to build on the Navajo Nation. I'm a contractor. I come in, I'm going to say, I'm going to build a building. I'm going to hire subcontractors. They're going to do this for me, do that. And in my back of my mind, I'm kind of thinking there's no housing codes here on the Navajo Nation. We can enter into a contract, but how good is that? I'm going to get a lawyer. I'm going to have my lawyer look into it. They're going to tell me, you know, so all of that, the give and take going forward. I can't wait to meet with the other entities on these board discussions as well. And we did also acknowledge and welcome our other board members as well to come and to, you know, participate, to listen in, to see what the questions are and the feedback. But they have jobs, you know, the time schedule. So me as a board president, I'm not being paid to go before BNF. I'm not on the clock of any sort. I don't get paid for that. Again, it goes back down to our board policies. So this is free time for me. I'm not in Winter Rock. I'm not Quality Inn. I'm not going to get fed lunch. I'm sitting here at home participating. So just to be clear and concise regarding the actions of what was posed going forward, again, we have board policies that initiate how long an individual is a board member. what are the requirements as a board member, you know? So meeting those requirements, meeting the number of years you're allocated while you remain on a board. Other than that, you know, make room for somebody else. It's usually that way. It's always that way. So as far as I know, if you want to be a board member for the next 20 years, I don't know. That's, I guess you need to reevaluate your board policies if that's the case, because then you start hearing people say, so give and take works both ways. I'll defer to Christine for the other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to make one additional clarification for Delegate Smith about the houses in your community. The difference also here is that these houses that we're asking to demolish, they belong to the Navajo Nation. They were built by the former Navajo forest products industry. And so when NFPI went under, these properties returned back to the Navajo Nation as property. So that's the difference, I think. And I'm not sure like what the situation is with your homes and the blighted homes in your community, but that's the difference with us on these homes, is that they belong to the Navajo Nation. So I just wanted to make that one clear. And then for Delegate Begay, I hear you. I understand what you're saying, you know, that we do need to approach business with the sense of, you know, we need to have profit and we need to have good revenue. And this is very much true. However, we are a nonprofit business, and I do try to keep that in mind when I'm looking at my budget and I'm doing the work here in the community. And I would say I err on the side of being conservative with our budget. I think I have a modest salary. And one of the reasons why I do the work here in this community is because I am from this community. I think that's a distinction too with previous executive directors, is that I grew up here. I graduated from the high schools here. And my family has lived here in this community for many, many generations. And it's actually distant relatives who are the ones who gave up the grazing land to create the town of Navajo and NFPI way back in the 1950s. So for me, it's a bit of labor of love and passion for my own community. I want to see it healthy. And so a lot of the things that I do are rooted in that. And that's my commitment to the work that I do and the entity now that I'm the executive director for. And so, and this is just a word of caution to anybody out there who's being asked to put on a board or signing up to be on a board, that it's very important that you consider who you put in the actual organization as the leader, as the director, as the CEO, because they're the people who are going to be doing the work. And not just to put your buddy in there because you guys get along great. Really, you need somebody who is understanding of fiscal policies, personal policies, the policies that govern the work that you do. So we do community development, and it's more than just housing. It requires me to have an understanding of the utility infrastructure. It requires me to have an understanding of health laws. There's so many different things, and sometimes I think we get along great with people and we think that they might be a good leader and we put them in a position, and the entities, they suffer. And I think that that's what happened with this organization for many, many years, is people who were friends were put in this position and the entity suffered. And so I spent the last year trying to stabilize the organization. And I'm really proud to say that we applied for direct federal funding. It's a small capacity building grant, but we got it. We got a federal grant. And so now, I keep telling my staff, we absolutely have to demonstrate that we know how to manage public dollars, because that's what federal money means, managing public dollars. So, we are working our way back up to that, and where I'm making changes in policy with the board reviewing and approving all of that to make sure that some of these things, they don't happen again. I'm trying to get training for my staff, and so that they're aware of what their job is and what they should be looking out for, but it's a slow process. And you can't change these things overnight. And whomever said, things move really slow on Navajo is absolutely true. It's moved slow even for this organization, sometimes almost too slow for me. But, I have the commitment to it. So I wanted to make that also understood, that I hear what you're saying. And to some extent, I agree with you. We need to be healthier. But I also feel like at the same time, the Navajo Nation really should support economic development in much greater capacity than it has in the past, because it's an industry, I think, that can eventually pay itself, pay for itself. There's the capacity to do that. So that's a conversation for another time. And then to answer Delegate Brown, we do have other generating ideas. I don't know if you could see my screen before, but I had it on with the redevelopment plan for the old NFPI site, asking my community what they wanted to do. So over the years, people have said, what's the potential for doing renewable energy? The one I particularly like is greenhouses. There's the tourism aspect, and really talking about what kind of tourism. That's also something I get really excited about. Are we wanting to do like geotourism? Are we wanting to do adventure type tourism? You're right. We have mountains. We have these red sandstones here. We have lakes. There's all sorts of things here in our community that are major pluses that we should really talk about. Like, how do we bring hotels here? The other thing I want to focus on is looking at how we can bring in one of the community, the Navajo colleges, either Navajo Technical University or Diné College, and really look at amping up the hospitality portion for our community. Like, how do we get the kids here in our community to go to school here in our community, get higher education, but then also provide the jobs for them to roll right into. And as you know, hospitality is a big money maker in other places. The other ideas, like I said, are agriculture with the greenhouses. Navajo Red Lake chapter is historically a farming community. There are many farms. There's a Red Lake Farm Board here. And there's many farms here that are just sort of lying fallow. We got our dam rehabbed in 2018. The Farm Board is looking for monies to rehab the irrigation canals. We also need a way to support the farmers to have them grow foods and not just alfalfa, like foods that could be sold in different places. So there's all of these different ideas. For me, specifically with the organization, I really want to try and push NTCDC into social economic development. Like, how can we support the small time folks? Like, how do we get the burrito lady from taking her burritos and selling out of a ice chest and into an actual bricks and mortar facility, and what supports do they need? One of the things I'm struggling with is accounting. I need an accountant and a bookkeeper, a good one. And so, like, how do we find these folks who can help a bunch of different little organizations with their accounting? I was talking to a friend who wants to start a rug weavers association, and I have another friend who makes jewelry and silversmithing. So if this is a tourism destination, how do we get the products to them in a way? So one of the things I was talking about with my cousin was like, can we create a space that is sort of a next level up from a flea market? where folks can sell out of galleries, and there's food hubs there and things like that. So those are some of the things like down the road that we're thinking about, to answer your question. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Just one note, Honorable Henyo, just real quick, just to everybody here, as well as Budget and Finance, the Navajo Nation don't write checks out to entities, of course. Nope. The Navajo Nation is going to hold on to the money. They manage the money. You turn in your invoices to the Navajo Nation, and that's how they pay. That's how they deduct the money that you're allocated. So nobody's going to run off with nobody's money. Nobody's running off with the Navajo Nation's money. The Navajo Nation is going to take care of it. You turn in your invoices. That's how they pay whatever project or whatever initiative you're going forward with. So you never see it in your bank account. It stays with the nation. Thank you.
Thank you for your response to the questions and comments that were made from the Budget and Finance Committee. Budget and Finance Committee, we are 12:48 right now. We still have three other reports and a list of legislations that we still have to consider. And are there any further questions, comments as we need to move along? This is a report. Then I'll call for the question to accept the report. I'm sure we'll be meeting on this subject again soon. So with this, Ms. Springer, if you would do a roll call vote to accept the report.
Yes, Chair, I can do that. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is excused. Chair, you have 4 members in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting.
Chair Heniel, this is Peggy.
Katrina, thank you for that roll call vote. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. We have accepted the report from Navajo Township Corporation. With this, Peggy?
Chair Heniel and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, I'm sorry, I didn't get the motion and second for that report.
Okay, motion by, believe was Delegate Amber Knezba Crotty. And second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Thank you.
Next, on the report item B, Mr. Dominic Bial. Are you on the line still with us?
Yes, sir, I am.
Kushina, do you have the floor for your report item B?
Thank you, Chair Henio and members of the Budget and Finance Committee and others that are listening in on the meeting. First of all, I appreciate that the committee is allowing me to make the presentation at this time, because the last 2 meetings, the first time the committee had to end its meeting early, so this report wasn't heard, and the second time was 2 weeks ago when I had to leave for an emergency, family emergency, so it was deferred till now. I appreciate those actions by the committee. So what I'm going to go over is a written report sent to the Budget and Finance Committee on February 15th. Hopefully you all have your copy. Now, it's not a long report, and realizing your time.
It's a one-page report, but there is an attachment. The subject matter is the unmet needs budgets, policy, and process. And this one-page report that I have, I have it A, policy. And it says there are no policies or mandates specifically applicable to unmet budget needs. In the annual Budget Instructions Manual, known as the BIM, the Appropriations Act at 12 NNC Section 800, or other legislation. Now, B, the Oversight Committee practice. It reads that during the annual budget review process by the Oversight Committees, the committees are typically informed by some branches, divisions, and programs that the budget allocation amounts are not always sufficient, so unmet needs are identified. Sometimes unmet need budgets are produced. The Oversight Committees have adopted the practice of using a Budget Exhibit E to their budget resolutions to list and recommend unmet needs. After the Oversight Committee budget hearings, OMB prepares a report on all the unmet needs documented in the Oversight Committee budget resolutions and provides it to the BNF Committee, Oversight Committee's branch chiefs, and the divisions. At this point, it is up to the committees and leadership to use the report recommendations and committee recommendations as appropriate for possible supplemental appropriation proposals. During the annual budget process, the BNF Committee has used a report to fund certain needs using available funds, which typically has been the personnel lapse fund. In prior years, up until fiscal year 20, a paragraph was included in the annual budget resolution that called for branch chiefs to prioritize unmet needs and prepare budgets for possible legislation by the appropriate oversight committees. This paragraph was removed from the fiscal year 21 resolution by the BNF Committee, and it is not in the 22 resolution. To OMB's knowledge, none of the branches have done a prioritized unmet needs or supplemental funding proposal report for use by leadership. Letter C, other practices. The Appropriations Act at section, it says 830. That's an error. It should be 820. So the Appropriations Act at section 820L provides for supplemental appropriations. The section does not speak to unmet needs specifically. And divisions and legislators, which is the Navajo Nation Council delegates, request funding for other needs during the course of the fiscal year. The fiscal year 22 BIM at section 12 has provisions for the handling, processing, and requirements for supplemental funding requests. Unmet needs are mentioned as a possible request. Letter D, recommendations. The policy or practice of requiring budget planning and prioritization should be developed and included in the annual BIM or other laws so the best use of Navajo funds for the greatest needs is promoted. Letter E, attachments. Number 1, we attached Law and Order Committee 22 budget resolution, which is LOCAU 0521, the Exhibit E page on recommended unmet needs budgets for the Division of Public Safety as a sample. Number 2, the overall OMB report on unmet needs for fiscal year 22 budget recommendations by the Oversight Committees totaling $24.6 million. So you go to the next page, is that Exhibit A, or E, excuse me, as done by the Law and Order Committee for Public Safety. So you see that page lists a number of police districts, internal affairs, training academy, etc. And the unmet needs amounts totaling a little over 3 million and a very short description. The next several pages is the overall report on the Oversight Committee resolutions, which were compiled from the other Exhibit E requests from all of the Oversight Committees. 6-page report broken down by the resolution numbers based on the oversight page. The first page is from the NABI Committee for Public Safety and, Judicial and Legislative. Following that is the Law and Order Committee for Judicial. The next page, again, there's separate resolutions for hearings and appeals. And then the HESI Committee for Veterans and Public Defender. Page 3 goes on to Law and Order Committee for Attorney General, Prosecutor, which is DOJ. And then Tax Commission, OMB, the Property Management Department, RDC for all of the chapter stipends. Page 4, SC Committee on Education. Then the all for the Economic Development Division, various programs. The bottom of the page, EPA. Page 5, General Services, and then Division of Health, Department of Health rather. DHR, and DNR, the last page would be Division of Public Safety. These are a couple of fixed costs. And again, the grand total, 24.6 million. So again, this particular report is compiled by all of the Exhibit E resolutions based on the recommendations by the oversight committees during the annual budget process. Again, it's provided simply for information to leadership, whether it be at the branch level, division level, or at the committee and council level. So, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, that's the report in brief and simple fashion. I just want to reiterate the recommendation where OMB would recommend that a policy or practice requiring some budget planning of these supplemental requests based on priorities should be done. Otherwise, it's pretty much whoever proposes anything. As former Delegate Hale mentioned just a few minutes ago, the only way to get a response is to drop legislation. And he's right in that respect, because that way it'll be heard. But that doesn't mean that it's, in fact, the right or urgent prioritized need. Our government, so far, we don't do that very much, certainly. Mr. Chair, committee members, that's the overview of the subject matter, and I can take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Biel, for that report. Our Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion to accept the report? Is there a motion to accept the report?
I apologize. This is Delegate Crotty with the motion.
Delegate American as well, Karate. Motion, is there a second?
Chair, I think we were all muted again, so we'll have to press *6 if there's a delegate talking.
*6, if you can. We need a second to accept the report.
This is Delegate Brown. I'll second.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown seconds. Do you have a motion and second? The floor is open for questions, comments for Mr. Biel.
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I appreciate your written report, Mr. Biel, and providing the committee this update. So I am looking at page 1 in terms of, so according to this report, then is what you're telling the committee, is there no policies regarding unmet needs budget? And then help me understand then the 3 branch chief involvement, because I do recognize on your page 1, paragraph B, the last sentence, to Office of Management and Budget knowledge, none of the branches have done a prioritized unmet needs or supplemental funding proposal for use by leadership. So if I could get clarification, are we just, the unmet needs, is that just considered during the budget process, or then do unmet needs become UUFB requests? I'm just trying to be clear, so when we have to make directives to develop policies, I would just need to know what sections of the Appropriation Act that need to be reviewed, since we're talking about the BIM or other laws. And I appreciate Chair Hill's, it does need to be legislated to get any kind of action. The catch-22 to that is, as delegates, we have multiple requests for resolutions, and that often takes a considerable amount of time to develop. And so I'm just looking, it's March, and we're coming up to the time where we should be either amending, if it should just be the BIM or actually the Appropriation Act. So that would be my question, Chair, in terms of how we move forward. And I think if the branches chiefs are not prioritizing the unmet needs, as appropriators, Chair, this is the most reasonable time then, when we're receiving these reports from the chair and vice chair of the committees, that what they present under their unmet needs is what's taken into consideration, because like all of these UUFB requests could have been funded through that process. And I think if we prioritize what are the needs of the nation, then we don't piecemeal it. And that's what we're constantly doing. And that's what creates the friction in council, is because we have supplemental, like UUFB requests that are going through the process, CEHASIN requests, and then others are waiting. And then I think it just creates that tension rather than creating an opportunity for all delegates in all of the regions to benefit from this Navajo pot of money. And I think that's what we're looking at, is how are our different districts getting an equitable percentage. And that also means in decentralizing the government. So if we're continuing to fund centralized programs, that's also, we're just feeding this dysfunction, because we're not creating a way to decentralize that and get our fundings out there to our regions and our communities who have I have to, as a delegate, I have to set up meetings with programs because they do not respond to chapter's requests, like for emails and updates and simple things of project management. And so that's where I see that our investments can be, is how do we set this up for our communities? And I think the chairs of the oversight, we know our programs, but we also know the needs of our individual agencies and districts. So I think, Chair, this would be an opportunity if we could continue to talk about how, as a committee, do we look at some of these funds and what type of consideration we should look at when we're providing unmet needs. And, you know, the executive, they can line item veto, but they have to be responsible for those decisions. So when they line item veto funding from the office of the prosecutor and then put that money into the office of the president and vice president, they have to respond to the people whose court cases are not running through or offenders being released because there's 6 prosecutors for the Navajo Nation. So I think we're doing our job, and the president and his staff can always engage at every step of these conversations. But to line item veto everything, we that's a fear mentality that I don't subscribe to, and we would have to then figure out what then are the priorities of not only the central government, but where is this money coming from? This money is predominantly coming from the extraction of resources that are directly impacting our communities. And every community that I represent do not feel that they get not only their fair share, but they haven't seen that much improvement in the last 50, 100 years. So I think as a committee, we can start changing these policies, now understanding the unmet needs of the programs, seeing the type of federal funding that's reverted, seeing what kind of money is historically carried over, looking at then, this 2-year proposal, and also pointing to how do they make grants? How, are they as programs, do they have the ability, or is it just too hard to manage, or is it too hard to expend those dollars using this current system? So I think those are very system issues that need to be addressed, but also this is the time before we go to the next fiscal year budget and how we allocate those dollars, because that personnel lapse fund, while it's consistent, that means we consistently have too many vacancies and we consistently underfund our employees. There's employees here that are making $8, $9 an hour. That is not a living wage. And so I think this is a time, Chair, if we could look into some of these systemic issues and start making recommendations, we could at least start having the conversation and pivoting on how we can use our oversight to address some of these issues that I hear across all of the oversights. And maybe this is a knobby discussion. Maybe this is a BNF with the chairs or the committee or focused on budget. However that's set up, but this all, so when people talk about the procurement system, when folks talk about all of the red tape, these are areas that we could use this funding and develop these policies to start fixing. So Chair, thank you for the report, Mr. Bial. I think it's important to note in terms of these unmet needs, but we'll also are going to need more information as a committee, or I'll need definitely more information as we pull together and start funding these unmet needs, because the carryovers, and if they're reverting federal dollars, you can make the trip to DC and ask for more money, and the folks at DC just print out and say, you're sitting on millions of dollars. How can you ask for more when you're sitting on millions? And that's what we have to contend to here on Navajo. And I'm also looking at that there's no programs on Navajo that address really the violence that are happening in our communities and how to support the victims and survivors of violence. And I think also as a nation, where do we stand on that, and how do we support those needs that we continue to hear from our families? So thank you, Chair.
Kushina Hela, thank you for your question and comments. Mr. Bial, you have the floor for response.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Responding to Delegate Crotty's questions and remarks. First of all, I would say that, you know, she hits the nail on the head where what I'm saying in the report is that our government, from our observation, we don't do really effective prioritization and planning of the overall needs. Therefore, when funds become available, typically to UUFB, it's just whoever drops anything that gets heard. Many times it gets funded, maybe there might be amendments along the way, and then the president might line item veto or veto the entire amount. But the question remains still is this priority to the Navajo people? Certainly it is to a particular program or maybe a chapter individually, but is it in fact the greatest need that would affect and impact the greatest number of people who have those needs? Those are the sort of questions that I don't see, OMB doesn't see really gets done. So Delegate Crotty asked about my report where I say that to OMB's knowledge, none of the branches have done an overall prioritized unmet needs or other needs for supplemental funding proposals. If there was, then that could be used by all of us, leadership and all of us who work on budgets and funding and appropriations, as a roadmap, as a guide to fund those greatest needs. Because we don't have unlimited amounts of funds. So that's what we should strive to do. So again, getting back to my recommendation is that some policy or practice should be developed. Now we can work with Legislative Counsel's Office and DOJ, as well as the branch chiefs, in developing some language provisions and maybe some procedures on how to do this better. And we can include it in the annual BIM that we'll start working on next month for the 23 process. And maybe other laws. The reason I say other laws is, as Delegate Crotty mentioned, maybe we need to amend the Appropriations Act too. Title 12, Chapter 7, in order to make this stand stronger. Now, I mention as well in the report that at one time in the annual budget resolution approved by Council and then signed into law by respective presidents, there was a paragraph in there that did require the branch chiefs to do priorities of unmet needs for supplemental funding consideration. That's what would be used by the oversight committees as well. But in reality, it really didn't work. So in our case, OMB, all we can do is point that out and advise all parties that there's this provision and language. But they don't need to do it, is the reality of it. And so most of the time it was not followed, it was not done. Again, I get back to my recommendation is we can develop something if the committee is has the mind to want to do it or at least want to consider it. Mr. Chair, that's my response.
Okay, thank you for that response, Mr. Bill. With this, Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions, comments for Mr. Biel?
This is Delegate Begay.
Delegate Amr P. Begay, you have the floor.
Yeah, Chair Henio, other members of the Budget and Finance Committee, other people that are on the line though. Mr. Biel, good afternoon to you though. Mr. Biel, I think I'll be referring to the one that you mentioned a while ago, the FY fiscal year 2023 Navajo Nation BIM budget instruction manual. I'll be referring that the question regarding that. I know that my first question would be that you mentioned about a lot of work that's involved in it and what needs to be considered. But my first question will be when will this FY23 Navajo Nation BIM will be ready? And the reason why I'm saying that is you mentioned about the Appropriation Act, which the council passed it, that requires controller to issue the revenue projection by the second quarter of fiscal year. So, which would be the end of this month. The second quarter of fiscal year is end of this month, which would be March the 31st, 2022. And after that, Budget and Finance Committee adopts the BIM for 30 days. I mean, after that, then after the 31st, that would be the FY Budget and Finance Committees adopt that BIM. And by saying this, that we know that each year, that because of all these deadlines and all these other considerations, and we use by when it's over in July or June, we usually just rush the whole budget. So that's one of the reasons why I'm asking you when is the Navajo Nation BIM will be ready. And we know that FY 2023 process needs to start early instead of June or July. And to not rush this process. So can you give me an answer on it?
We shouldn't head off your question, Mr. Biel.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Responding to Delegate Begay's question. The BNF committee is aware that typically, as he points out, as Delegate Begay points out, the revenue projection comes out at the end of the second quarter, which is March 30th. And then, per the Appropriations Act, 30 days later, or within that time frame, the BIM should be made available and ready. So annually, at that particular point in time, the BNF committee, as well as the branch chiefs, will be asking OMB for a budget calendar. When do we start, and what are going to be the dates for the main and key events and activities? So we provide that. So typically, we, as Delegate Begay points out, we want to start like the end of May or June, or early June, for the BNF committee to consider the BIM. And prior to that is when the branch chiefs meet, once the revenues are identified. in order to consider the same subject matter and come to an agreement, making recommendations to the B&F committee. That typically happens in April going into May. But for various reasons that we all know and understand, sometimes all of this gets delayed. So for fiscal year 22, which is this year, we know that the BIM wasn't adopted till late June. And that's probably a little bit later than we all wanted to do. But nevertheless, we got it completed. But as Delegate Begay points out, and the committee members know, sometimes you get in a rush on the budget process. So anyway, my answer is simply that we would want to have it ready sometime in May in final form. Mr. Chair, that's response to Delegate Begay's question.
Thank you, Mr. Biel, for your response. Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions, comments?
This is Delegate Begay again.
Delegate Amr P. Begay.
It's been 2 years, again, Chair. It's been 2 years, we've been working with this pandemic. And besides that, there's some other fundings that we've been working with, the CARES funds, and then also the this year with the ARPA funding. Is there a way that we can start the budget, Mr. Biel? Is there a way that we can start the budget by the end of April? Can that happen? And we know that we know a lot of people are going through closing their office because of pandemic, but right now it's getting okay. You know, we should be ready to go to work and start this on time. So is there a way that you can give us maybe a plan next time how we can how you can start abiding by the Appropriation Act? That's really my question. There.
Again, for the question, Mr. Biel.
Chair Henio, members of the committee, others on the meeting, responding to Delegate Begay's question. He brings up an excellent point, the CARES money and then the ARPA money. As we all know, that's a lot of money. It almost by itself exceeds our regular annual budget that we're used to seeing. So consideration ought to be given, yes, to can these funds and the corresponding budgets for each, can they be included in the annual budget process? That's a good question. All I can say at this point is we would need to work with the branch chiefs, the president's office, as well as the new ARPA office, the FRF office, and see if that can be done, whether it has merit to it, and whether or not even if it should be done. Because currently the way it's handled, as we're all aware, it has its own separate track, its own separate road that it uses for budgeting and so forth. So therefore, all I can say at this point is that we can discuss it with these various involved offices and see if there's merit to including it or whether it should be kept on its own. Mr. Chair. That's my response.
Okay, Mr. Vial, for your response. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions or comments? So we still have two other reports to tend to too also. If there is none, I'll call for the question to accept the report. Mr. Springer, if you would, lead the roll call vote.
Yes, Chair, I can. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I will green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is excused. Chair, you have 3 members in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank you for that. Roll call vote, 3 in favor. 0 opposed, chair not voting. Again, Mr. Bial for the report. I'll move on down the line to the next report that we have here is CS 49-21, condition of appropriations and legislative concerns. Dr. Perfilia Fowler answered the call earlier along with Human Resource Manager, Ms. Teresa Wood, Ms. Woody. So Dr. Fowler.
Yeah, Shana, Chair of Budget and Finance Committee. Ado Shache, Ado National Vice Chair, Ado National Chair, Ado Shache. The condition of appropriation or legislative concern. We have to report that in a second quarter. So Sato Bahashnet Dole. Shady my excuse me, Shlon Toricini Bashichin, Ado Trapa Edashichet, Ash Edashanale. Totus Aholiere Ane is a shike. March 1st, Ayana Sos Lini Ilia to Health Education, Human Service Committee, and then Budget and Finance Committee. And that's regarding our update and report regarding the Division of Human Resource, Condition of Appropriation, and the Legislative Concern Status Report regarding our CS 4921. So there's a cover memo from me. Also included was the legislative concern regarding Department of Personnel Management. Department of Personnel Management shall provide a report describing the total number of vacancies. And we did provide that in addition to this report. DPM did provide an individual report in a memo which is attached that breaks down of the costs of each of those positions. In addition to that, another legislative concern was with the Navajo Office of Vital Records. And Navajo Office of Vital Records shall prepare a plan to address the ongoing difficulties experienced by many applicants for funding under the Navajo Nation CARES. And the program, what they're going to be doing is they'll be interviewing a network specialist who will be the lead person in designing the upgrade of the network setup to continue with the enrollment database. Aja ati aben hiche naho teinde beso khashine lambit edit I lato chitni e adana a condition of appropriation for under personnel management, and the COA, the Department of Human Resource Director, shall review DPM's policies and procedures that apply to the HR employee position classification and the hiring. And in order to comply with the legislative, our staff there, Ms. Toddy, Classification and Pay, began the process to initiate specific languages to be included into the update of the policy. And the request for the has and opportunities to adopt and review some of these revisions. And we're looking at accomplishing that at the end of this month. So we are working on that. We did report to our Oversight, the Health, Education, Human Service Committee last week on March 9th Ot eya kodo. Ado memo best oni do beso to das anigi. I mean beso bahas lini for each of these positions. Eot kodosh and lini he our Human Resource Director, Thomasita Whitty. I do have Ms. Whitty on the call for any questions. And then also I do have Mr. Ronald Duncan with the Office of Vital Records. So both program managers are on the call if you have any question, but this is our response as per the CS 4921. I'm sorry if I'm kind of a bit stuttering. I just got some bad news and just trying to cope with it. So, but yeah, we are open for questions. Ms. Woody's on the line and Mr. Duncan. Thank you. Yeah.
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
I really do appreciate you staying with us on this call here, even though there was some unfortunate information that you received, Dr. Fowler. So with this, we'll move to accept the report and possibly go to a vote right away so we can let you go and have you go about your personal, attending to your personal position. Delegate Amber, can I speak, Crowdy?
Yes, thank you, Chair Henyo. I was going to make that recommendation if we could excuse Dr. Fowler. Thank you, Chair, for that recommendation.
Is that will you be motioning to accept the report?
Yes, Chair, thank you.
A motion by Delegate Amber Knauss-Crotty. Is there a second?
Delegate Brown, second.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, second. Do you have a motion and a second? And also, we will be continuing ongoing discussions with this subject matter. So, but if there are any questions, Ms. Teresa Woody is on the line. And Ms. Shanata, Dr. Fowler, you're excused. I will condolences on whoever it is. We are with you here.
Thank you, Chair. My staff are on the call. Thank you.
With that, let's move forward to questions for Navajo Nation Department of Human Resources. Ms. Teresa Woody's on the Woody's on the line. Thomasita Woody, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Teresa Woody because she's also leaving legislative branch, so that's on my mind on this side here at Steno. But Ms. Thomasita Woody, I apologize. Any questions, comments, committee members? Then I'll go straight to a vote to accept the report. Any questions? I just heard somebody.
Sure, this is Delegate again.
Delegate Begay.
They also كتو هذا خلني لو ياتو الخانساكس around the yato they come اكيدلزن والجاهجيتو around the الكيتست إندو around the الخاجو والجاهجي ياتو Miss Fowler لنيجي دي أوسع بيوجه هدي تسير from BNF committee Arabic أخدي يا وشين vote that is list سيدي يا ساعة لنيجي تو وبحسيتو ليس Thank you.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay. With this, if there's no question, let's move to accept the report. Ms. Springer, if you would lead us on a roll call vote.
Yes, Chair, I can do that. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I will green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knauss-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knauss-Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is excused. Chair, you have 4 members in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting.
For that roll call vote, 4 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. Let's move forward to the next item on our agenda, which is Rocky Ridge Gas and Market. Presented by Jermaine Simonson. Jermaine Simonson, are you on the call?
Yes.
Thank you for being on the call, and you have the floor to present your report to the committee.
Chairman and Vice Chair and sitting members of Budget and Finance Committee. Jermaine Simonson Chishidan and Shnidot as a Lanabashin, Sadesh Gita Shinado, Kia Ani Dashe, Ado Kodo, said hard rock, Sadel don't eat Hasne, Adeo a Kaya, Ochi, what Ado Nasha, the Yesi Ainley, say Haskay back at a son's if Mahajil Washita Hasne, Ade a Kwa Shagan, Kwa Shiaho ato akonshagan shla kutao ya yat ein hidedeshni ado di kwa alla en kinchke dolel halet au adol nihla ya and so shensa case at the kwishina haidide di kwa shanach na hasna kwa Honorable Delegate Hale, quite bananish yosanigi do in the hasdigi. Oyoyan quite ego shishas alto, okohosheya, Rocky Ridge Gas and Market will yego a 2018 at ita hot ego non nation linigi at that so I took over the Rocky Ridge Gas and Market in 2018, and it's a community store right here in the community of Hard Rock, very much in the middle of the community. So it's not a store that sits on any major highway and attracts, all kinds of tourists and other, customers. In previous years, 1960 at Danshilia, the Navajo trading post ato kisani kayan hiladet the na o you konke hat inde do kaya ayun skoko hot zonde akoho shin o you the neke hat on kon de na ya pahawan ilia. The net Mr. Elijah Blair Waliego a kinning ashi back in 1950, 1960. Yos the kushi na many years. Aro at the net long the net adon the nebetko oliedo tahnane dis what natin na khidaza aje na ya satago akoho hande 2018 2015 at bachohon na ya pawan at shinanish nadish no the owner Miss Brock akoho and her lease was ending and she wanted to move on to other things. So oban chapter meeting go RRBDO adein daka na hela hedios wala hela nasna yos wasto leslata no on ta oka okoho hela hot on nas anana yos isto leslata no for 3 years, I just kept hearing about it. And finally, one day I decided, and so yeah, I've never, owned a business before, and my career has been in social work and being a therapist in the mental behavioral health arena. but I've always been involved in my community. Shide shila jahiya insoya kwado iya ba looking, I had some basic business sense in looking at the owner's numbers in her previous returns, her bookkeeping. At the time, I felt like it could be manageable. It looks like she's earning, a little bit of an income. It's enough, to put some food on the table. But things changed as I took over the business. And one of the things that changed right away is that insurance costs tripled from the time the previous owner had the store. The only reason her costs were low was because, she'd been with the company for 20 years. And you all probably are aware that anytime that you, sign up for insurance and you demonstrate that you're, a good customer, and over the years, sometimes your rates still stay the same, or maybe they might be reduced. She's been with the company for 20 years, even though, they just kept her around because she's been a long time customer. So when this happened and I thought I could maintain her coverage, automatically the insurance company said, no, this is a very risky liability, and this is a time for us to, basically bail out. So I had to look for new insurance, and right away it was 3 times over the amount of what she was paying. As you may be aware, some of the things that are considered in getting insurances, where is your nearest fire hydrant? Where is your nearest fire station? And you kind of have to, name some local places like the school. Well, sort of, yeah, there's something there. But the reality is the fire station is in Tuba City, and it's going to be 50 to 60 miles before they come to me. So those things really are taken into consideration. How the insurance rates and what they're going to charge you is determined. So I'm already a high risk, high liability business. So in 2018, when I took over the business, and one of the reasons is yesterday is when I first got notice that I could get on the agenda today, and I took the opportunity. So I'm just know that I'm formulating this and creating a really, a good document out of this. But in 2018, when we got into the building, I realized that the circuit breaker, as we, were conducting business, we realized that the circuit breaker was the sub panel was heating up quite a bit, and it was tripping. We were getting a lot of tripping throughout that side of the building. And the breaker panel is getting hot in this process, and it posed a fire danger. Now, let me, again, and I heard this in previous, presentation by Delegate Hale, that this is, let me, say that this trading post, this building is owned by the Navajo Nation. So and just know that in those 60 years, I don't think there was any repair renovation done. And so when I got into this building, it was, fairly dilapidated. And so since 2018, that first year that I've been to building, I've already, I spent, according to my bookkeeping records and my tax documentation, I spent $8,000 in repair and maintenance. And this isn't to do anything fancy to the store. It's a basic repair to make the building safe for both customers and the employees. So coming to today, every year it's been that way. I've been spending approximately that amount or more in repairing this building. Of course, as you all heard in other reports, COVID has impacted. So the only solid year that we had where we didn't, have to deal with COVID was 2019. I took over the business in 2018, August of 2018. So there's a short few months to demonstrate and depict what I was able to do in 2018. 2019 is a solid year. So that gives me good record of, how I was able to function that year and the revenue without COVID. 2020, 2021 were impacted by COVID. I went through store closures as directed by the Navajo Nation, and weekend closures and shortened hours and all these other things that impacted COVID, and that were the impacts from COVID. But the only thing that didn't change was my insurance bill. My insurance bills, the overhead costs, the electric costs, those stayed the same because, as you know, machines need to keep running or else, I would lose a lot of frozen items. And then staff as well. We had to double up on staff because it became a really, a time where we needed extra people because people, were not very nice and kind because they were being made to wear masks and being told that if you're sick, you really need to stay home. So for safety purposes, we had to double up our staff, and in which prior years we didn't have to. Just so we could manage during COVID. So come this far, so every year I have to obtain a fuel excise tax license that is given by the Navajo Nation Tax Commission. And so this year, every year I go into battle because one, I owe taxes. I owe junk food tax, I owe sales tax, I owe FET, and then probably interest possessory tax. And so I owe these taxes. And so every year, I'm halted and I'm declined. Last year, I was able to do a tax payment arrangement. And that was just to get my FET for the year because fuel sales is 1/3 of my sales for the store. If I don't have fuel, there's really no way for the store to continue to operate just on the store side. So the fuel is really important. And so last year I was able to negotiate with then Director Mr. Ashley a tax payment agreement. And right off I told him I don't know that I can keep this arrangement because we're still in the midst of COVID. And also, I did not receive any COVID, business grants from the Navajo Nation. I received no help, even though I submitted an application. I was denied. So those are things, but we manage and we are still continuing today. So Kwa'en Hinch Kedigi Shananta is the last letter that I've sent to Miss Larietta. So I got my denial letter this year. So basically I was in non-compliance with this tax payment agreement. So I've asked Miss Larietta, what's next? What is my next, what is the next, what is the process? What is the next action I should take so that I could come to you with my documents so that I can show you that every year I've spent money on maintaining a building that belongs to the Navajo Nation just to keep it safe. What is the next step? Who do I present that information to? Because it sounds to me like at her level as an acting director for tax commission, she's not really able to make those decisions. So who do I and I don't know who that is. And coming here to you today, I'm asking what is the next course of action right now for our community because my tax license was denied. I cannot get fuel and I cannot sell fuel. And so a rural community like Hard Rock, we are, miles and miles away from other stores and other gas places and health facilities, medical facilities. People, come to the store to get $20, $30 worth of gas to make it to the next town. And so and some of the questions that you've asked of other, the other organization is, our store, my store, has done quite a bit in terms of, community service. Through the pandemic, I was able to distribute food that was donated by different organizations. So I remained open and I was able to accept food and also distribute safely from my facility while, the chapter house was closed. So my store often serves as sometimes even a social service agency. I've kept grandma safe for a whole day, but it's okay. It's on chow. So, I had to house her and keep her in the store for a whole day and called, police people and whoever else while we watched her and made sure she was safe there. So, this store is extremely vital and important to the community. There are many things that I am, currently working on. This business site has just tremendous potential, and I've been working really hard without pay. This is a business I own and operate, but I've not paid myself since 2018. And so, it's purely a service at this point in time. And so and it's important, and I'm vested in this store. And I am working, and I've recently, within the past month or two, I've been able to also, I've been able to get a team, as some of you have mentioned, because I think a business in a rural community like this, as to run truly as a business, it's very difficult, especially when you're an independent store. I'm an independent store. I'm not affiliated with, like Alon or, Marathon or those other facilities where they have purchasing power. They have purchasing power in terms of food, buying food, snacks, and even gasoline. I don't have purchasing power. I only have one store. And so the prices that I pay for things is not, it's a high dollar amount. And so it's real difficult for an independent store to operate. And from what I know, there are many that have gone out of business because other more franchise corporate stores are the only ones that seem to be surviving all of this. So it is very difficult. Last week, I heard a presentation by Rita Gilmore, where she says, we're born with capabilities, and is what she explained. And I thought, oh my gosh, that's the kind of work this entrepreneurship is. With all 10 fingers and all 10 toes, we are working this. It's hard work, and all the resources that I need to run a business, like bookkeeping, all those things are 2 hours away from me. And just understand that a lot of distributors and vendors don't come to my store. They don't come to deliver goods. I don't get Frito-Lay, for example. They won't come out to my store. I have to meet them in Tuba City. There are things, and I pretty much operate like those old time trading posts where I have to go sometimes for chainsaw products to Gallup or, elsewhere, and bring them into the community, because again, Pepsi doesn't come distribute to my store. So if I want Pepsi products, I have to go to Flagstaff and get it. So there's so many things that, I could share with you, but for the sake of time, I'm asking you, Shananta, that you provide some guidance. I've I've asked Ms. So, I believe on 2 occasions, the latest one on March 11, I sent her an email and said, what do I do next? What's next? You send me a denial letter. What do I do next? Who do I need to appeal to? I'm coming to you, and hoping that I would get this guidance. And I'm trying to be, I'm trying to be an independent business, but I need a system to work within. The policies, the regulations that you have established, that the nation has established regarding business, let alone small business, it does not work for small business. And maybe it was meant for mining companies and coal companies and it just is kind of, it covers every business, but small business is extremely and incredibly difficult. And I need a system to work with them. And so I'm asking you, Shananta, could all help me find a path, because I want to stay in business. And this is one where I'm getting, I don't get subsidies from anywhere. And really I've gotten, no help from the Navajo Nation up to this point. So kwaya banan yidish kito banan hinchkan so right away, while we are working through this, I'd like the ability for I'd like to be able to sell gas, and I want to be able to receive gas. So my fuel distributor received her letter at the beginning of March to say, to tell her not to sell fuel to me. So and so I'm asking, for your your leadership. So one, allow me to sell fuel again right away while we go and review these the tax payment arrangement agreement, and let's come to some resolution. And then also going forward, deep building, I see it needs to be replaced. And within the past month here, I now have a grant writing team. We've been able to submit for 3 grants, one that covers pre-construction costs, 2 that cover pre-construction costs, and one of them also that covers some renovation. And so it's not like I'm not doing anything. I'm actively seeking some solutions, some remedies. So I'm trying to, find solutions in other ways. I understand Chinle Regional Business Development, RRBDO. I work with Martina Menikau-Yazi. She's also, I understand, trying to push some, requests to rent and to replace the building is what she's doing. And I don't know how that goes within council and the Navajo Nation process, but I understand she has that out, and perhaps it's something that she's requesting through maybe ARPA CHSN funds. I'm not too sure. So that is out there, and we have some numbers, as to how that may happen. So I'm trying to find ways, not only through the nation, I'm casting my net fairly wide to see what other opportunities do I have, because a small business like this, it's really hard to survive out here. And it almost really, I heard, several delegates talk about community development corporations. You almost need to begin in that way, because unless you're a millionaire and have, $1 million, $2 million capital to invest in a building, and everything else you need, otherwise, you do need the help to get these things established. And so, these are, I just touched lightly on everything I could, but I could share more. Right now, I'm preparing a document to give you exact numbers as to what I've spent every year on repair and maintenance. And so I would like to present that to whoever is going to make that decision to allow me to continue to receive, for me to continue and get my FET license. So right now I'm on an emergency operating agreement that needs to be renewed. And the only way that can happen is if I can clear this procurement with tax commission. So and then, the office really needs to work on getting me into an actual business site lease. Auto, it's really difficult. And I think you've got to ask yourself,
Ms. Simonson, you reached the time limit.
Okay.
We need to go to questions and answers.
Okay.
Christina, thank you for that presentation.
Oh.
Next question, the Budget and Finance Committee. Is there a motion to accept the report? I'll start with a motion.
Delegate Begay, motion.
Delegate Begay, motion. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Emerson Crotty, second. We do have a motion second on the floor. This Budget and Finance Committee. Any questions, comments regarding the presentation?
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I appreciate the report. So that was a lot of systems and internal Navajo Nation processes that Navajo small business, independent small business, the needs of the businesses, Chair. I think at this point, in terms of the committee, is Ms. So on the line with Tax Commission Office? I would say at this point, in terms if in hearing all of the issues that need to be addressed, and we would need to get a report from our executive partners in terms of how they're supporting Navajo businesses. But is Ms. So on the line? And then is there an appeal process? Or if Legislative Council can help us as a committee understand what is the appeal process when the FET application is denied. And there was a few other concerns that I think Department of Economic Development needs to address. One being the emergency operating agreement. If this business has been in operation for over 4 years, at what point is RBDO? And this doesn't have to be answered now, Chair, but that's something that I think is a good pathway. But they also need to work on this and the business site lease. So, Chair, I think that's the recommendations and maybe directions that I have right now in terms of answering if there's an appeal process when an entity is denied the FET application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comments and recommendation. So now Budget and Finance Committee, any further comments, questions?
Chair, Delegate Begay.
Delegate Begay, you have the floor.
Chair, other members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Ms. Simonson, then I'd like to congratulate you that you're doing an awesome job for the community in the area. You know that business had to look at you can go into profit-making business. You have to look at all your the population, and then also the marketing. All the analysis has to be in place. But as far as you know, that nobody hasn't done any assessment in the area of where Navajo partition land and Hopi partition land in the area. So people were being divided and service were being cut in the area, and a lot of people were displaced in the area. So they've been struggling for so many years now after the 1974 Settlement Act happened. But in spite of that, you're there for the people that are in need for goods and services every day. That you're there for them. So I would say that you have the heart for the people as much as your family. I'd like to commend you for that, Shadeja, and then all your family that are involved in it to help you to do that. That'll be the first. I would like to say that to you, and then continue on. Coming over here to Budget and Finance Committee, seeking for guidance and help, assistance. We'll try and do whatever we can possible. So. They're on the line because I think since this is an emergency and we're still in pandemic, I think the first thing that I think we need to work on for her from the Tax Commission is understanding that Budget and Finance Committee needs to we're overseeing the Tax Commission, so I'm not sure if we can get the people that are on the line, the people that are in that position to help us. In this case, what can we do? Maybe the next meeting, or if they're not available, we could bring them in. Bring upon them where maybe we can work with them to see what we can do to help them as a priority fuel. So people need fuel, though, and people need services out there in the area. So what can we do for Rocky Ridge market? I think I don't know if Tech Commissioner are on the line. So the first thing that understanding is that fuel, maybe the fuel excise tax, then maybe the certificate that we could give it back to her, or how do we go about it? Is there any procedures that we can that can be done? So I think that's the first thing that we understand that they need to continue the service. Thanks.
Peggy, are you there?
Yes, Chair, I am here.
Have you made contact with Ms. So at Tax Commission?
I emailed her. I don't have her phone to do a text message or anything, but I did send her an urgent request that Budget and Finance wanted her to call into the meeting. With a Zoom link and everything, I sent all that to her.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Seems that all the questions are directed at the Tax Commission.
And Chair, Marcus Tooley is also on the call. He's the Director of the Facilities Maintenance for Tribal Buildings.
I think the main issue here is a fuel excise tax certificate. If you could call the tax commission office, maybe the secretary or office specialist there that could contact her somehow. As far as buildings, Mr. Tooley, are you on the line?
Yes, sir, I'm on the line.
Kashina, I was listening to the conversation here. Is this building part of your inventory for physical maintenance or not?
No, they're not. Facility maintenance only handles office buildings where employees occupy buildings. But in terms of buildings such as service stations, convenience stores, that kind of stuff, we don't handle those. Those are not on our inventory.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. With this, maybe, is there any further comments or questions? Sounds like there needs to be a meeting with the Navajo Nation Tax Commission to get this resolved. I've seen some emails floating back and forth between Vice Chair Slater and Ms. So regarding the same subject. But it seems like we do need to have the Navajo Nation Tax Commission on the line to give us a clarification of why this certificate is not being processed, or what needs to happen to get the certificate moving, because these are taxes that the people pay to the enterprises, and then it's paid back to the nation. But so the Budget and Finance Committee, any further comments or questions?
Hello, Chair. This is Rudy Naya with DOJ, if I may.
Mr. Naya, if you would help us out, I appreciate it.
Yes. Thank you, Chair, and honorable members of VFC. This is Rudy Naya with Department of Justice Tax and Finance Unit. I work with ONTC, and if Ms. Jermaine Simonson could send Larietta an email requesting a taxpayer conference and attach all relevant documents, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Naya, for that guidance. Ms. Simonson, did you hear that? Ms. Simonson, are you still on the call? Ms. Simonson, are you still on the call?
Oh yes, absolutely. Yade, this is Jermaine. I did hear that. So yes, the requesting for a taxpayer conference from Ms. So, and yes, I will, and I am in the process of preparing all of my documentation.
Okay, thank you. So there, I guess right now you do have some guidance as far as what the next step will be, and so to work with Navajo Nation Tax Commission, administrative offices, and go from there, Ms. Simonson.
Okay. And can I ask then, this is Jermaine again, I have a question. So in setting up this taxpayer conference, can you tell me what's all involved and who is involved?
It's be a meeting between you and the Navajo Nation Tax Commission office to resolve the issue that you have that you explained to the committee. It'd be an administrative meeting to see if we could get this meeting handled administratively.
Okay. Okay.
Kashina, thank you. So the Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions, comments? Then I'll call for the question to accept the report.
Sure.
Springer, if you would. Yes, Listening Chair.
So Delegate Slater, I don't know if it's open to non-committee members at this time, but if it is, I'd just like to request to speak. Otherwise, I understand if you have to move on with your agenda.
Mr. Nanda, you have the floor to speak, Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you very much, Chair Henyo. And I just want to say, I think it's very important to support fuel access for our citizens at this time when the price of gas is just so astronomically expensive. The fact that there are no other gas stations that are nearby that people can obtain gasoline at, I think is pretty concerning. And we have an obligation as a government to be compassionate at this time. And then second, Chair So, we're here in DC, and so I've been working with Chair So all day. Second, Chair Henyo, as you move forward with your tax reform legislations, I think it's important to get the business owners' perspectives. And there's just so much diversity in the types of entrepreneurs that we have in the nation. Some have really strong business backgrounds, and some started businesses responding to a community need and provided almost as a community service. And that's how I see this store and what it does. So when Ms. Simonson took it over, it's providing food access, it's providing basic necessities, it's providing fuel in one of the most remote communities on the nation. And I just ask that, the issues that rural business owners confront, which is a much higher cost of doing business, is something I think that should be taken into account in the tax reform. And then also as budget and finance with oversight over DED and business site leasing, to a certain extent, I know that's under RDC, but I think it ties back into how taxes are levied. How can we create incentives for business operators who are operating out of a Navajo Nation owned facility, which essentially any business site location is, how can we incentivize their investment and upkeep, or somehow calculate it and deduct it from their tax burden? We have to create more incentives for supporting commerce on the nation. And I think one of the big inhibitors right now is that there's just very little incentive for a lot of either C stores or other folks to keep up, a parking lot, keep up the outside of a building, invest in certain things. And at a bare minimum, I know over in Totso in Lukachukai, they stopped doing gas because the cost for maintaining the permits and all that stuff was just too much, and they couldn't compete with the big boys. So just a few comments. I really appreciate your time, and I hope there's an opportunity to extend some sensible solutions with the leadership of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Slater. Ms. Murphy.
Chair Heo, are
Ms.
you
Springer?
on the call?
I'm here, Chair. Do you want me to do roll call?
She needs to be unmuted.
Ms. Springer, are you there?
I can proceed with roll call vote, Chair.
Yes, please, if you would.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I'll proceed roll call vote. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty, how do you vote?
Shabeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is excused. Chair, you have 3 members in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting.
Delegate Crotty votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Chair, you have 4 members in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that roll call vote. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. With that, let's move forward on our agenda. Old business, there's none. New business legislation 0013-22. Delegate Purnell, hello, are you on the call? Delegate Purnell, hello.
The chair.
Delegate Purnell, hello.
Chair Henyo. Hello?
*6 to unmute Mr. Halona.
Chairman Henyo?
We can hear you.
Chair. Chair?
Yes. Delegate.
Okay. This is
Delegate Halona, is he here? Is he present?
Delegate Halona, Chair. I don't know if you can hear me.
Okay, there you are. We can hear you now, sir.
Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Henyo.
This, can you hear me?
Chairman, this is Delegate Halona. I need to get Delegate Yazzie to do the presentation today. I'm going to get cut off here pretty soon.
Hey, Chair, this is Edmund. Please tell the staff not to mute me.
Peggy, are you there?
Chair?
Yes, I am here.
Okay. Who's the co-sponsor of this legislation?
I am Chair. Can you hear me?
Please, can I'm talking to Ms. Peggy Nakai. Peggy Nakai. Who's the co-sponsor?
I am the Chair. I'm the co-sponsor, Chair. This is Edmund Yazzie.
Mr. Yazzie, can you please mute yourself?
All right, I'm online, but I get.
Peggy, who's co-sponsor?
If Mr. Yazzie is saying that he signed the legislation, I can go check on that as the co-sponsor.
Yes, please.
Mr. Halona's out of town right now and out of the area, and so he can't sponsor his legislation. FYI.
Hold on. Pastor, Chair Henyo, I did sign the legislation as a co-sponsor.
Delegate Yazzie, I have not called on you to speak yet, please. I am having a conversation with Ms. Peggy Nakai.
I'm trying to tell you that I am the co-sponsor, sir.
I am saying please have respect for the committee, and I'm checking with our advisor to make sure that it's legitimate.
Okay. All right.
Chair Henio, I have staff checking that right now.
Thank you, Peggy, for that clarification, because we need to make sure that you do have that copy of the signed co-sponsor to make it so we can proceed further.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Henio. This is Julissa Johnson.
Yes, Ms. Johnson.
Can you repeat the question? I was away from my desk.
Okay, we do need to, on this legislation 0013-22, who are the sponsors and co-sponsors of this legislation?
Okay, Honorable Chair Henio and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Honorable Pernell Colonna is the prime sponsor. Honorable Edmund Yazi is co-sponsor, as well as Honorable Seth Damon.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So this on this legislation, there is a motion in the second that has been established as of last our Budget Finance Committee meeting. Peggy, who holds the motion and second on this legislation?
Chair Henio, for the February 15th meeting, Raymond Smith Jr. held the main motion and Nathaniel Brown was the second. Can I do an overview of what happened?
Please, Peggy. Once we establish the correct sponsors and everything, please proceed with the overview. Then we can continue with the business.
Okay, so what happened was the presentation was made by Delegate Colonna and then Mr. Dibble, the Rehoboth School principal, I believe, superintendent. Anyway, he did his portion of the presentation, and then thereafter there was an amendment proposed, and there was a motion and second on that amendment. And the amendment said, do pass without amendment, with the stipulation that the sponsor will submit corrected exhibits when this legislation is considered by the Nabikia Committee or the Navajo Nation Council. That was the amendment. However, during the vote, we lost a quorum, and the loss of quorum was at 3:15 p.m. There were only 2 members that voted in favor of it. And so at that time, there were only 3 members. And so I asked the Office of Legislative Counsel to advise the Budget and Finance Committee on how to proceed on this, because previously what we would do is we would just do a do-over and start with a new motion and second and then proceed from there. But that's your call, Chair.
Thank you for that overview, Peggy. Mr. Pahi, are you still with us on the line?
Yes, I am. This is Lurleen.
So, please provide some guidance as far as how to proceed with this legislation, as we're right in the middle of the voting on an amendment stipulation, and we lost the quorum. So, what would be your guidance to the committee?
The committee can do one or the other. They can call it back up and consider it, or allow it to go on to the next committee, because BNF is not the final approval committee. I've been going back and forth on this issue, and I believe Chief Legislative Counsel Dana Bobroff did send an email to Ms. Nakai on this, and I'm looking for it right now to pull it up to be sure that I'm getting the correct advice. May I ask Ms. Nakai if she recalls the email that I'm referring to?
Peggy?
Yes, Chair. I do have that email. Do you want me to read the content or just forward it to the committee? And it was written.
If you would read it.
Okay.
Read it, please.
This is written from Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel, to Mr. Delegate Halona. And it was on Monday, March 14th, 2022 at 2:41 p.m. And it was CC to me and Laureline. And it said, "Good afternoon. As I have been able to discern, 0013-22 was read into the record. It got a motion in a second. And then someone from a Rehoboth Christian school started talking. Then BFC lost quorum. Because of the circumstances and timing of the next BFC and NABI meetings, there are two options. Option one, it can move on to NABI without BFC voting, but we'll need a committee report that reflects that. Option two, because BFC is meeting before NABI, it can be added to BFC's agenda and recalled, wherein BFC can then vote. I recommend option two. Let me know if you have additional questions. Stay safe, Dana." So that's the email. And
Okay, thank you.
I just sent that to you just now at 2:33 p.m.
Okay, thank you, Kayla, for that guidance. And what I'll ask the committee to do now is, since we were in the middle of discussing this legislation and we lost quorum, I'll ask the committee if they wish to motion and a second to recall this legislation back for discussion. Committee, is there a motion?
Motion to stay, Vice Chair Smith.
Motion by Vice Chair Smith to recall this back for discussion. Is there a second?
Delegate Begay.
Delegate Almer P. Begay. So we do have a motion and second to recall this back over discussion. Ms. Springer, if you would lead us in a roll call vote.
Yes, Chair, I can do that. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
So it is green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is excused. Chair, you have 4 members in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair is not voting.
Thank you for that. We do have a motion in favor. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting to recall, and this legislation 0013-22 is back up for discussion. And as we were in the middle of voting for a stipulated language that was recommended by RDC for the committee budget and finance as part of the committee report to move this forward, that's where we lost quorum at. So with that, committee members, the presentation had already been completed by Delegate Halona, along with representatives from the Rehoboth School. And so right now we're on the main motion. Is there any questions or comments on the main motion?
Chair Henio.
Chair Henio, Delegate Crotty with the question.
Delegate Amber Knezba Crotty, you have a question, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chairman Yazzie, for co-sponsoring this legislation. My question is, since and I realize the sponsor is not available, but if I could know the date, I'm pulling up the legislation, the date that RDC had requested or made the request to fix, I believe, the budget items. I think at this point, Chair, we should have the corrected forms. So that's what I'm going to be asking. Has that been corrected? And I'm going to look at the timeline, but I think the sponsor has had more than enough time to provide those corrected forms. And as a committee, if I could understand the amendment, I appreciate that. Thank you, Chairman Henio.
I appreciate enough for that question. Mr. Pahi, I think you're best suited to answer this question as far as why the amendment is not ready at this time?
The amendment should be ready. I did email the amendment to Delegate Edmund Yazzie. I can send it right now to the committee.
Mr. Pai, so you received the letter from OMB? Because that was the only thing that was missing.
Oh, yes, correct. There is an existing OMB memo, but that memo raises a few issues and concerns which were addressed in the revised budget documents that are attached to the email with the amendment. So it wouldn't make sense to use the existing OMB memo as an exhibit. We need a revised memo from OMB because all of the concerns in the previous memo were addressed.
So the Budget Finance Committee, that is the hang up right now, is that there is absent a revised OMB memo to make this amendment complete. Therefore, that's why the committee decided to just use the stipulated language. Delegate Amberton Sakari, does that help you with your question?
Yes, thank you, Chair and committee members. So I'd like to ask Chairman Yazzie, do you have that information so that we can update the OMB memo through an amendment? I think that's the proper way to move forward. Thank you, Chairman Henyo.
For that question. Chairman Delegate Edmund Yazzie, you have the floor to respond.
Okay, Chair Henyo, committee members, and everyone that's listening online. I just want to make for a record, I did not mean to disrespect the committee, whatsoever. So, for the record, that's not my intention. The staff was asking for a co-sponsor, and I was trying to say I'm here, but I kept getting muted. So, just wanted to clarify that, committee members and chair. With that, Ms. Crotty, thank you for your question. I did talk to Mr. Halona yesterday and then this morning. His request was that, of course, that I stay online to sponsor the legislation, but the correction has been made. But if that correction wasn't available today, the sponsor asked and the agent and with OMB that we will have that at NABI, but we do have a copy, but I haven't, and Mr. Alona has not received that yet. So I guess I'm respectfully asking the committee that we will have that during the NABI committee, and we just would respectfully ask that we move the legislation to the committee with NABI. So, Ms. Crotty, that's my response to your question, Chair, sir.
Chairman Yazzie. With this, back to the Budget Finance Committee. Any further questions or comments?
We're not.
Vice Chair Smith has a question. Chair Henyo. Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henyo and Budget Finance Committee members of Navajo Nation, also the co-sponsor for this legislation, Honorable Edmund Yazzie and Honorable Pernell Alone. I do support this legislation, basically to help our students in the facility out in Rehoboth. Shenandoah, I recall that there was an amendment and there was a motion, and that motion was I think it was either myself or either Honorable Brown. One of us had motioned to accept that amendment, and it was second. I think it was Honorable Brown, and then we lost quorum. We didn't have a vote on that amendment. So, Shenandoah, maybe Peggy can kind of enlighten us on that, because that was an amendment that we were supposed to entertain on that portion that's my question on behalf of the situation that we're in right now. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, sir.
Okay, if you would, you have, the floor is open for you to restate that amendment with your motion again, which was this is stipulated language that was recommended by RDC to move to have the sponsor acquire all the documentation and present it in obligated here. That was the motion that you had presented the last time, but we can, if you wish to do so, you can entertain that motion again.
Thank you, Chair, for that guidance. I'd like to make that motion on behalf of the amendment. I don't have the amendment in front of me right at this point in time, but it was read into the record, and there was a motion and a second on that behalf. I'd like to re-entertain that. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith for that motion for amendment. Language, the stipulated language. Peggy, would you read that language?
Chair Henio, I was trying to look for the information, the language exactly from Ms. Tapahi, but I was wanting to send that out to you too at the same time. But anyway, so it says, quote, do pass without amendment. That's what the committee report will say, with the stipulation that the sponsor will submit corrected exhibits when this legislation is considered by the Nabikia Committee or the Navajo Nation Council. And that language is taken from the HES Committee report that's attached to the legislation as well. Chair Henio.
And now with that, so Vice Chair Smith, is that complete your motion? Vice Chair Smith?
Chair Henio, go ahead.
Does that, the reading of that language, does that satisfy your motion?
Yes, it does, according to the memory I have. Thank you.
Krishna, thank you. Budget and Finance Committee, there is a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Is there a second to the motion presented by Vice Chair Smith?
This is Delegate Brown. I'll second.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, second. So we do have a motion and a second to add language to the committee report, stipulating the language that has been presented by the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. But there's any questions, comments on this motion second?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Crotty, Ember Knesslock Crotty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairman Henio. I am trying to find this amendment language. Is it being emailed out? I have the legislation up from DIB, the most recent. Is it on a certain page? Because this is my concern. This was posted back in January, so it's been 2 months, and I understand that the prime sponsor is not available for questions, but this is a $500,000 request, and so I just need to know in terms of when are these documents going to be updated, and if OMB is on the line, then do they have a new memo? I would rather just, if we have the corrected information, that as a committee that we just allow or put that corrected information onto this legislation. But that would be my question. Thank you, Chairman Henio.
Thank you for your question, Shanata. With this, Mr. Dominic, are you still on the call with us?
Chair Henyo.
Mr. Dominic Yao. Mr. Dominic Yao. Okay, he's not answering, so I probably left their call. Who's calling? Chair Henyo?
This is Edmund, sir.
Okay. Kashina, with this, Chairman Yazi, you have the floor.
And thank you, Chair and committee members. Ms. Crotty, to your question again, OMB got the budget forms, the original budget forms, but the numbers that OMB added up was wrong. So OMB did indicated that they were going to have to redo the budget forms and resubmit before this committee and before NABI. And so right now, we are just waiting on OMB's document that Ms. Crotty that you are asking for. And so hopefully this will help Ms. Crotty and to the committee and Chair Henyo, sir.
Kashina, get off of that clarification. Ashnata, Chairman Yazi. This back to Budget and Finance Committee. We are on a motion and second as to add stipulated language to the committee report. Any further questions, comments?
Mr. Chair, this is Mr. Bial.
Oh, yes, Mr. Bial, thank you for coming back on the line. May you could provide some clarification regarding the issue at hand?
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, what Delegate Co-Sponsor Yazi is referring to is a memo we did dated February 16th, where we pointed out a number of discrepancies in the legislation and budget documents at that time. And subsequently, we did not hear from the sponsor or legislative that any revisions or amendments were in the works. However, this morning, almost noontime, we got a message from Ms. Tapahi saying she's sorry, but here's the amendments that have been prepared, and it had the revised budget and some revised language for the legislation. And with that, it now appears to be in order. It responds to OMB's concerns, questions, and so on. But we haven't had time to do a new memo. So the BNF committee wants to move forward with the legislation, then we can do a revised memo that could be substituted by amendment at the NABI committee meeting. Mr. Chair.
Appreciate it, Mr. Bial. Clarification. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. So does that help with your question?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Henyo. I appreciate the update from Mr. Bial, and so I do see how the amendment would need to would need to be proposed, and so I think just in terms of the amendment, can we, as a committee, get that information? Just in terms of what is going, here we go, Amendment 1, I got it. And, okay, thank you, Chair. I'm gonna review these documents.
Chair Henio, I sent out the email that shows the Amendment 1 that was proposed on February 15th. Just FYI.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Peggy. Also, back to the committee. Any further questions, comments? If there are no questions or comments regarding this motion and second on the an amendment to add language to the committee report. I'll call for the question.
This is Heather. I can do roll call.
Yes, there are nobody's requesting to speak, so therefore, let's bring in.
Okay. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is excused. Chair, you have 4 members in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Christina, thank you. Amendment 1 does pass with a vote 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With that, move back to the main motion. Any further questions or comments on the main motion?
Chair Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So I would want to ask the co-sponsor, Chairman Yazzie, in looking at the new exhibits for the request, it does state that Rehoboth receives scholarships from the Office of Diné Youth, and that's to help with enrollment cost. In the presentation, was there somewhere that identified how much currently Navajo Nation is providing the school with support when it comes to those enrollment scholarships? And my second question is, a similar request was made last council, and it was interesting. I sat on Health, Education, Human Service at the time, and the brochure that was provided to the committee. Now, our family comes from all different faiths, beliefs, and we have always been taught to respect one another and to honor the good in the world. But there was, if I remember correctly, on the brochure from Rehoboth, there was a page, and it had a story of a young Zuni girl. And this young Zuni girl was saying basically that the school helped her change her values from her Zuni culture to a Christian culture. And that's really sensitive in terms of how we're moving forward. But I just want to make sure that that the school continues to be inclusive, and that what is the role then? Is the role to change? Is the school there as an educational institution, or is it there to? And some schools are very active in I'm trying to be very selective with my words. I just want to know if they're inclusive to Navajo culture and teachings, or is it a school that conversion is the goal? Thank you. Chair Henyo, I completed my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Chairman Yazzie?
Okay, Chair Henyo, and to Ms. Crotty, thank you again for your questions, comments, committee members. To the scholarship, yes, that is still there. And to the second question, I heard from the agent, Mr. Ippel, at the last meeting. And that question was brought up. So, and I know it's on record because I heard Mr. Ippel, who's the school superintendent. The intent of the school, Rehoboth, is for education to better and our kids. And so they can carry on to whether it's vocational school, college schools. But as far, and I know, yes, you know, the sensitivity of the Christianity and traditional, Mr. Ippel had indicated that it is open and there is no pressure, if you will. And I've heard him clearly state that. And so, Ms. Crotty, I hope that answers your questions. And at NABI, I know we do have an agent. I don't know if he's online, Norman John. But Ms. Crotty, that's my response to your questions, Chair, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Yelsey. Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions, comments?
Delegate Begay.
Delegate Almer T. Begay. Yes, sir.
Delegate, to the other members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Our Delegate Evan Yazi, my question is, I think that there's some previous requests that were made from this Rehoboth Christian School for fundings regarding UAP and some fundings. So how many, I wanted to know that, and ever since I became a delegate, there's always requests made from Delegate Yaz regarding this Rehoboth School. We have a lot of schools in our area. For example, here in Dalcon, we have it, Savidak High School, Dalcon, and Greasewood, and also we have other residential hall like Winslow and Holbrook too. So it seems like they request or they have fundings for as being a board member, then the request is for money from federal, the BIA. I'm not sure how Rehoboth Christian School is established. I'm not sure if they have board members, and I'm not sure if funds, what kind of funds are available to them. Maybe you could give us maybe the Delegate Yazi to provide us maybe how much funding was being given to the school. Maybe to show that we have other schools. Maybe that'll be my request, Chair Henio. And then also to make sure that that how OMB will be providing that the request for the budget analysis. We all know that being on Budget and Finance Committee, we look over fundings, and any legislation that's coming before us should be already have all the appropriate documents should be in place, and not like what we're hearing from Delegate Yazzie saying that we're going to have this available in hobby. We should have these available. That was our delegates' responsibility. Maybe we should have that respect for Budget and Finance Committee. Chair Henio, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Yazzie.
Yeah, Chair, thank you. Committee members, everyone that's listening, Mr. Begay, good to hear your voice, sir. Good afternoon. This is the first legislation as a co-sponsor for me, for Rehoboth. I know in the past, young Jeff Tom, if I can remember correctly, had one legislation. And then I believe it was Mel Begay that had a legislation. I know I've sponsored a legislation for St. Bonaventure's for their school buses, and just because of the fact of what the mission has been doing for our Navajo kids. And that's the same way with Rehoboth, my colleagues. There's a lot of Navajo kids from Crown Point, from all the way up to Arizona and Lupton, and in Window Rock, a school bus that runs there. So there is quite a few of our Navajo kids that go to school here, and Rehoboth is a private school, and so the tuition that our Navajo kids pay parents is based on the income, and so that's what how they get their income is through tuition. As far as the government funding, I know Mr. Ipple indicated they do receive a small amount, but that goes to Title I and for reading, for math and whatnot to help our kids. And so that's how the school gets their funds. And so and then with this O&B, it's not my request, even though we are asking for an amendment, but it was O&B that had strongly advised that, and even our attorneys, that we do have the corrected documents, and so which does justify an amendment, but it's not coming from me, okay, my colleagues. But again, I just want to stress out to the committee members that Rehoboth is a private school, and it is getting known from our Navajo parents, and they are selecting to put their Navajo kids there at Rehoboth. And so, Mr. Begay, I hope this answers your question. Chair Henio, sir?
Thank you, Chairman Yazzie, for your response. Back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions or comments? I'll call for the question if there are no further questions or comments. Ms. Springer, if you would lead us in the roll call vote.
Yes, I can, Chair. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Amber Knizba-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knizba-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is excused. Chair, you have one member voting green, 2 members voting red, and chair not voting. So,
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes.
Chair, I'll vote green. This legislation, thank you.
Chair, that's 2 in favor, 2 opposed, and chair not voting.
Kashikana for that roll call vote. We do have a split vote, 2 in favor, 2 opposed on legislation 0013-22. And Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair is hereby being excused. I should cast a final deciding vote, and I vote green. Did you get that, Ms. Springer?
Yes, I did, Chair. So that's 3 in favor, 2 opposed, with chair voting.
Kashikana, thank you for the roll call vote. Let's move on to the next legislation. Vice Chair Smith, is it possible you could take over on this legislation? I have to take a short. I'll still be on the call though, but I just need to attend to an in-person meeting that requires my attention urgently. So if you would, I still have my headset on.
I appreciate that, Chair Henio. Today, moving forward with the legislation, last legislation passes. Shanandad, could you read that into the record, the next legislation? Before we do we have our sponsor on board with us?
Yes, it shows.
Vice Chair.
It shows that
Vice Chair Smith.
is on the call.
Vice Chair Satsui. This is Delegate Rick Nez. I'm the sponsor of 0035-22. Thank you.
For being with us on the Budget Finance Committee member. I will go ahead and continue. Thank you for being on board, Che. Should I go ahead and read that into the record?
This is legislation number 0035-22. It's a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution assigned to Resources and Development Committee, thence Budget and Finance Committee, thence Nabatea Committee, thence Navajo Nation Council. 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year 2022, introduced by Rick Nez, prime sponsor, tracking number 0035-22, an act relating to the Resources and Development, Budget and Finance and Nabatea Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, approving $400,000 from the unreserved undesignated fund balance, UUFB, to pay state property taxes and grazing fees for Navajo Nation fee lands under the Department of Agriculture Ranch and Eastern Land Management Program, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, 820F, and 820J to allow use of UUFB funds for recurring expenses. The legislation has exhibits that are included in this legislation. The OMB has provided its memo, and the I believe the Office of the Controller, maybe not. Let's see. No, there's no memo from the Office of the Controller. But the Resources and Development Committee has a due pass with no amendments and a vote tally sheet. Chair, Vice Chair. That concludes the reading. Did everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Peggy, we heard you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Lon Shutter, did you end up reading the agenda? Or not the agenda, the legislation?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay, I can barely hear you. Sorry. Shanandad on Flinigi, do I have a motion?
Motion, Delegate Crotty.
We have a motion by Honorable Crotty. Second? Henyo. We have a second on Chair Henyo. Committee members, we'll go ahead and let Chairman Nez to go ahead and introduce the legislation. You have the floor, Honorable Chairman Nez.
Sheila, Vice Chair, do I have 20 minutes?
20 minutes is fine. Chairman Nez, yes, you have 20 minutes. If you don't need to use 20 minutes, that'd be fine too. Go ahead, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Yateshan and Aina Senegi Budget and Finance Committee. Honorable Henyo, Chairman Henyo, Vice Chair Smith, Shitsui, Shamayeja, Honorable Amber Kenneth Bog Crotty, Shitsilika, Honorable Nate Brown, and Honorable Elmer Begay. Yate, Shanant Aina Senegi. My agents are Mr. Leo Watchman, Mr. Ivan Becenti, and Mr. Ferdinand Notoff from Department of Agriculture. This legislation before you, 0035-22, Shanant Aina Senegi, Yahati Peso, Kucha, Ranch and Keholonegi, Benega, Existence Cannabidine, UUFB Bigeto, $400,000. Didn't as not in the mail. A coho. Hadon Nestoti state property tax. It's not all grazing fees. Igi Abik and Oligas Navajo Nation fee lands under the Department of Agriculture. Could you ranch do Eastern Land Management Program? Do it's also from the Arizona portion. Arizona counties, Coconino County, Navajo, and Yavapai County. Your Toja so New Mexico, J County, is going to Hastogi, Bernalillo, Nave, Benedilson, Ado Aja, McKinley County, the Hasneja, Nan Georgia, Jada, Kuchishat has Aja, Tutkaja, San Juan County. Ako, the budget, the peso. Hanel Goinch Kedi 400,000 the state tax do fees give end at all yes a company there's needs for operation and maintenance expenses out of personnel and that Nishigibich a lot on that deep patient a partly windmill do earthen dams Edal Ebony Gado and Nana Ado construction repair station, Ado leasing expenses, do operating expenses, the hot egoation and Anaseniki Sarvet and Hadit Ahi, Kodo, Nitaso Nil Soto, and Hegatit Ahin Hahitilla. This legislation will go on to Nabikia Committee as well as the full Navajo Nation Council. So I would like to give some time over, Mr. Vice Chair, to my agents here, Mr. Watchman, Mr. Becenti, or Mr. Notar, either one of them. Mr. Vice Chair Smith.
Go ahead. You have the floor. Whatever agents need to speak, go ahead. They have the time.
Department of Ag.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Delegate Chair Ricky Nez. Chair, Budget and Finance Committee, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the legislation. First of all, let me give a couple of reminder points here before action is taken by the committee. Our
program, the Ranch and Eastern Land Management. We have an annual budget right now of about $500,000. And last year it was 650, but based on revenue projections and so forth, the controller's office reduced our baseline budget from 650,000 back down to 500,000. So that's one of the issues that is coming up to where it's becoming sort of difficult to pay our taxes out of our program account. The taxes alone run in the neighborhood of about $268,000 a year. Okay. And this is paying taxes to Coconino County, Navajo County, and Yavapai County in Arizona. And then New Mexico is Bernalillo County, McKinley County, a small amount to Rio Arriba County, as well as San Juan County. We no longer pay taxes for lands in Cibola County because of land exchange was done a couple of years ago, where Navajo Nation gave up 2 ranches in the the Alamo area in exchange for some state lands throughout eastern Navajo. So that ultimately reduced our tax burden in New Mexico. The other point that there needs to be brought out is we do have lease payments that we make to the state of Arizona for our state lands that we utilize within our big ranches, such as the Big Boquillas Ranch and the Winslow Tract Ranch. And basically, there's many areas of these ranches that are checkerboarded with state lands. And so in order to graze those state lands, we need grazing leases with the state. And those leases are now in negotiation between Navajo Nation and the state of Arizona for renewal of those leases. In New Mexico, we have our lease payments also on some of the state lands that are within our tribal ranches. And in addition to the land exchange that was made down in Alamo several years ago, yes, we transferred the lands over to the state of New Mexico, but the state of New Mexico agreed to lease back those lands to the Navajo Nation for grazing. So there was a state lease that was put in place, and so now we have annual lease payments to make on those lands that were leased back to the nation. Normally, we would pay for our taxes out of the program account, but as you can see, there's been some changes and some other things to where it's making our operation of our ranch program very limited due to the amount of money being used to pay taxes. We did approach the Resources and Development Committee back last March to begin to use a portion of the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund to pay taxes. And we did obtain an opinion from Department of Justice that basically said that those funds can be used to pay for taxes if the RDC includes those taxes within an annual project budget plan that they approve. And we had a plan that was ready for RDC to act on last year, but no action was taken on that, among other things. So, but we do plan to re-approach the RDC about getting that action in place for future activities. As a result of that, speaking with Mr. Chair Nez, legislation was prepared on the Legislative Council's office to utilize the UUFB to pay for taxes in the amount of $400,000. Although $400,000 will not completely satisfy. Currently in our program budget, we do have allocated about $187,000 for payment of taxes. And so if the 400,000 is approved, and we could utilize the 400,000 plus the 187 in the program budget to satisfy our tax and lease payments. And we may still be short, but hopefully we can be authorized by the RDC to utilize the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund to pick up any shortages that we may run into. So, with that, Mr. Chair, that kind of summarizes the effort. And but in terms of our taxes, we are paying taxes on about 839,000 acres of feed land in the two-state area. Okay. Now, keep in mind also that we do not pay taxes for the Colorado Ranch. I guess that's left up to the Department of Fish and Wildlife to take care of. And then there's other tax payments that are due that are more or less paid by the Navajo Land Department in their annual budget allocations also. Okay. So anyway, the payment of taxes becomes a multitask type of activity, to where different departments have different responsibilities to pay taxes. But we concentrate on the taxes that are associated with our tribal ranches. Okay. So with that, Mr. Chair, that's a little background for your information, and I'll turn it back over to Chair Nez at this point. I'm not sure if Mr. Watson, Mr. Vicente is on leave today. So I'm here on behalf of our program to Ranch and Eastern Land Management. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Notal, for that. Mr. Vice Chair Smith, I believe that we're done with our presentation, sir.
Good, Jay. I'll turn it back over to the committee members. We have a motion and second on this agenda, or the legislation. Yeah. Committee members, any questions?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Yes, go ahead, Honorable Crotty, and I'll recognize Scott after Honorable Crotty. You have the floor, Honorable Crotty.
Yes, thank you. If I could ask the agent, Department of Agriculture, when it comes to the tribal ranches that are being requested for the tax, so I understand the request. I don't know, did the department make this request also under Exhibit E with unmet needs? We just received a report in terms of how that can help programs with their shortfall. The second question is, in terms of the profit for these ranches, my understanding, Business 101, is that your profit of the ranches should cover the taxes. And so do you have a proprietary account when it comes to the ranches? And so this is the shortfall, and is this related because of COVID in terms of not being able to pay the taxes? Was there a decrease in the type of profit that the department was able to gain from the ranches and other developments? And then my final question would be, is this considered a fixed cost? At this point, if the department is trying to work with the Oversight Committee to get this funded under the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund, I do know that our district has some concerns in terms of how we use that funding to support the drought initiative. And so I think we would have to come to some type of discussion on how much of that funding would be used to supplement Navajo Nation programs. And that's hard to understand. I don't know if there's a document you could send me in terms of how the ranches have been profitable, and then at what point, if there's no profit in the ranches, are they still, if their investments, are they still meeting their rate of return? So thank you
very much Vice Chair Smith and CS Chairman Nez for sponsoring this legislation. Thank you.
Honorable Karate. Today, I'll turn the floor over to Honorable Elmer Begay. You have the floor.
So thank you for that, Vice Chair Smith, other members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Chair Nez, thank you for the legislation. Then from the staff of Department of Agriculture, I think this question is almost in line with my citations and Delegate Crowdy. So is this the first? So how many from the previous years? How was these ranch and this free land were being the taxes being paid from the previous years? I know that is there any for example, okay, my question just directly goes to if the Navajo Nation Council denies this funding request, how is Department of Agriculture? Is there any alternative that you have to pay? How are they going to pay? How do they go about it? What is their second option to do this? Yes, if we're in business and what is the other plans we have for the future after we do this? How is there any other plans of how this can pay itself to? That will be my question. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Shinandash. You have the floor for those two questions from our BNF members.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Notok.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Crowdy, thank you for your questions. First of all, the unpaid taxes, yes, annually we do submit that as part of our unmet needs requests, but normally those do not get addressed. But on the ranch profits, every ranch basically is leased out to a producer, and the producers are responsible for maintaining their own accounting on the ranch. The revenues that we get from for our program come from the lease payments that are associated with these ranch leases, and so that brings in an amount maybe up to about $200,000 a year in revenues of the leases of most of our ranches. The big lease that we have with the Big Boquillas brings in about $575,000 a year in annual lease payments. And the other thing about that lease payment on the Big Boquillas Ranch pays the state lease for the annual grazing fees. And in Arizona, it's kind of a unique situation because we have a lease with the state of Arizona. And since we sublease those lands to the Choya Livestock Operation, the state charges us a sublease surcharge, which we have to pay annually also. Okay. So that is normally paid by the Navajo Nation, and that amounts to about $102,000 a year that we have to pay because of that sublease. And but in terms of every ranch, they're basically their own profit centers as they're established. And the costs that are paid out for taxes are not considered a fixed cost, but rather they are budgeted and paid for as recurring costs. And if you note on the legislation, the certain waivers that are being requested on the legislation is to waive the certain requirement that this funding from the UUFB will also be used to pay for recurring costs of the taxes, because I believe UUFB is not allowed to be used for recurring costs, but there's certain waivers being requested as part of this legislation. And so the funds that are used for taxes, ultimately down the road, whenever the ranches, if they should become very profitable, on their own, the ranches, there are provisions in the leases to where the taxes can be transferred over to the lessees, for the lessees to pay the taxes and take that burden, remove that burden from the Navajo Nation. But at this point, most of our ranchers are not in that financial situation to pay the taxes on their own. As a result, the Navajo Nation is traditionally been paying these taxes for years and years and years. Okay, so Mr. Begay, to answer your questions, how the tax has been paid. The tax has been paid through the normal budgeting procedures of annual budgets, through the Ranch and Eastern Land Management, as well as other taxes that are due on Navajo Nation fee lands that are paid through the Navajo Land Department. And I guess on the Colorado Ranch, the Fish and Wildlife has to budget the payment of taxes for the Colorado Ranch. And so if the Navajo Nation Council should deny the request, then that leaves no choice but to resort to other options, including the use of the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund for funding. The long-term goal would be to take actions through the Navajo Nation Council to begin to convert these fee lands that are on tribal ranches and convert them into trust lands. But that would become a lengthy process that we would have to go through to basically begin the actions to convert those lands into trust, and we'd have to work closely with the BIA to take those under trust. So, but that is seen as a very lengthy process to go through. And so, but normally ranches on their own, if a rancher leases the ranch, most of the ranchers are unable to have enough animals on the ranch to make it sufficient to pay for taxes, and unless we severely overgraze those ranches, which we do not want to do. And for the committee's information also, to mitigate drought for these ranchers, we reduced the stocking rates on our tribal ranches by 20% last year, okay, which in turn reduces the amount of revenue that we get off the lease payments. But that 20% reduction in the stocking rate was meant to save the grasses and the vegetation on these tribal ranches during the period of drought that we are going through. Okay, so anyway, that was a mitigation action that was taken by the Department of Agriculture, and but it has impacted our revenue projections and revenue receipts during the year. But then, so we're relying more heavily upon the big lease payments, such as the Big Boquillas lease to support our program. Okay. So I hope I addressed your questions, Delegate Crotty and Delegate Elmer Begay. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, back to you, sir.
Question, Shananda. Thank you. Back to committee members. Is there any further questions or comments or questions?
Just
Vice
give
Chair
a
Smith? Go ahead.
Go ahead, Stasia. I'll be after you.
Honorable Karate, do you have a question?
Vice Chair Smith, I'm just reviewing the OMB memo dated April 13th, this is dated 2021. I don't know. I don't know if the program has addressed those issues in terms of what was presented. And can I ask our advisor in review this document? I'm just seeing that they're fiscal year 21 forms. Vice Chair Smith, before I ask my question, can I just make sure then this document is, this document needs updated budget forms, and if we could get some insight on some of OMB's, a response to OMB's memo dated April 13th, 2021. Thank you, Vice Chair and committee members.
We'll take that request on behalf of that. I think Shaddai had a question too. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Again, on Shaddai, my question regarding the lease from and then the fees that are being collected from ranchers or people that are the users to that land. So it sounds like Navajo Nation has been paying people that are using the land there, and all these years. I'm not sure what will be the plan from if it's gonna be, if we're not gonna be collecting any fee from these ranchers. I'm not sure how it's gonna be, but that's my first question. The second question is, I know that the Navajo Nation on this site, that the Arizona site, we've been asking to get request for the Arizona Transaction Privilege Tax, which is TPT, request for that, but Arizona always says that you don't pay for property tax. Navajo Nation doesn't pay for property tax. And right now, it sounded like we've been paying property tax to just fee lands. So is there a way that we could help us through legislature, Arizona legislatures, to say that we've been so many years we've been paying this property tax, and we need some assistance from this Arizona privilege transaction privilege tax. So I'm not sure how we can justify that. So that was one question. I think we would need some guidance from maybe our attorneys and maybe from the Department of Agriculture. Thank you. That'll be my question.
Any more questions from the Budget Finance Committee members?
Mr. Vice Chair, this is Lurleen with OLC. May I speak?
Yes, OLC. Just go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I received just a little while ago an email from Dominic Bial. He has attached an updated memo from OMB regarding this request. It does not look like it was sent to anyone other than Ms. Nakai and me, so I'm happy to forward that to the committee members for you to take a look at it. I did not, OLC did not have this OMB memo at the time the legislation was prepared. we only had the old memo. So if I could, is Delegate Nez available, or is he in Washington?
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Oh, you are present. Yes, I'm sorry. I will certainly email it to you as well, Delegate Nez, if that would be okay.
Vice Chair Smith, that's fine with me.
Committee members, is there any other questions?
Vice
We'll go ahead and turn it back over to Chairman Nez. There was questions posed by Honorable Crotty and also Honorable Begay. You have the floor, Chair.
Vice Chair, I did
Would
not.
you like to have? Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. And the questions raised, concerns by Shamaya Zidositsila. Let me give time to my agents, Mr. Ferdinand Nota, to respond. Mr. Nota?
Yes, thank you, Chair Nez. Chair BNF, I'll respond. Thank you. Okay, first of all, on the email being referenced from Mr. Bial, we have not seen that email. We would surely like to review it and find out OMB's comments. Secondly, Mr. Begay, let me clarify something. In terms of the use of our leased lands, we are not paying anybody like our ranchers. We do not pay them to use the state lands. The use of their state lands is covered by the extent of their grazing leases that allow them to use the state lands within the tribal ranches that they are leasing. So we are not paying people to use the land, but we are paying the state for authorization to graze the state lands. Okay, and that's where our state lease fees come in that we owe the state. The other portion of this is I want to comment on is that yes, we as a program, we are being influenced by inflation and other factors of the increased costs of maintaining our ranches. And in the past, we have requested increases in the level of our grazing fees. For example, we right now on the average in the past, they were paying like $4 per animal unit month to lease the ranch. And we went to RDC way back, the former RDC, and we proposed that the lease fees be increased to $8 per animal unit month. But in the end, RDC heard from the ranchers and didn't want to make so great an increase, so they approved a $6 rate in the interim, but eventually, hopefully, we'll get back up to the $8 rate. And that would increase the revenues that are generated by the program to help offset many of our fixed costs that we have to deal with, including taxes. So anyway, but the comments regarding the personal privilege tax in Arizona, we are aware of that. And we're aware that also that in the past, the Navajo Nation has made numerous requests to the state of Arizona for funding for projects, not only agriculture, but other projects. And basically, the state legislature has denied those requests because of the argument that Navajo Nation does not pay taxes, and therefore no funding for special projects, similar to the capital outlay or the tribal infrastructure fund that exists in New Mexico. So in Arizona, basically, it's a no-brainer that we're not getting anything from the state of Arizona for natural resources or agriculture. So, but yes, it is true we are paying about $78,000 per year on taxes in Arizona. And those payments are made to the counties, not to the state. But those payments are made to the counties. And through the years, we have reduced our tax burden in many of the counties because we work with the counties to reclassify our lands from other tax categories that have a higher tax rate. We've reduced those taxes onto so that we're paying for grazing lands, and because the taxes on grazing lands is the lowest tax possible. So we've been able to achieve that, and we've drastically reduced our tax burden in some of these counties because of that. For example, in New Mexico, Bernalillo County, even though we have only 600 acres in Bernalillo County, we've reduced that tax burden from about $10,000 a year down to about $1,000 a year by converting these lands into grazing status under the tax for taxing purposes. So, and we've done the same with Coconino County. We've done the same with Yavapai County. So we've reduced our tax burdens in those counties. Okay, and we will continue to do so in the future. Okay, so, but anyway, yes, we are getting, the Navajo Nation is getting the short end of the stick when it comes down to the misconception that the Navajo Nation does not pay taxes. We are paying taxes on our tribal ranches because those are fee lands that are taxable by the state and the counties. Okay, and we pay those taxes. So that would answer, I hope, the questions that were raised by delegates Begay and Crotty, as well as the comment that Laureline made regarding the OMB letter, email. Okay, thank you.
Shache, Honorable Chairman Nez, is that the answer for the delegates that pose those questions?
Yes, Vice Chair Smith, back to you.
Honorable Chairman Nez, committee members of Budget Finance, any further questions?
Vice Chair Smith, if I could, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Honorable Crotty, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Smith. My hope is that the sponsor, Chairman Nez, was able to receive the OMB's memo. I would need some guidance in terms of from Legislative Council for OMB, what actions Budget and Finance needs to take to update. And I'm just, we got this a few minutes ago, so I'm just trying to read it. Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Back to committee members. There's one request for a little bit of guidance from OL Office of Legislative Council. Committee members, is there any other questions?
Vice Chair, this is Peggy.
Peggy, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm not a committee member, but I noticed that looking at the budget forms, those need to be updated using the FY22 budget forms.
Okay, I'll shut up for that. Committee members, is there any other comments? If not, I'll turn the floor over to the question that was asked by Honorable Crotty, Legislative Council.
Can you hear me, Mr. Vice Chair?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
I believe at this point it's up to the sponsor, what the sponsor would like to do. The committee could vote on this legislation and maybe put a stipulation in the committee report that updated budget forms and a new OMB memo could be attached, that there would be an amendment made at NABI for that, or the committee could choose to table the legislation, but since it's not the final authority committee, it would still move to NABI. But I believe that we should consult Honorable Delegate Nez to see what he would like to do with this. As I said, OLC did not have this memo. I didn't know of its existence, this February 2022 memo from OMB at the time. And we at OLC, we just work with what we're given as far as, you know, the budget documents and whatnot. So it's really up to the committee what the committee wants to do, and I think the committee should consult with the sponsor. So that's my advice. Thank you.
Thank you for that advice, Legislative Council. Committee members, with that advice, I'll leave it back to the committee members.
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Rick Nez. May I speak, sir?
Yes, you may. Go ahead. I'll recognize your request. You have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, and thank you, committee members, for your questions of concerns that are very important to create laws. And I would like to just ask my agents, Department of Agriculture, Mr. Nota, Mr. Watchman, Mr. Ivan as well, to prepare and make sure that those documents are updated before it even reaches Navigate. Even yet agents no snedo even yet adan beso de no ke ko koron khadin shke ko e ko agi shash do Mr. Nota. Thank you. Vice Chair Smith, back to you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Nez, for that. We'll take that into advisement. Sponsor, Mr. Chair. Committee, any further questions?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, go ahead and I'll recognize you. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to ask the agent, or the sponsor and their agent, so OMB's report or memo from April 2021. There's some other, well, when I mentioned fixed costs, Mr. Loach, I'm not speaking in terms of reoccurring costs as defined by the Office of the Controller. I'm speaking of the fixed cost that is negotiated at the three, or starts negotiation at the 3 branch budget meetings and meets the definition of what is fixed cost. And it looks like prior to fiscal year, according to the OMB report. So I was hoping for additional information from what OMB has provided based on this legislation. And so do you have updated budget forms so that I could make the amendment to update the OMB memo and then include those updated budget forms? Is that possible at this meeting? Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, Pro Tem Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Committee members, any further questions before I turn the floor back over to the sponsor? Not hearing any, so we'll turn the floor back over to Chairman Nez and your agents. It's a request by Honorable Crotty.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Smith and Honorable Crotty, for your question. Let me refer that question over to Mr. Nota.
Okay, Mr. Chair, thank you, Delegate, Honorable Chair Nez. I'll respond. I just got a peek right now of the email or letter from OMB. Basically, the In terms of preparation of the budget reflecting the new budget forms for FY22, we can prepare those. I just need to qualify that the legislation and the budgets that are attached to the legislation were prepared by the Office of the Speaker. Okay, so we did not prepare these budgets, but as a program, yes, we can modify the budgets to reflect the appropriate fiscal year. And then update everything in terms of the forms and so forth, and address the other concerns within the letter. But basically, it's a correction of the fiscal year to reflect fiscal year 2022 as opposed to 2021. And then on the comment made by Delegate Crotty, yes, this can be part of the discussions brought up between the branch chiefs when they discuss fixed costs as well as the unmet need budgets and so forth. And we can prepare to make those comments and be prepared to submit documents to the team that considers those funding allocations. Okay. But other than that, Mr. Chair, that would conclude our remarks. But yes, we can prepare the updated forms on this budget reflecting the current fiscal year. Thank you.
Now, does that conclude your response, Chairman Nez, with your agent?
Yes, Vice Chair Smith.
Well, good thing with that. We'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to the Budget and Finance Committee members. Do we have any further questions or comments or concerns?
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, I'll recognize you have the floor.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Enjoy your lunch. I wanted to ask then if the budget forms are not ready, if I could make a motion to table this legislation until those budget forms are completed by the program. There's other concerns of the OMB memo, which includes that this program does have a corrective action plan. But again, this memo was from 2021, so I don't know if there's an update or that's been resolved. And there was another area where OMB identified that they had a low expenditure rate. And those were the questions that I was looking to hopefully be answered in terms of their low expenditure rate in terms of the fiscal quarter. But if I could then just make that motion to table until the budget forms can be the fiscal 22 budget forms can be completed and we can make the amendment is ready to insert the new OMB memo. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Somebody for your motion on the tabling regarding the stipulations on what you're tabling this on. But mind you, as Budget and Finance Committee members, we can table this, but it'll move forward as any legislation that's under Title II. We're not the final authority, so we can. I'll go ahead and recognize your tabling based off of that. And if they do get it before it does move to NABI, then it still moves to NABI, Shinanda. So, do we have a second on this?
Second.
No, second with the motion party to table this. Committee members, any questions on the tabling motion?
Vice Chair, who made the motion? I got the second, but who made the first motion?
Honorable Karate made the motion, second by Honorable Elmer Begay for the motion on the agenda. Correction on the legislation. Our committee members, I don't hear any questions. So I'll call for the question on the motion of the legislation. Heather, roll call vote, round the horn.
Okay, Vice Chair, I can do that.
Vice Chair Smith, do I have 3 minutes to make a statement on tabling motion?
Yes, I'll honor that. I apologize for not recognizing the sponsor. Sponsor, you have 3 minutes on basis of the motion and second of the tabling. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Smith and the motioning party, Shamayeza Arasitsela, Honorable Begay. This legislation I was requested to sponsor, and after hearing all that I did today, I feel bad that Department of Agriculture was not well prepared to present this as my agents. And I would like to ask them to make sure that these documents are updated, Mr. Nota, your office. I'm going to send you an email as well as Mr. Watchman, as well as Dr. Rudy Shabala. And I just want you guys to make sure that when OMB or the controller sends a memo to Oversight, make sure they're updated. And there's not much sometimes I can do for you if you don't have documents that are not complete or updated. Yes, these documents were prepared by Ms. Yako from Speaker's office because this needed to be paid. And you guys need to keep up with these documents yourselves, Department of Agriculture. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, Vice Chair Smith. Go ahead.
Honorable Chairman Nez, Resource Development Committee. At this point in time, we have a motion and a second on the tabling. Do a roll call vote on the tabling of this legislation.
Okay, Vice Chair. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty, how do you vote?
Deja, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty votes green. Honorable Jamie Henia, how do you vote?
Henia votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henia votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is excused. Vice Chair, you have 4 members in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair is not voting.
Thank you for that roll call vote, Heather. The tabling motion passes. Therefore, this will be going to the next level. Committee members, we have next on the agenda, next legislation. Shada, could you read that into the record? Do we have the sponsor of this legislation?
Chair, that is the legislation by Shiaj Nathaniel Brown. 0036-22. Okay, this is a proposed standing committee of Education and Human Services Committee, thence Budget and Finance Committee, 24th Navajo Council, 4th year 2022, introduced by Nathaniel Brown, sponsor, tracking number 0036-22, an act relating to the Health, Education, Human Services, and Budget and Finance Committees, accepting the Auditor General's audit of the Department of Family Services, DFS, and the DFS's proposed corrective action plan. And it has the reference items, exhibits. The Exhibit A is the report from the Office of the Auditor General. And then Exhibit B is the response from the Family Services, Department of Family Services under the Division of Social Services. And then the memo from the Legislative Council, the Internet Public Review document, no comments were made, and the Health, Education, and Human Services has a due pass with no amendment, and a vote tally sheet as well. Chair, Vice Chair. Vice Chair Smith, or is it Chair Helio? I don't see Vice Chair Smith on the call.
And thank you, Peggy, for that reading. Legislation 0036/22. With that, the motion to accept the resolution as read.
Vice Chair Smith, motion.
Vice Chair Smith, motion, second by there a second? Motion by Vice Chair Smith, legislation 0036/22, second, going once?
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Second by Shananta, Delegate Amber Canaspa-Crotty. With that, motion second, Shananta, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, introduce your legislation to the committee.
Oh, excuse me. Budget and Finance Committee. Ikehe kwegi ado di kwegi ahot ben da andishle the Auditor General de di de beso ajen del kahagi audit the das inigi ishi kwegi ayisi nandish bahasadlanigi di legislation the kid ado Department of Family Services aje corrective action plan. The Office of the Auditor General. I'm not sure if Miss Helen Brown is on the line. Is she on the dish? Yeah.
With this, we did hear from Miss Helen Brown on the call earlier today, along with her staff, Miss Karen Briscoe and Miss Beverly Tom. And so with that, Ms. Helen Brown, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, other members of the Budget and Finance Committee. It's A to everyone. My colleague, Elfrida Lee, Senior Auditor, should also be on the call. She's the auditor that performed this audit of the Department of Family Services, and I've asked her to present the audit report. We also contacted Ms. Regina Yazzie with the department. I understand she's also on the call. I know she was this morning. Hopefully she's still on the call. So with that being said, let me turn the floor over to Elfrida Lee.
Good afternoon, Budget and Finance Committee members. I'm going to present the audit report that was issued December 31st, 2019, the special review of the Department of Family Services. There were 4 findings. One is once a service provider invoice is received, it takes the Navajo Nation 4 to 101 days to pay providers. Number 2, monthly service provider invoices accumulate an average of 3 months before DFS receives sufficient revenues to pay providers. DFS lacks a process to ensure service providers submit timely invoices as required by the Memorandum of Agreements. With most service provider invoices exceeding $50,000, DFS protocol requires multiple levels of approval delaying payments. So within the audit report, I would like to turn over to Appendix A and B, and that's towards the end of the audit report. And hold on, I'm on page, let's see. So in Appendix A, it will show you that these are the service providers at the time we did the audit and where they're located. And then, of course, the nation has memorandum of agreements with all of the service providers. And then if you go to Table 3, it will show you how the funding is coming into the nation. It's not a steady stream of revenue. And so it is, we averaged about maybe $1 million a month to pay the service provider services. But as you can see from Table 3, the revenue stream doesn't come in sometimes way later. And so when we did the audit, there was 12.1 million at the time that had been expended. And if you look at Appendix B, the scope of the audit that we looked at was June 1st, 2018 through May 31st, 2019. And the details of the audit report begin as you can see after the table of contents. We have more details on each finding. And then we also offered recommendations to each finding. And that will be the presentation of the Office of the Auditor General's audit report. Thank you.
Okay, so Delegate Sagerville, you have Department of Family Services on the line. Would you like to speak?
Oh, yeah. I understand that. I'm not sure if Miss Regina Yazzie is still on the call. If you could present this audit.
Good afternoon, committee members. Yes, this is Regina Yazzie, Department Manager for Department of Family Service. I came over here to Department of Family Service in 2020. This audit happened before my time. Nonetheless, I addressed the corrective action plan. There was one initially that was initially submitted to the Auditor General's office by the prior manager. And so when I came on board here, there were some questions as to getting it amended, as it was not sufficient in certain areas. So based on that, I went back and met with the staff here at the time to go over the findings and to get their take on what they understood at the time back in 2018 and 19 report. So we internally discussed the flow chart that we developed. I didn't develop this on my own. It was something that I worked with the staff on regarding the accounting staff, the contract analysts, which starts all the way from the beginning with the clerical staff, getting the documentation into the office, and then it flows from there in terms of the flow chart of moving the documents along, so there is no delay with one staff. So at the time, we had our clerical here, we had our computer information person here, we then had the contract analysts do their review, and then it moved on to the accounting section for processing of the receiving record, and then we had some timelines that we put in place in terms of getting these documents moved along. And if there were some questions or discrepancies that were noticed, then those were things that the contract analyst would work directly with the vendor to get those discrepancies resolved quickly. This is still the process. In my second amendment of the flow chart, it stated September 13, 2021. So that is still in place. We have, even though we're lacking staff because we have staff that have retired and some that have moved along, we are continuing our best to get these documentation reviewed and moved along to the contract analyst, and then with the assistance of the executive office here with their accounting manager, then assist us in getting the receiving record and the payments and documents submitted to the Office of the Controller for payout. So we are short-staffed since, as I stated, short-staffed because people have retired back in September of 2021. That is my response, Mr. Chair and committee members. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Yazi. Ado, Kwegishi, Adnada Kitnyeba Adotli. Thank you, Chair.
Good evening, thank you for your presentation. Committee members, any questions or comments regarding what was presented to us? It's a recommendation for accepting the corrective action plan.
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Commissioner Da, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. My question would be, thank you, Chef, for sponsoring this, and shout out Ms. Yazi for being on the line, though I think Ms. Deanna Gishy was also on the line. So in terms of this legislation, with the corrective action plan and seeing the time it takes for providers to be paid, what is the impact for direct services? So I'm looking at who was expecting payment, and these are our most vulnerable population, right? Like Tohatchi, Opportunity, the Taos, the other one. So there's a correlating direct impact. So are these corrective action plans, then is that the assumption then the division is going to be able to correct this working with OOC? Is there a capacity issue? And are there best practices where we could then turn around some of these federal funding so that we don't disturb how direct services are provided to our most vulnerable populations? Thank you, Chairman Henio and committee members.
Thank you, Allah, for that question. Any further questions for Shnada, Budget and Finance Committee? If not, Shnada, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, response to your agent.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Shamasana Kwenadal Kidi. I know that this seems to be some of the issues that they continue to face. Ishikwegi, Ms. Regina Yazing, Ms. Yazi, if you can respond. Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Honorable Delegate Crotty. Yes, impacts have happened and continue to happen when payments are not made in a timely fashion as they should be. That is correct. Regardless, these receiving records, the issue really is having the invoices and the documentation submitted to our office from the vendor and if there are corrections or discrepancies, then there's this back and forth that happens that can go on for a few weeks in terms of making corrections. So it starts from there in terms of getting the invoices timely, getting them in and getting them reviewed, and then getting them processed onto the finance department. So for those ones that come in with no concerns, then they are reviewed and processed forward. So as I stated, it is a capacity concern as well because, as I stated, we have staff who have retired. We have positions that are being advertised. We're in the process of advertising the other positions here in terms of accounting positions. So the capacity itself, yes, but regardless, the concern is that we find staff here that are already here to assist in getting them processed, the receiving record, and getting those submitted to the Office of the Controller. Once it's over there, then yes, there's also a concern there with the Controller's office where it can take them several weeks to process a receiving record or an invoice payment. So, and they can speak for themselves, but I'm just saying here that once we submit it, it is taking them several weeks to process. So then we're getting phone calls in terms of, and emails in terms of how soon or how quickly the vendor can be paid out or reimbursed for their services. We then begin with our contract analyst, then is coordinating directly with the controller's office and getting updates and getting information as to their progress of getting it processed. So yes, that can take several weeks, but nonetheless, the communication between our office and the vendor is ongoing on a daily basis as well. Phone calls are being returned, emails are being returned with questions and answers and so on. So services all the way around, yes, it's impacted when there are delays. And there is a capacity concern, not only with our office in terms of limited staffing, but however, there's also, again, I don't know all the ins and outs of the Office of Controller in terms of their timeliness or processing procedures and so on. But there is a delay. So, but we, Department of Family Service, we're doing our best to move it along internally here, the reviews and getting them over to the finance office and getting it processed that way. That is my response, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that response. Any further questions or comments, Budget and Finance Committee members?
Chair Henyo, this is Delegate Cruddy.
Councilor Dow, you have the floor.
So I just wanted to, I have a digital copy, so I'm looking at the correction or the audit report, and it looks, so on my page 14 of 29, but that's page 7 of the exhibit, there's a section that says Navajo Nation Memorandum of Agreements. And there's a section that, identifies the 164 SAS review process that was revised in 2018. The Navajo Nation determines who will review contracts and agreements, which may or may not include former 164 SAS reviewers, because the intent of the revised process was to expedite. But I don't know, it doesn't seem, it seems like there's other folks who are involved other than the Department of Family Services. So do we have the Office of the Controller on the line, that the contract accounting section? And it also then states an issue that I know Vice Chair Smith has raised, waiting for contract numbers to be assigned. I think that also should, although this is a corrective action plan for the department, as the oversight, we should understand how all of these entities work together and then what are the solutions, if I may ask that question. Thank you, Chairman Henny.
Thank you for that question. Officer the Controller, is there Mr. Willie, I see you on the line?
Mr. Chair, this is Robert Williams, still here.
Now, we can help answer some questions on behalf of the Controller's Office.
Sure. The question that I had heard Delegate Crowdy ask was about the contract administration, that being purchasing, and how they assign the numbers. I don't know if you want me to get into specifics or just give a general overview of that. If I could have direction on that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Willie, if you could take us through the process of that, it would be helpful.
Okay, so Delegate Crowdy did bring up the 164. The previous method was that the entity that wanted a contract sent through, so a program would send through a 164, it would go through OMB, Office of the Controller, Business Regulatory would have to review it. And I believe insurance was one of the issues because it's not actually on the form, but they need to have some input on that. DOJ was another one of the actual reviewers on the form for these contracts. And DOJ, if they did not get any direction from insurance, they'd cite that as a deficiency on the contract. Once it passes DOJ, then it goes to the President's office. Once the President signs off on it, then the document gets sent back to the Controller's office, to the purchasing section. Hence there, if all the deficiencies has been cleared, the contract is set up. But there's some instances where a program bypasses the 164 process and gets the President's signature on it, which constitute an executed contract, but there are still deficiencies, and that leaves the Navajo Nation to liability, such as insurance or other areas which did not get covered. We try to get the program to cover those deficiencies so that the contract can get encumbered. So that's basically the whole process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that response. Back to the committee. Any further questions or comments? Are there any further questions for on this legislation? Hearing none, we'll call for the question to legislation. Ms. Springer, if you would.
Yes, Chair, I can do that. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knizba Crotty, how do you vote?
This is Delegate Crotty, and I'll vote green. Thank you, Shadija.
Honorable Amber Knizba Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is excused. Chair, you have 3 members in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Okay, thank you
I
for
vote
that
green.
roll call. Oh, Vice Chair Smith?
Yes, I vote green. Oh, it's muted.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith. So chair, that makes the vote 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
So I changed the vote to 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Legislation receives a due pass, and believes Budget and Finance is final authority on this legislation, 0036-22. With this, moving forward, legislation is 0038-22, sponsored by Chairman Daniel So. Che, are you on the line? Chairman Daniel So. Delegate Paul Begay Jr. or Delegate Edison Wanika. First call, then Chairman Daniel So, or Delegate Paul Begay Jr. or Edison J. Wanika. First call. Second call, Chairman Daniel Eso, Delegate Paul Begay, Delegate Edison Wanika. Third and final call, Chairman Daniel So, Delegate Paul Begay, or Delegate Edison Wanika. We don't have the sponsor present for legislation 0038-22. Understand they are meeting off-site somewhere. So we'll move forward to legislation 0014-22. Again, sponsored by Chairman Daniel So. Chairman Daniel So, first call. Chairman Daniel Eso, second call. Chairman Daniel So, third and final call. No sponsor for legislation 00144-22. So we'll move forward to legislation 0027-22. Shananta, Delegate Mark Freeland, are you still on the line with us?
I'm here, Shana. Thank you. I was muted.
With that, Peggy, if you would read legislation to the record for us, please.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. This is a proposed standing committee resolution assigned to Resources and Development Committee, thence Budget and Finance Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year 2022, introduced by Mark Freeland, sponsor, tracking number 0027-22, an act relating to the Resources and Development and Budget and Finance Committee, accepting the Auditor General's audit report of the Fish and Wildlife Department, FWD, and the corrective action plan proposed by FWD. It has the referenced exhibits, the report from the Auditor General, as well as the response on the final draft of the audit report with the CAP, the corrective action plan. The Internet Public Review had no comments for the first report. Resources and Development Committee has a due pass with no amendment and a vote tally sheet that's attached. that's the reading of the legislation 0027-.
Okay, Sheila, thank you for that reading. Is there a motion to accept this resolution as read?
Motion, Delegate Begay.
Motion by Shenandoah, Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Is there a second? Motion by Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Is there a second?
I'll second this.
Second,
Delegate
Delegate Crotty.
A second by Shenandoah, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. We do have a motion and a second. So with this, Delegate Mark Freeland should select, and I believe the Auditor General is also on the line. So I'll give you some time to introduce the legislation. We'll defer to the Auditor General for their report after that. Delegate Freeland.
Budget and Finance Committee members, good afternoon. This is a legislation presented to you, the Budget and Finance Committee members, in relation to the Fish and Wildlife Department's audit that was conducted in the corrective action plan process that will take force. I really want to give some time over to the Auditor General and have her or have them discuss the findings, and then we can answer any questions or any comments, take any comments after that, Shanta. But it's just a corrective action plan in relation to the audit that was conducted by the Auditor General to the Navajo Fish and Wildlife Department. Thank you, Shanta.
Thank you, Ella, for your short presentation. And with that, Ms. Helen Brown.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Good afternoon to everyone. This legislation, as Delegate Freeland explained, is a audit report that we did for the Department of Fish and Wildlife. It's a performance audit. This was an engagement that we had outsourced, and it was completed by Moss Adams. We actually started this engagement back in December 2019. That's when we had our entrance meeting with the department and Moss Adams. And the firm worked with the department pretty much. They did their first on-site visit back in December 2019, the latter part. And then they worked with the department closely. And then in February, they were also back on site to visit the program. And then in March, mid-March is when we had an exit meeting with Fish and Wildlife to present the audit reports, and Moss Adams presented their findings. And so, but right after that, of course, the Navajo Nation government closed because of the COVID pandemic. And so essentially the audit was put on hold during that time. And then, of course, we came back, I believe, in August of 2020, but things were slowly getting back into place because of the COVID pandemic. So it was not until December 2020 that myself and Beverly Tom, my colleague, the senior auditor, she was a project manager assigned for this project. Her role was to work with Moss Adams and Fish and Wildlife to complete this engagement. So we resumed that audit back in the early part of December 2020. We worked with Fish and Wildlife and Moss Adams to clarify the findings, some areas that Fish and Wildlife disagreed with. And so we worked with them on that. And then we issued the report in June 2021. And then thereafter, we started working with Fish and Wildlife on their corrective action plan. This was a back and forth process. And then we finally agreed on the cap that is part of the legislation today in November 2021. And of course, I also want to mention that, as I said, this was outsourced to Moss Adams. This was a performance audit for a 2-year period covering 2018 and 2019. So the cost of this audit was approximately $58,000 initially, but I had to increase this contract by another $10,600 because the response from Fish and Wildlife, some with regards to records and addressing some of the requests that were being made by the auditors were not being provided in a timely fashion. So in order to complete this audit, Moss Adams and my office had to agree on increasing the contract. So this performance audit costs our office $68,600. So that's just to share information with the committee to enlighten you on how much it costs to do these performance audit. The report that's going to be presented by Ms. Tom, she will do it in summary form in the interest of time for the committee. I know you still have some agenda items, but it is a long report, but there's valuable information that was presented by Moss Adams with regards to the performance aspects of the Department of Fish and Wildlife. They offer some good recommendations for the program. We're going to continue working with Fish and Wildlife after hopefully the committee's support and approval of their cap. They will have 1 year to implement that cap, and then we'll be back thereafter to do a follow-up. But in the meantime, we will continue to work with Fish and Wildlife to address these audit issues. But I believe it's good information for the program and making improvements going forward, and especially for critical services that they provide for the Navajo Nation. So with that being said, let me turn it over to Beverly Tom, and she'll provide the summary of the findings. Beverly?
Good afternoon. This is Beverly Tom, Senior Auditor of the Office of the Auditor General. I will be providing a summary of the findings and recommendations that are on page 2. There are 14 findings for this audit report. The first finding is, although the department leverages KPIs to monitor performance towards annual goals, current KPIs do not present a complete picture of the department's function and are often activity-based rather than outcome-based. There is a recommendation following the development of a long-term strategic plan, evaluating existing KPIs to ensure each goal has correlating KPIs, and therefore KPIs present a complete picture of department operations and measures impact where possible. For finding 2, the department lacks comprehensive, updated policies and procedures to support consistent operations. Recommendation, develop comprehensive, up-to-date policies and procedures to support operational continuity. Finding 3, the department's enforcement effectiveness is limited due to low staffing levels and a lack of cooperation from district courts in monitoring cases and remitting fine revenues. A recommendation, evaluate staff levels for the animal control program and wildlife law enforcement to enhance overall enforcement presence and efforts. Establish a process to receive regular updates on cases and revenues collected from fines issued with the district court to monitor the efficiency of the enforcement efforts. Finding 4, although the department conducts regular budget to actual monitoring on a funding source basis, it struggled to expend available grant funding while overexpending enterprise funds. Recommendation, conduct quarterly meetings with department management to discuss budget to actual reports and identify strategies to best leverage available funding sources. Finding 5, the department conducts performance reporting on grant agreements but did not record submission dates for quarterly performance reports. Recommendation, establish a process to record submission dates for performance reports in order to ensure compliance with grant requirements. Finding 6, the department did not have complete records to support each P-card issue, including a completed P-card application and cardholder agreement, and the department's purchase made on P-card did not consistently comply with procurement rules and regulations. A recommendation, ensure compliance with procurement rules and regulations through staff education of the policy, comprehensive record keeping, and diligent P-card review and approval process. Finding 7, we did not identify any instances of non-compliance related to executed contracts with procurement rules and regulations. However, the department may not be adhering to contract requirements for item purchased on P-card. A recommendation, maintain all compliance-related documentation related to contracts and contract-specific files. Ensure compliance with procurement rules and regulations on purchases of goods and service made through P-cards. Finding 8, control over travel such as travel approval, justification memos, and submission of itemized receipts were not consistently on file. Our recommendation, reinforce appropriate controls to ensure travel is appropriate, approved, and meets expense report requirements. Finding 9, the department property inventory is not up to date and does not have complete information. Our recommendation, implement an asset management system or process and conduct a comprehensive inventory of the department's property to ensure all necessary items are tagged and appropriately tracked over time. Ensure personal property is stored separately from department property. Finding 10, the department does not maintain up-to-date property listings or records for when property is returned from employees who left employment with the department. Our recommendation, institutionalize the requirement for employees to provide a memo of return property to the department upon leaving employment. Conduct an inventory of property checked out to employees and compile a comprehensive listing in employees' file. Finding 11, the department did not maintain complete records of the selection process for hiring employees, and employees began employment prior to final approval from the Department of Personnel Management. Recommendation, ensure all firm selected files are maintained to protect the department from claims of inconsistent hiring practices. Work with CPM to clarify whether approval needs to occur prior to an employee starting work. Finding 12, most employees receive minimal internal trainings to enhance their knowledge, skills, and abilities. A recommendation, develop individualized employee learning plans to identify and address ongoing training needs. Finding 13, approximately half of the employee certification has listed position job descriptions were not able to be located. Recommendation, ensure job descriptions for positions are up to date and include accurate certification requirements. Managers should complete annual certification checks to ensure requirements are met for their employees. Finding 14, a minority of performance appraisals were completed late. Recommendation, ensure managers complete performance appraisal in a timely manner by establishing a tracking system. Those are the 14 findings for this audit report, and as the report was read into record, there is a response made by the department to the audit findings as well, and a corrective action plan was developed by the department as well. And I'll give the floor back to Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Beverly, for that presentation of the findings. Again, as we explained, we will continue to work with the Department of Fish and Wildlife in addressing the corrective action plan. This is an ongoing process that we have with all programs and departments for which we audit. So we're asking for the committee's support today with regards to the corrective action plan and allowing us to assist the program in addressing these audit issues and hopefully making improvements going forward. So that completes our presentation from our office. So we're open to any questions you may have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the audit report. Defer back to Delegate Freeland. You have agents from the Fish and Wildlife on hand.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Henio. Can you hear me?
Yes, you have the floor. Oh.
Good afternoon, Chairman Henio. This is
Chairman, I'm sorry, I was muted. My apologies. I was muted. I do have clear tongue. My apologies. Go ahead, Ms. Tom. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Delegate Freeland. Mr. Chairman and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, my name is Gloria Tom. I'm the director for the Department of Fish and Wildlife. and have been in this capacity since 1998. And as Ms. Helen Brown mentioned, the Department of Fish and Wildlife was audited, a performance audit was conducted in 2019 and 2020 timeframe, with the final audit findings being issued sometime around March of this past year. The Department of Fish and Wildlife cooperated fully with the contracted auditors, Moss Adams Group. And we have continuously provided requested information throughout the time frame that was mentioned. And as each draft report was provided by the auditors, the department submitted responses, and I believe those are attached to the legislation. I do want to provide a sort of a summarized response to several of the findings, as the department has noted that there were some issues that were basically not resolved with the auditors. And if I may, I'd like to go through those and run through those briefly. The first thing I want to say is that finding number one addresses the lack of adequate planning that the department has. The Department of Fish and Wildlife has not only a annual work plan and master plan, which contains objectives for each fiscal year for each of the programs within the department. In addition to that, we have a strategic plan in place which ends this year, and we are currently in the process of updating that strategic plan. And the time frame for that plan would be from 2022 to 2032. Within that strategic plan, we've identified priorities for wildlife management and fisheries and plants and habitats. And we've identified challenges and stressors to each of those. And basically that formulates the management goals for several species, including the golden eagle, mule deer, and mountain lion and desert bighorn sheep. Item number one, which is basically indicating that the department lacks a comprehensive plan. The department took note to specify that we are heavily engaged in a planning process each year. As a matter of fact, we do have a fiscal year plan in place prior to the onset of that particular year's general fund budgeting process. In regards to finding number two, where the auditors indicate that we lacked comprehensive updated policies and procedures to support our operations. And you're going to find that this is a common theme throughout our response, in that the department had continuously provided information to the auditors, not only in person, but also in electronic format. And the auditors have indicated to us that they failed to receive those documents. But we do have an internal policy manual specifically for the department and its employees, and different policies that are contained in that policy manual include procedures for dealing with injured animals, injured wildlife, orphaned wildlife. We also have procedures in place that govern our donation program with big game hunting. We also have other procedures that govern everyday routine employee procedures related to leave requests or uniform policies. And basically the auditors fail to acknowledge that policy manual. under finding 3, the department was basically recommended that we work with the judicial branch in acquiring the revenues, the fines and the fees that violators are mandated to pay, that the department secure through legislation the ability to utilize those revenues, those fines, and those fees for our enforcement programs, namely our wildlife law enforcement program and also our animal control program. And the only comment that we had there was the fact that all of the fees, all of the violations that are paid by violators are basically given to the district courts, and that goes for anything, not only our enforcement activity, but also our Division of Public Safety and other DNR law enforcement programs. All of those fines are paid directly to those courts, and we don't ever see those back. So in terms of making changes to that, that would involve a much larger scale than just our department. Under finding number 4, we were it was noted that in that particular year that the auditors reviewed our enterprise funding. We had at that time excess or savings in our enterprise fund, which big game hunt fees and fishing permit fees and those types of fees are deposited into that enterprise fund. We had a large amount of savings in that particular year, and so we requested to utilize those savings to pay for a project. And so therefore it was noted that we overexpended, I think, 250%, which is only applicable for that particular year. In other years, we've been on track in terms of our expenditure levels. And we did make that known to the auditors. Under finding 7, we were told that we were not following our Navajo Nation procurement rules and regulations, and that we were not complying with contract requirements for items purchased on P cards. And we repeatedly reminded the auditors that Navajo Nation purchase cards cannot be used for operational purchases on external fund accounts and contracts. However, it was noted that we were not complying with the rules in that case. Finding number 8, again, the auditors indicated that all of our travel documents were not in place for those employees whose travel files were audited. And they indicated that each of these employees did not have itemized receipts for their meals in those files. And again, Navajo Nation policy for those years that were audited did not require itemized meal receipts. The purchase card policy just had a per diem rate, a standard per diem rate in place, and so therefore employees were not required to have itemized receipts. And then the final finding that we raised an issue with was finding 13, which indicated that for the employees who were audited, a selected few, they did not have their required certifications in their personnel folders, which we took serious opposition to, because of all of the employees' files that they reviewed. They were provided copies of all of those certifications, and namely like the animal control officers that were employed that they reviewed, they are required to have a National Animal Control Association certification in order to be certified as an animal control officer, and all of those documents were provided to the auditors. However, they continuously indicated that they never received those. I don't know if this discrepancy was due to the fact that we had government shutdowns during that time, but I do want to say, and I want to commend my staff for continuing to work with the auditors through the pandemic, through those government closures that we were dealing with. We did the best that we could in terms of providing the information that was requested. And I feel that in spite of these issues that we raised, the department and our management team, we developed this corrective action plan to address those findings, and we're not waiting for a year to implement these. We're actually, with this current fiscal year, we're beginning the implementation of our corrective actions as soon as the beginning of this fiscal year. So I do want to commend my staff. I do feel that we have an exceptionally performing department. And we do the best that we can for not only our wildlife resources, but also for our people. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present before the Budget and Finance Committee today. And I want to thank Delegate Freeland for sponsoring this legislation. Thank you.
Mr. Tom, for your presentation on behalf of the Fish and Wildlife Department. This Delegate Freeland, does that complete your presentation to the Budget and Finance Committee?
Well, Eddie, thank you.
Okay, with that, floor is open. Since our Budget and Finance Committee, any questions, comments? Hearing none. Since there are no further questions or comments, I'll call for the question to accept the corrective action plan as recommended by the Nomination Auditor General's Office. Ms. Springer, if you would lead us in a roll call vote.
Yes, Chair, I can do that. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty, how do you vote?
Shabeja, this is Delegate Crotty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is excused. Chair, you have 4 members in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting.
Thank you for that roll call vote. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. Though with that, my Budget and Finance is the final authority.
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Wanika. I was calling in.
Okay, Figa. Senator Delegate Edison Wanika. Senator Delegate Amber Knezba Crotty.
Yes, Chairman Henyo, what I just wanted to mention, I don't know if Vice Chair Otto is still on the line, but in this report, in the auditor's report back, there was an issue where the courts did not respond to the outcomes of the citation. I just wanted to raise that as an issue, Chair Henyo, if we could, if maybe our advisor can let the Law and Order Committee know that's one of the challenges for Fish and Wildlife. Thank you, Chair.
Like the Sheikh with that, if we can note that in the committee report, Peggy, would that be possible?
Yes, I can note that, and I can also send a copy of the legislation to the advisor as well as the committee members, Chair, and noting the page numbers of those in the cap.
Thank you.
for that. With that, moving forward to the next item on our agenda, which is item legislation 0029-22, sponsored by Delegate Mark Freeland and Navajo. So with that, if you could read that legislation into the record.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This legislation was assigned to Resources and Development Committee, then Budget and Finance Committee. Budget and Finance Committee has final authority. Proposed Standing Committee Resolution 24th Navajo Nation Council 4th Year 2022, introduced by Mark Freeland, sponsor tracking number 0029-22, an act relating to the Resources and Development and Budget and Finance Committee, accepting the Auditor General's audit report of the Standing Rock chapter and the chapter's proposed corrective action plan. And the exhibits that are attached include the report from the Office of the Auditor General, and then also the finalized cap from the chapter. The Internet Public Review has no comments. The Resources and Development Committee has a report that indicates do pass with no amendments, with a vote tally sheet that's attached. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that reading of the legislation. So with that, is there a motion to accept this legislation?
Motion, Delegate McKay.
Yeah, the motion by Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Is there a second?
I'll second this, Delegate Brown.
Appreciate a second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. With this, select Delegate Mark Freeland. You have the floor.
Hakushina, Akela, Yananateshnatai, colleagues of the Budget and Finance Committee members, Budget and Finance Committee members, Nathanigi, adult staff, Nathanigi, good afternoon. Today we have legislation related to corrective action plan for TI chapter. I do have my chapter officials as well as the administrative team on the call this afternoon. My president, Johnny Johnson, Honorable Johnny Johnson, President, Auto Vice President, Phyllis Waleto Lancer, Vice President, Auto Secretary Treasurer, Alva Tom, and then our Community Service Coordinator, Janice Padilla, our Land Board, Clinton Jim. So those are officials at TI chapter, and I want to thank the Office of Auditor General again for conducting this audit report, and I want to thank my chapter as well, Shanakai, for them providing information as well as starting the corrective action plan that's presented as well. If I can give some time to my chapter president, Shanakai, our leader, Honorable Johnny Johnson, for just an introduction and a little bit of insight, if he can, Chairman Shanakai.
With this, we'll give him time after the Auditor General gives their report. And then after that, we could we'll go to Mr. Chapter President Johnny Johnson. So, Ms. Helen Brown.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is a legislation regarding Standing Rock chapter. This is an audit that we actually also outsource. We had a firm assist us in completing this chapter audit. That was the firm of Heinfield and Meach. My colleague Karen Briscoe was the project manager on this engagement. Again, she worked closely with the firm and the chapter to make sure that the audit was completed. And so let me go ahead and turn it over to her, and she can cover the audit findings. Karen?
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Karen Briscoe with the Office of the Auditor General. I'll be presenting the internal audit of the Standing Rock chapter. This report was issued in December of 2019. The auditors, Heinfeld, Meach and Company, they looked at a period of 12-month period ending June 2019, and they had 5 audit findings. Finding 1 was it stated payroll activities were not properly tracked, recorded, and or documented. We looked at a sample of 25 transactions, and some of the issues that they noted were that employees were not required to sign timesheets. So changes in the timesheet hours did not get approval from employees. Timesheet reported different hours worked in comparison to the hours paid. Payroll transactions are not accurately coded in the accounting system based on a chart of accounts. Required I-9 forms were incomplete. There's no timesheet on file. Voided checks had no supporting documents to support voiding of the check. Employee files did not have required parent consent forms and employment applications. And then on finding 2, it states travel activities were not being calculated, tracked, or documented appropriately. They looked at 35 travel activities. Some of the issues that they noted were that mileage reimbursement calculations were inaccurate. Amounts reimbursed for meals and lodging were in excess of allowable amounts. OTA form, traveler was reimbursed more than the approved amount. Estimates for travel advance amounts were inaccurate. Finding 3, cash disbursements were not properly supported by documentation, coded in accordance with chart of accounts, and duties were not segregated. They reviewed 30 disbursements, and there were some of the issues they noted: no segregation of duties. CSC had access to print checks and also sign checks. Disbursements were not accurately coded in the accounting system based on the chart of accounts. Fund approval forms were missing signatures or were dated after the goods or services were received. Were missing invoices and fund approval forms. Some disbursements didn't have an approved budget. Check signers signed their own check. Finding 4, cash receipts were not deposited in a timely manner, did not always agree to supporting documentation, and were not coded correctly or fully reconciled. They looked at 25 cash receipts. Some of the issues that they noted were the amount recorded in the accounting records didn't agree with the bank deposit records. There were untimely deposits of receipts. Receipts were inaccurately recorded in the accounting system based on chart of accounts. Check numbers, money orders, numbers are not recorded to receipts. Unrecorded receipts in the accounting system. Amount of receipts not accurately posted in the accounting system. And finding 5, it states 1 budget transfer was made prior to obtaining chapter approval. And then they had some other issues too that they noted, which states that there was no conflict of interest file was not maintained to disclose relationships between staff officials and vendors, and no disclosure to ethics and rules as required by policies when it's required for anyone to be involved in a related party transaction. So those are all the issues that were noted. The chapter staff and the officials, they worked together to develop a corrective action plan. We reviewed that and accepted their corrective action plan. And they also had the community approve their corrective action plan through chapter resolution. So basically we're here to, our office, the Office of the Auditor General and the chapter are here to ask the committee for approval of the audit report and the chapter's corrective action plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ella, for the report. And now, back to Sonata, Delegate Mark Freeland, and with your introduction of Standing Rock Chapter. Sonata, Delegate Mark Freeland.
Is there Sonata? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm there. I'm here.
We can hear you.
Okay. Today I have my agent, Honorable Johnny Johnson, the chapter president, who's going to be providing some response to the auditor's report. Thank you, Santa.
Santa, President Johnson, who's all on the call with you from the chapter?
Shunai. Good afternoon, Honorable Delegate Jamie in your chair. Otto in the honorable delegates, Budget and Finance, Summer P. BK, Otto Nathaniel Brown, Otto Delegate Amber Crotty, Otto Shannon, Otto and the Honorable Raymond Smith. Johnny Johnson and she, Otto, but Annie and Slino Tobazna, as Bashin, the Tlani Dashi. Naldo Torhet, Lini Dashi. Otto Kodo official, but now his Strado, but in Shkre, that's all the Yato. My Madam Vice President Phyllis Walato Lancer, Otto Madam Secretary, Treasurer Alva Tom, Otto my administration, Community Service Coordinator Janice Padilla, Otto and the Honorable Delegate. He's our sponsor, and our land board. Land board is excused. Auditor General, but the staff, Helen Brown, we also welcome, we welcome the audit, and it's a good performance audit so that we know where we stand in our Navajo Nation local government. So guidelines. So if you want me to elaborate more on the rest of the corrective actions, Mr. Chair.
Maybe we can just go down the line and for your chapter officials, introduce themselves to the committee, and then from there, all these findings that were identified, how the chapter plans to address it, or
Nana Hakoshi, Kuroshida visit to the sound update data holding. So I go with my Madam Vice President.
Yate Budget and Finance Committee though the nice to Kanigi Phyllis Waleto Lancer Asia to Higlini Shaki Ani Bashashi Katnesaneta Shache Todich in National Kota Asan Aro Koro K is a die a Kota a chapter vice president. Okay.
Good morning, Yate, committee chair and committee members. My name is Alva R. Tom, and I'm the chapter secretary treasurer for the Standing Rock chapter. And she kia anim so turitini e pashin tobashna ajay dash chedo chishe dash naledi koretse. You're welcome.
Yat She'e, Janice Padilla. I'm the Community Service Coordinator from Say chapter. And good afternoon, Mr. Chair and the committee members. Thank you.
We'll go down the list of the audit. here, with Navajo Nation Auditor General and Nihina Nestadnil is Nihito no Nihija Eliad, I think we know Haidashi Aya. Eben Aya Kwan Haid Day, December of 2019, Dashi Aya. Kodo Aya Benachet Nihina Nesnahanel in Ketawada Iniki. That has Argo Aya Heisto, Cragit and Dazdilla. Nishito Nation and I. A large and Lenigi area payroll activities were not being properly tracked because recorded and on documents. Joko kwe na hot donda otas link do belatas legishi anhichi na hot yo haza ida ba honit sind ana rede oder hot an hitlos so die stinde kwe da na hot nina ne AMS lenigi do la hollong da tana khadoste ahla na na bikna hodi ni do ahla Hanadel nicht akon administration just na hot dalo inadnish. Dort ach no we had oder hot ende betreid asana khizdat ja schon klar. Nacha und es da khashinel da und khast ilane hot haza. Ko khajota nil in do auditor general office asje hindit jo ko edit hast delia. خلينا نشتغل لها نو جيدا AMS بس لا كون هجو time sheet دقي payroll بهوينت إنجي جو هش إدور نيخا نو إيديليا so shall implement the new time sheet كو time sheet إني دي لا إيديليا أجي نال نسبيجي كان يل نبتاتو خا break إني يل إنتو خا نال لا ناتينتو جهلي دقي إلى تأكيد أدا دو خيلني كتانو جو ديليا خو كديس صوزو أهدا كروبند أنش أدو إن دخيك إنز إندو خي لنا أسلكتو جي administration إنن إندو يجي كاني أدو نخي كرو official نتلني يعني جوجو تال أدو إن دا خط دنا كده أخير كاد نغا آت إنن إندو يجي كان يجي وآهت إلهم دول يحسون نتي وتأيست أديل يا روبن بيونش خارج شيء استهج أرو overtime هني لو راهنا نته سابينا ده نيشتون ده إسنا أجد ده نيشتون ده بالله ده نيش إدي أرو ده هن داتي أبنا هو سأجون جو نيشتو نيتا ko ebike ho ya tiji anal indojana tahido which is lagi kanadilia ajo hotona naso ko ede enal sos overtime biga hone do time sheet plante ajo hota istanadilia ahonanate nare AMS stores and service coordinator ajo kites in hero a kid 90 kido hadara na hoti halle ho ajo kalati Ado in the Kuna, da Abiyado not code diggy. Jo is a post payroll. Jo Aji Soda Hundanat Shida Nido, Bukada Liad, and then what Kade Bukad Nisto Ndanil into he Besoya Hanal Sosis and the Besoya Hadani Kites Aji administration is. Aro Abiyaro Dindo Slado was Tragon and Abuka on page 2. AMS Abananas Lananish. Satana Adol Nilo. Gwen Hanad and Shigi Nalsosis Nalido. بدأت إيراد هذا دليارو هذا دليارو أي ناين نيدا إيراد ناس صوزو ليش خدنا دليارو هذا إيه بهذا أني بديل صوت Auto in the CSC shall review na personal file each month. Auto kat na kidi le hata. Joker internet to edo da sana ni kia da data. Auto AMS shall avoid check with written justification. Jo had even ya do chose do ya hanana. Jo edo that hashit to chido into lahoda de ska. He joishin al sospetas all this neje. Yehuda ebe hadasit. Auto in the upon approval, AMS shall will mark void check as void. Edo trago. Jonsgebit onshida bokado leshido. Void the bokado leshida. Auto in the secretary treasurer joy kandidat kotas kidney nilgi. Indo da kula jot edo lish. Auto in the parental consent nigi almashin yajna lish. So edo so Lanido lish amado jen leni tashi ni lada escaldo da hot in kokade ya edi jo parental consent ibid astono lish. Ado in the nahunda ya bazo esenel dolish. Wahat no she shows in the da initial lish. Chiniajan leni kuna not ela. Ado AMS da bananasla ensure employees' applications are filed. Fishing that is Neligin Lahan as Neldo, so as the Shigi application also. Hanet Ashe das Higi, you get an start Shande, Nijabansa, Keso also. Now, Holondo. Although CSC shall review all personal file, as Honlahan Nelto, to Corona administration in Indo, so as Hobi Rasla no in us. Quickly Indo the filed petition corrective action 1 Nana Hunege travel the roads and that's the Higi to Joe ya hita hizota. Aro to Joe biki desti Jojo hut and hello Hichaka or see. Asian thought out and the Christian in the road not alta. Kunde Hasha no weather lish. Joe Indo, they saw that Ni Honda State, those tiny dojo be the husband of this. I saw they bought on it, they are outsourced Elia, Nigin Rayo to Canal Kadebe has any federal travel guideline, Eddie Nikij. Yield so the Fatila Ado Tabidi, Nido, Edan, Hidan, Navajo Nation, Niki travel policy, Huldo, sovereign nation, Cleho. Edi bikaho in ronel teto il ebedin. Edi hota berjet ahada sit sido berjet sit ado da Auditor General hota ibestahilna. Bandal nishigi ko edi hota ado sa sit nigi. So there's general numbers here. It's not as is. Receipt hatat and out of connect the Yisha Hadani, Babakat and Navajo Nation, Ebika, Ada Ilia, so a co even a receipt the gave hatat and those how that. And if there's parking and other dust also to what I and the Eco Ede yet on Haba on a Sundoshan and die. I don't in the CSC and I and Sabas, Ladik, it is in nature, Dana Itle. Okay, I don't hit or hit now. Usually it's candle in Kodi Pisa, check at the Haidi, Nigi Hanet Ish, joke on the aid of Dadolish. Hit and snow, Joe Deco, a co idiot on Habahana Sundon, his Bahazan Dolish. I don't in the Lare and Yado meals were paid for travel within 50 miles. Naniki. Satnageni Hanaz Nishigi, Nare Formantino, Naya, Corona Nstobastahati, Wodohona Ya, home address, Edigi, Yistra, Bestahil Nado, Eda. I could not say Ado that the Yado Honda Sil, Ado Aquanata. kunde legislating sa thanige or abo ganona yada so ay bis hisa huilna kunde tahigi hudat dollars ne jigi do tahton hit on so ba honnet don hit bazna ni kunde ishin jo in khayns indo da nil indo the account maintenance do chapter service coordinator dan lini do an official net lini be ta honnet zendo so Ado in the estimate for travel advance, Edo, the 3% she said, Edibik Deadly Suko. 80 Robik Hoda Iliado, Hoda Il in there, Joe crowd on Jeho, Ziho, 80 do Hano Danil, Ko, Hajo, that's a bit out as big a how she that this day, Joe, who take a day, yes, I hope then the regional so ishin, because I'm not in the show, Edo the Yaho. Ongebaar van Sando, Nidigi in his bars and do nearly in a coco. Shinanta Edea, the Azjana Tahagi. Ado in the Red Hagun and Hikiji, so cast this person at Nigi. To a CSC has access to print checks and also sign check at no area. Oh, Eda ne hot happen, Nanigi Banad. Dus onze tada kort ape en also schedels indo check je niet Arabisch ik ga de separation at duty yangi aber hatten ko als kan deel go zo als je dat niet kan andali do hazo na lissan hana stashin da edigi as kahot tot ko ta on hil has hil na adolis kunde Hazobiki distinct on the stone ASC that Cranda with it, Banan Staholo, as a short staff, thoughts of done. A could unshin his bed hasn't done that was to Satasha had it so a better connection. I know in the posting of distribution are not based on the chart of account to Edo. Ishin Eda ni Saho Kutat Kundla Neja Hajo Kano Taho Keho Nasai Ishin Dan Stolese could the AMS Nigi shows a Hajon did not he lost bars and the coordinator Basala Isnat Stolisto officially cleaning his secretary treasurer in his larger go Kobikido support besan shida di nisho taiba hada si kundas khoe jo bihet nisto jo host da do lis ado inda belanda ilito inda nas hiten teto lis ko ado ndo na file da no jo ta screen the seat in the transfer has ado inda fund approval form to Hara del Ado Belanda Iliha Nipesabi Nasja. So Edo Sashi Otas Lindo Sashi those Hoda Deliad and there to Ekade asked for Lord Aya. Hota Best and the city Eque Hot A Hada del Nedos Kin Nilo John his head through planning or other form of discussion go Ado in the Belanda Ilha Jo Kotai. Really national. Although in the distributions were not supported by an FAF and vendor invoices. The AMS shall all support documents including invoices or attached with fund approval. Ishi nagade alle utility da weekend is yero alle weekend is dehisa such that Bahata tendo sashida do abudast on the Todas Hobudast on the Edas Hobusante, Hodea, Enaskit data list, Ado Crash Roba Cons and all the Sobaconits and Dodakidin. Because AJ Hot Assus Wanda seat in the 18 things cares other seats, so the kid by 9 Degi is going to be our AMS. But in the meantime, it's our administration. ARJ deals from the skin and the hip kidney that disbursements were made without an approved budget, budget alo be la le saho na ho kata lia jo hota ako khashint eshi na ho ti halle hota skin so alle bes khat senior center da pado akhida yego na ho ti halle ho sata da hot hinte ko edi da halsa doles khazon da nil insha no ko e ken da si nile ko did alle ba il ito be kiden da bella ba bella alle hinte for example if there's something that goes down at the senior center the Navajo Nation but on that okay but you know your castle the more or less lose the in the keep the castle quite things on nihi constituent nihi has twido nihi masan ba aja to alle banda ili hot ba kon nit zendo sa chi alle go to anda sto ba khada dil chi ben hodatsa ere hodat ako CSC ju ke des adon hido sa to ni ti as jo azon ya dolish akonde jo be landa ili so pes bahlo atten ko jo ko is transferred or alle na to kids hoy jo be hada si zido jo be kendat nit hote ischa ado in the kid check signature signature major signs their own check nigi shizida way the house out state of kid that la to ba from sandodo sbazan da ideya akoko edo to tajo ado hedolish so da hitan sound nit nobody no any demonstration between la ko kade yota be de ni lin shi den sna ya zo ije bes kan del go ala ni jen da ya gido reimbursement jo that he hodat ko zo case in the don han tos sa ado le jote ado inda stlana cash receipt no were not deposit in a timely manner ni na nsta holoro Nageo and has Ajo Galda, the Doka aim Estos, Tao Sata Avalao, the Ishka, Ado Secretary Treasurer than Dasnish, Ado Sado, Hisata Sadon and Delgo, a base on Daily. Ko Kachi, as in the road with Yene Tado, the farm to know the bank, Job Bank of America, Abis Bank, and so idea. Ita a hotel. Kade ya job get nit do this aro in the hajo hinda hi zoto hinda honel da il do this to ta be ta si zido personal traido nai jo anal do this aro in the big not le hego ko ya nit do this so ta ko ni check Secretary Treasury based on Nedi, so at the Hanage, so and although in the deposit were not made in a timely manner, many need about hasti, although in the revenue did not appear to be coded correctly. Ashida yel kan the do Azabaka, Edo zonal Roshashina, Jo, Hawan Shipin Yagi, I can take it as the Jodate. Because Hatabe, skating Kedo, Skate as Zido, Auditor General, the Finance, or a Bonet Zala John Hitini. Other end of the cash receipts did not pay 6 or 7 good area include the check or money order numbers. Jo beta zoto les nana AMS community development hen hasilado jo di hotedo les jo da be il ado be khadni ta hoy adi ching ya gente ado and that there were unreconciled differences in cash drawer and bank statement. Khashido hitan el answer shida da bo ne ido ado hedo les hoda jo bahas Donald Sospis Special so les no ba the city Ado in the but Ada hot as on the job the dot Ado Hisheda did also yeah, and I hot hode kijo da ya zo na rejigo ethics which hot nisto hot I be had a city down. Ebe da kunit na hot I insist in an other one budget transfer was made prior to obtaining chapter approval. ADG so AMS prepared the budget transfer they AMSA prepared the do even yeah ado in the state nas ACSC busy card the list oh ado in the chapter official gay in the list ado resolution the landa illa but a budget transfer loan as the secretary treasurer do you get this in the list account maintenance ado in the coordinator of Basala could yes best joy even the shield so on the city aro the conflict of interest nigi asi needs for hidi ni jo needing the hosin na da hidi no she cheated that hidi could la hota ko aron khanar shido da ini kede na da go higo konda ni ke hota yel khage jo ka askini tle official ni do khede in the job is tane da ilia arona kigone Nahanad and Shido a contract and Hanili. I don't know whether this was so Husband ni hot other Ede Yago so Altro Basbazen or Lesto Belanda is long and they hot agent Hanamish if Edo they study no ebe had city Arabic Eda Yarobe has Ani for the Nil Indo Ebic Ahoda Ido the short Nihena Nishideli Ashanant I call Kela budget finance in Hijat Banahishnet or less audit report Bahon Nagi Auditor General Office there Everson Day in store will continue working to make these improvements and we have no resentment or reservations to any questions and comments and recommendations. So with that Mr. Arnold, Delegate Freeland, and Mr. Chair Henio.
Kashina here announcement for your report. With this, Delegate Mark Freeland at Close Object for your presentation.
Okay, Allah, Shanat I, on the Budget Finance Committee members, yeah, that does conclude our presentation in response to the corrective action plan and the audit findings as presented by the Office of Auditor General. Johnny, thank you, as well as the team there, Standing Rock. Thank you.
With this, Budget Finance Committee, any questions regarding the presentation on the proposed corrective action plan from the Auditor General's Office for Standing Rock Chapter?
Chair Henio, this is Delegate Claudia.
You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just to let sponsor Freeland know, it's there is a push to make this process an administrative process so that the corrective action plans can immediately be put in place rather than waiting to go through the standing committees for approval. But with that in mind, I wanted to ask if there's any training that's being provided to the chapters when it comes to conflicts. I'm looking and seeing that there's a recommended annual form. If there's training that's being provided to the chapters. And the second area is the training when it comes to donations. I know that this is also an issue in other chapters. And so I appreciate this being part of the corrective action plan and then how we could provide that support to chapters to prevent these issues from arising. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheena, for that. With this, I'll defer back to Senator Delegate Mark Freeland.
Honorable Henny. Thank you for your comments, and I appreciate you noting that this process could become potentially an administrative process. And I guess the best thing the best way to look at that is how can we provide resources or information and education to our chapters on processes as such. When it comes to things like conflict of interest or other means, how can we provide not just to one chapter, but all 110 chapters, and they get the same information across the board? As far as providing technical assistance or education or information, I'm going to defer that question to my chapter, and ask them, have them answer that question in regards to any technical assistance or additional training that might have been provided or as such. So Mr. Johnson, if you could.
Honorable Delegate Freeland, and then Chair Hinyo, members of the Budget and Finance. I guess the first question is training. Trainings are available through the Navajo Nation ASC, and they are available but not consistent because of the pandemics. In the future, we will seek those requests and any trainings to improve. We look forward to participating, and we will make those requests as necessary, and we will converse with ASC to step up on those through RDC or other members of oversight committees to have those be provided. In the donation, we were identified as the distribution point for the pandemic declaration, and we handled it through experience of being emergency manager for the Navajo Nation of Homeland Security, and therefore we really didn't have any issues doing the pots we received, and we inspected and we sanitized and went through the whole process, and then did the distribution in coordination with the chapters that were assigned to us. So those donations in form of goods and services that we provided, we're proud to have done that, and we're continuing to do that because the HCOC has not tell us to lift yet. Now, any financial contributions, there are one, if it's for the chapter, it goes through a process of receiving it, and they go through chapters to accept that in a small amount. If it's a huge amount, then they need to be going to Navajo Nation to accept those dollars. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. Any further questions, comments, committee members?
Chair Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So what I'd like to offer is, and I appreciate the chapter of, sorry, you're going to hear some background noise. But what we would want, and maybe chapters can work together in a collaborative way to start providing training in what our best practices, what are lessons learned from these audit findings, and how we could be proactive. I think it'll also help with, as we move forward with more of this regional planning, or trying to allow the chapters to do more of their activities in what correlates to local governance. So I look forward to those conversations. I know we're meeting with the Council of Government to see how they can assist in other areas to really empower the chapter. So thank you for this legislation, and we look forward to future conversations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the recommendation. We'll certainly reach out to Administrative Service Center to let them know what recommendations we have regarding this legislation and other legislations that might follow. So, okay, are there any further questions or comments? If there are none, I'll call for the question for a vote to legislation 0029-22. Ms. Springer, if you would lead us to roll call vote.
Yes, Chair, I can do that. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knezba Crowdy, how do you vote?
Deja, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knezba Crowdy votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is excused. Chair, you have 4 members in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
4 in favor, opposed, not voting. You pass by the employment authority, Gala, and all standing rock chapter officials no doubt. Let's move forward to legislation 0030-.
Honorable Chair, this is Johnny. I'd just like to thank Budget and Finance Committee for their favorable support, and thank you, Shania, and also audit staff. So thank you.
Shana, I want to say thank you to the Office of Auditor General, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, my colleagues, as well as my officials and my honorable leaders at Standing Rock Chapter and the administrative team. It's good collaboration and a good way to move forward. So thank you, Shana.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate Freeland.
With that, let's move forward. Peggy, if you read the legislation into the record for us, please.
Legislation number 0030-22 was assigned to Resources and Development Committee, Finance, Budget and Finance. Proposed Standing Committee Resolution 24th Navajo Nation Council. 4th year 2022, introduced by Mark Freeland, sponsored, tracking number 0030-22, an act relating to the Resources and Development and Budget and Finance Committee, establishing the Abandoned Uranium Mines Enterprise Fund, AUM Enterprise Fund, approving the related fund management plan and allocating $99,787 from the Navajo EPA AUM Settlement Funds account as the initial amount to be deposited into the new AUM Enterprise Fund. This has the reference legislation exhibits, and then the Internet Public Review. There are no comments, and then Resources and Development Committee has do pass with no amendment, and also a vote tally sheet. Concludes the reading.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there a motion to accept this resolution? Motion, Delegate Begay. Motion by Supervisor Begay. Is there a second? Motion by Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Second by Shana, Delegate Amber Knezba Crotty. How do you have a motion in a second? Shana, Delegate Mark Freeland, you have the floor.
Shana, Budget and Finance Committee members. This legislation 0030-22 relates to the establishment of a abandoned uranium mines AUM Enterprise Fund. Of course, and it does come along with a fund management plan, and then allocation of $99,787 from the Navajo EPA settlement funds to be deposited into this new established enterprise fund. I do have as agents the program manager, program director, Ms. Karen Badoni, and her team on the line as well. They will be glad if I can give them some time to explain a little bit more thoroughly the process and how the establishment of this fund will coincide or work for the Navajo Nation. If I may, Shana.
Okay, Ms. Bedoni, you have the floor. Ms. Karen Bedoni, you have the floor.
Or six if you're muted.
*6.
Congressman Bell is right there, not on the call.
Shana, what about any staff from the abandoned uranium mines?
Good evening. This is Melvin Yazzie. I'm a principal mining engineer with the department. If I can go ahead and fill in.
Mr. Yazzie, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you, Budget and Finance Committee, for listening to us. In terms of legislation number 0030-22, the Navajo Abandoned Mine Lands Program under the Division of Natural Resources, we are coordinating efforts to provide both administrative and technical assistance to the uranium efforts. Now, the uranium efforts on the Navajo Nation fall under the authority of the Navajo EPA and US EPA under what's called the Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation and Liability Act, or CERCLA for short. The Navajo AML program, we're under the authority of what's called the Surface Mining Control and Reclamation Act, SMACRA. So SMACRA authorizes Navajo AML Reclamation Department to do reclamation on abandoned mines on the Navajo Nation. So the type of minerals that we've been doing reclamation on have been coal, uranium, copper, sand and gravel, and limestone. So in terms of reclamation, we've been a department since 1988, and across the Navajo Nation, we've been doing reclamation all the way up to probably 2004, when we were done with what we call all known reclamation on all type of minerals. Throughout the efforts, we have been partnering with Navajo EPA in terms of identifying some of the uranium mine locations, but also keeping them updated about what kind of reclamation we've been doing across the Navajo Nation. We're only authorized to do reclamation on tribal trust lands. So a lot of information that we have documented in what we call a Geographic Information Data System, GIS database. So as we've been through our partnership and basically done a lot of the reclamation on the Navajo Nation, we came into some issues in terms of the uranium activities on the Navajo Nation. In 2013, Navajo Department of Justice issued a directive stating that all uranium mines on the Navajo Nation fall under the authority of the CERCLA law, which means they basically have been determined to be hazardous sites. So Navajo AML, under our oversight, federal oversight, who's the Office of Surface Mining, we were told that we cannot do any work on any sites that fall under the jurisdictions of CERCLA or another law called UMTRCA. Now, UMTRCA is called the Uranium Mill Tailings Remedial Action Sites, and that's under the Department of Energy. So before we can do any kind of work under these two other regulations, we had to be compensated by them. Basically, they had to pay for our services. So Navajo AML started or continued to provide assistance on the abandoned uranium mine efforts. And in 2013, the former President Begay, or in December 2015 and March 2016, former President Russell Begay came out with a directive that Navajo AML and Navajo EPA would work on the abandoned uranium mine activities together. So in September of 2018, we came up with a memorandum of understanding that the two departments would follow. And under this, it fully states that Navajo EPA is the lead authority under their CERCLA law. So Navajo AML, again, we have to be compensated to provide assistance to work on CERCLA sites. Navajo AML was able to secure funding from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency in 2016, where we went through the basic process of telling them we have to be compensated. So they did issue a grant to us, and we're actually in the second phase of a second grant with US EPA. With Navajo EPA, we've been going through the process of trying to be funded through them through what was a reimbursement process. But I think it was OOC came back and said that we can't do that. We have to have a fund management plan in place before Navajo EPA could award any kind of funds to us. So we started the process of developing a fund management plan back probably in 2019, and it's taken this long to develop something. So we were initially stated to give Navajo EPA a budget of $60,000, and this was back probably a year and a half ago. But as time has progressed and the fund management plan actually came to be a real thing, it went through the 164 review process. The budget we had to update so that it reflects the actual time and cost that Navajo AML will be providing services in terms of administrative and technical assistance to Navajo EPA. So the budget that we had placed into the 164 package was at $99,000 plus. So the purpose of this fund management or this legislation is to develop a mechanism in which Navajo AML can be funded through the Navajo EPA. We have a broad statement called the settlement funds, but Navajo EPA has different type of settlement funds that come to their further work on the uranium initiative. So one of the big ones is called electronic settlement funds. And then we also have the phase 1 and phase 2 settlement funds. Then we also have Freeport McMoran, which is Cypress AMAX. So these are the type of funds that they're providing to Navajo EPA, but we need a mechanism so that Navajo EPA can put money into an account to pay Navajo AML for our services. So in short, that's what the legislation and the supporting documents that were provided is put forth out there as the legislation. Thank you.
Hagoshina Shanata, Chairman Shana Ado Shanata, Budget and Finance Committee members. That does conclude our presentation, and thank you, Mr. Yazi, for your response this afternoon. Area, thank you, Shana.
With this, there's a motion and second on the floor. Is there any questions, comments regarding this legislation? After no questions, comments, I'll call for the question to accept this resolution. Ms. Springer, if you would use a roll call vote.
Yes, Chair, I can do that. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is excused. Chair, you have 4 members in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair is not voting.
Chair Henio,
4 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. Legislation 0030 seems to be passed. With that, Peggy.
Sorry, Chair and members of the committee, I didn't get who made the main motion and the second for this legislation 0030-22. Thank you.
Motion, I believe, was by Vice Chair Smith, and second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Thank you.
Shana,
So Don, Delegate Freeland?
thank you. Shana, Budget and Finance Committee members. I just want to say thank you for all the support you gave to my 3 legislations today. I did 3 in a row. So I want to say thank you to the Budget and Finance Committee members, my colleagues. Otto, have a great day. Have a blessed day and stay safe, please. Thank you.
Shake hands, select the dog, another afternoon. With that, let's move forward to 0045-22. You can read that to the record for us. I believe Vice Chair Walker is still on the line with us.
Legislation number 0045-22 is a proposed Navigation Council resolution assigned to Resources and Development Committee, Thence Budget and Finance Committee, Thence Navigatia Committee, Thence Navigation Council, 24th Navigation Council, 4th year 2022, introduced by Thomas Walker Jr., prime sponsor, tracking number 0045-22, an act relating to Resources and Development, Budget and Finance and Navigatia Committees and to the Navigation Council, approving $4 million from the unreserved undesignated fund balance UUFB for the Navajo Nation Department of Justice Water Rights Litigation Unit to continue litigating and protecting the Navajo Nation's water rights, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, 820F, Section 820J, and 820L. The exhibits to this legislation are all determined to be confidential, and the Internet Public Review documents didn't have any comments made. The Resources and Development Committee has a due pass with no amendments, and they also have a vote tally sheet. Members of the committee, I do have the redacted confidential documents, and the committee will have to go into executive session, and the Water Rights Units does have a call-in number and a Zoom link for you when and if we go into executive session on this legislation. FYI on that, Chair.
Okay, with that, thank you for the reading, Peggy, and a very much this resolution.
Delegate Brown on motion.
Okay, motion by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Is there a second?
Delegate will give a second.
Motion by Delegate Elmer P. Begay. With that, Delegate Vice Chair Thomas Walker, are you still on the line with us?
Chairman, can you hear me?
Oh, I heard you.
Okay, thank you, Chair Limiki. Colleagues of the Budget and Finance Committee, staff legislation 0045-22 to yal okay digi 8 that UUFB ligi water rights Water Rights Commission ko or e given yes legislation they had to be ado shije bka isha unte ya kwa bka da agenda ihe other motion parties that do the kwa keno ajiki to here additional chair or committee members question a quite a bahanegi da nakada we do so I have two agents Michelle Brown Yazzie from DOJ, another staff member from DOJ, Cecilia Thomas. Executive session. Alti ben ya Nenegi, Beso Trito, in Nenegi, Yoke, the Sunanda, we don't start a or Lana Danitz Quador, you should have it art, should I need to not eat a call. What are the start obe Nahagi quadri Ishad or distortion executive session it are need a Don Eben Yak or Donna Kitchen, the whole chairman Henyu committee members. So my opening statement is very brief and to the point. I want to also just say that I appreciate this time and the agency they're requesting the executive session. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, National for your presentation. And I'll refer to the committee if there are any questions regarding this legislation. As the move to the KSK and the Nomination Council. I'm not hearing any questions or questions to speak. Therefore, I'll call for the question to accept this resolution as it will move forward.
Mr. Vice Chair, this is Lurleen with OLC. May I speak?
Hold on. Is there any questions from the committee? I'm not hearing any questions. With this, Mr. Pai?
Yes, thank you. In the legislation on page 5, starting at line 8, it mentions that OMB has been asked to provide a memo. I do have that memorandum. I just got it today, this afternoon. So I'm ready to shoot by email an amendment to add that memo as an exhibit.
Okay, thank you. Shenandoah Budget and Finance Committee, there is a request for an amendment to add a OMB memo to the legislation as an insert.
Chairman Tenyo, this is Delegate Crotty. I could make that amendment motion.
Delegate American Crotty, you have the floor to make that amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Tenyo, committee members. Tonight, Vice Chair Walker, I'll make the motion for the amendment to add on the OMB memo. Thank you.
And there's an amendment. Motion to amend the resolution to add a memo. With that, is there a second?
Delegate Begay.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay. So there is a motion and second. With that, do we have the memo? Peggy, do you have that memo?
Mr. Chair?
The memo was sent out to you at 4:58 p.m. today. And that's the OMB memo. It has a different reference number, but that was when it was going through the 164.
It was distributed out to the committee at 4:58 p.m. So with that, are there any questions or comments on amendment number 1?
Mr. Chair, this is Lorraine again.
Committee members, are there any questions or comments on the amendment number 1? Not hearing any. Mr. Bahi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just need about, give me two minutes and I'll be able to email this to the committee. Thank you.
What are you emailing?
I'm emailing the new exhibit designated as Exhibit 6, and I'm emailing the necessary amendment language.
Okay. Krishna.
I just need about two minutes, please.
Chair, this is Peggy.
Peggy, go ahead. You have take
Okay.
up 2 minutes.
I was doing a bunch of stuff on the internet for this legislation, so sending stuff out. And the amendment 1 is, the motion is held by Shadeja Ambercrotty, right? And then the second is Shajat Elmer Pivigay. Is that correct? I thought I heard that.
I'll do that.
Okay, just clarifying. Thank you.
Peggy, if you would let the committee know once you receive that email from Mr. Pahi on the amended language, then you could read that for us into the record.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Yeah, I sent it out.
Chair Henio, I just sent the amendment language to you.
Okay. You would read the language to the record.
Okay, amendment to legislation number 0045-22-1 on page 5 at lines 8 through 11 with the following changes. Clause O, OMB was asked for is overstricken. New language has prepared, and then existing language, a budget impact analysis pursuant to 12 NNC section 820M. Then overstricken language is the entire rest of the paragraph. And it reads, this analysis may be provided to the assigned committees and the Navajo Nation Council when this legislation is up for consideration. OMB did indicate on the section 164 review sheet that this funding request is, quote, sufficient, end quote, exhibit 4. So then new language, exhibit 6. And then that's in bold. And then 2, add a new bold exhibit 6, the memorandum from Dominic Vial, Executive Director of OMB dated February 10, 2022. And then 3, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which language shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. So that's the reading of the amendment language.
Okay, Caroline, thank you for that reading into the record. We do have a motion and a second. Are there any questions, Budget and Finance Committee on amendment number 1? Let's move forward to a roll call vote. Ms. Springer, if you would lead us the roll call.
Yes, Chair, I can do that. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knezba-Crotty, how do you vote?
Delegate Amber Knezba-Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knezba-Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is excused. Chair, you have 3 members in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Chair, you have 4 members in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting.
Okay, Caroline, amendment 1 receives a few pass. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. Back on the main motion, are there any questions regarding legislation 0045-22? We'll move to roll call vote. Heather Springer, if you would lead us in the roll call vote.
Okay, Chair. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knezba-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadeza, this is Delegate Crotty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knezba-Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is excused. Chair, you have 4 members in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting.
Okay, thank you. Legislation 0045 receives a few pass. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. With that, we have the Delegate Thomas Walker.
Yes, yeah, it's the left chair, though, committee members, those staff, though, it's the legal counsel, though, I love the agents. Thank you for your time and your favorable consideration of this very important legislation. Although the audience, have a good evening. Yeah.
Appreciate you for staying with us this long. 6:30, 6:25 p.m. So with that, moving forward to the Budget and Finance Committee, we do have 2 more items on our action items, and then I did hear Delegate Edison Wanika announce himself that he was on the line. So let's do next to the scheduling leadership meeting with Law and Order Committee, reference judicial branch on March 18, 2022. Because with that, March 18 is Friday, this coming Friday. So Peggy, if you would give us the information, then I'll call for a motion in a second.
Okay, Chair Henio, you skipped legislation number 0043-22. That's item K on the approved agenda.
Okay, I apologize. Thank you so much for keeping me in line here. With that, Senata, we do have Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. on the line. With this, Peggy, if you read us 4322 into the record.
Okay, this legislation was assigned to Resources and Development Committee, Fence Budget and Finance Committee, Fence Navigatia Ticket Committee, Fence Navajo Nation Council. Proposed Navajo Nation Council Resolution 24th Navajo Nation Council 4th Year 2022, introduced by Wilson C. Stewart Jr. Prime sponsor, tracking number 0043-22, an act relating to the Resources and Development, Budget and Finance and Navigatia Ticket Committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council, approving $437,947 out of the Citizen Fund to purchase a new motor grader for Sawmill Chapter, and to purchase a new backhoe for Red Lake Chapter, approving the related expenditure plans pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 through 2508. And so the legislation includes those the purchase agreements and such for this, and also the resolutions from the chapter, from the two chapters, and then the quotations and such. The Internet Public Review has 2 comments supporting Jerome Mustache and Loberta Mustache. And then also, you have the Resources and Development Committee with a do pass with no amendments and a vote tally sheet. That is concluded. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy, for that reading. With this, is there a motion to accept this resolution as read?
Motion by Vice Chair Smith.
Motion by Vice Chair Smith. Is there a second?
Delegate Begay.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay, second. Then with that, we do have Shinanda. Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr., are you with us right now?
Oh, Shana, I'm here.
Shana, if you would introduce legislation to the committee.
Shana, Shana, Chairman Hinio, Do Shana Ash, Vice Chair, Arunda Shana Ash, Mr. Brown, Do Shaja, Mr. Begay, Do Shamayaja, Mr. Hardy, Do Arunda Shana, Mr. Yellow Hair, Do Yat A, Auto Staff, Martinigi, I don't get on Martinigi, the Anibi, a full day of budget and finance, from reports to legislations. We're listening to all the presentations today. It's a long although if you hear my pigs, my dogs, or my horses in the background, excuse the noise. I'm feeding my animals and tending to my animals now. The legislation, it's for the 2 chapters. Greater than your kid. Aron that Yana backhoe. Hala they missed the first one for the main legislation that went through a year ago. Yeah, the kid in the we went ahead and did these 2 again. Auto he Resource Development Committee members. Down ish and Delegate Freeland. There's going to be a possible an amendment to the other one, the previous legislation. But this one it'll still continue through. So the community members a lot of question on the Koro Asia agent, then it'll be Dr. Yellowman from Division of Community Development. He cut another one for the chapters, not only my chapters, but your chapters as well, with funding and as well as different ideas to use funding for. Legislation 0043. I am seeking the approval and the blessings from Budget and Finance to pass it on to Navigatia Ticket Committee so that we can hear it there and on to Council. Your support is greatly appreciated and needed by the community members and for both the communities of Sawmill and Red Lake. Although it would be these equipments, we understand, that there is a backlog that we hear on the news of metals and chips and everything. And we know that, that there is still a waiting list on the other side too with the other legislation. So, we want to make sure that these chapters we all want to make sure as delegates that all of our chapters get all their equipment that they need and the training for the staff that they need. That's what we're pushing for on this side. So for these two chapters to get their equipment, so that are greatly needed, especially with sawmill and the grader. All they have is a backhoe. They use that for their roads towards White Clay and sawmill area and the back roads as well. Now, NDOT and NECA, they help us out as much as they can. Patrick County, they help us out with the roads during the winter months to remove the snow off the main roads, the dirt roads and whatnot. So, we appreciate their help too. But this would be something for the chapter to use and also to take care of as well on their inventory list. Present Ishla, and then I don't know if Dr. Yellowman has anything to add, Shana, but I'll open up the floor to her if that's okay, Shana. Chairman Hinio.
I appreciate that, Dr. Yellowman, are you on the call?
Oh, yeah, can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you.
Oh, yeah, Donana, honorable members of Budget and Finance Committee and sponsoring delegate Wilson Stewart. DCD, we have been implementing the CJA 01-21. That was the heavy equipment legislation for citizen. And we have been working on that with all 110 chapters. There were some chapters that were not able or for whatever unforeseen reason did not submit. So we do support this legislation and ask for your support as well. So I am here for any questions and continue to support the chapters requesting for these heavy equipment. As Delegate Stewart mentioned, there are a few items left under CJA 01-21, and that's because of some of the shortages that we have seen. So we are working on an extension for those remaining items, mainly utility trailers being requested by the chapters, those specific types of utility trailers being requested by chapters. So that's all I want to add, Chair Henio. Yeah.
Appreciate that, Dr. Yellowman. I know that's Delegate Stewart Jr., is that complete your presentation?
Oh, Shana.
Appreciate this with our Budget Finance Committee, any questions, comments regarding legislation of 43-62? Not hearing any requests to speak or we'll call, do roll call vote. Ms. Springer, if you do this roll call vote.
This is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Okay, hold on. With that, that's now Delegate Friday.
I'm sorry, Chairman Henyo, for cutting you off. I didn't know if you could hear me or not. So thank you for this legislation. In terms of working with community development, I know that there were chapters who, and you spoke about the extension of the remaining equipment, but they were chapters in working with Mr. Johnston, that the quotes, there was all these challenges. So with this my question is, with this legislation, could we fix or amend to update the actual heavy equipment that the chapters requested? So, for example, a chapter may have put down a truck when their intent was to have a grader, and so we've had that discussion, and because of the time frame, community development just requested, let's move forward with the truck. But now seeing that there's opportunities to get the chapter what they really need, are those amendments possible? I would need some recommendations from the Legislative Council regarding how these expenditure plans are set up. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Christina, for your questions and request for information. Let me refer to Dr. Yellowman first as far as the listing that the chapters had submitted but were not given the opportunity to get what they wanted. Was it because of they were naughty or nice, or because they limitations there were no greater, but they instead just got a truck? Dr. Yellowman?
Oh, yeah, Shadeja, for the question. Under legislation NABIS 36-21, that's the heavy equipment extension. That is the extension for CJA 01-21. There are some challenges that we came across and requested for the first extension. Some of the challenges were the expired quotes that you're mentioning. The other was some of the business unit numbers did not transfer into the new year. And those were, OMB can speak a little bit more to that. It's a little bit beyond or outside of the DCD. So there was the transfer of the business unit numbers into the new year or fiscal year. But for your question, there are other chapters that submitted. So keep in mind that the original legislation under CS 73-20 was the CARES Act 90 million to the chapters. And during that time, we had the CARES Act portal open. When the chapters submitted their quotes before November 20th of 2020, that's when those original quotes were submitted. The legislation moved through the CS 73-20 closed, and what was the most requested amount was heavy equipment. So from November to January 31st is when CJA 01-21 was signed into law. So of course, some of those quotes have expired. But our team, heavy equipment team, has been trying to maintain communication with the vendors. And then we were able to implement a kind of a good faith situation with OOC and the vendor, so that the vendor knew that we were remaining committed to purchasing those equipment or vehicles. So I guess to answer your question, there are other chapters or other items where their quote had expired, and that left for the prices to change from 2020 during that time to now it's 2021. So those amendments and that discrepancy or the change amount does need to be verified between the vendor, the chapter, and our heavy equipment team, so we can update those quotes to honor those quotes if any amendments are made. I do know of other chapters and other delegates who have expressed interest in making an amendment to NABIS. That's the extension that Delegate Stewart mentioned earlier. So we are working with the legislative office on those amendments, or I'm sorry, on that extension, and the sponsor as well. Thank you.
And thank you for that information. Also, now to defer to Mr. Pahi to answer the question of amendments and what you would need to get these amendments moving.
*6 to unmute.
Mr. Chair, this is Lurleen. I would like to ask, I believe it was Delegate Crotty, to restate the question. I'm not sure what I'm being asked regarding amendments. I can briefly explain how the expenditure plans for both chapter purchases would work according to how the legislation is drafted. I can do that first, and then hopefully someone can restate the question. Would that be all right?
Again, Mr. Pahi, and I understand that you are busy, very busy with this committee, listening, staying late, at the same time drafting committee legislative requests. So with that, let's Senador Budget Finance Committee and Senador Delegate Amber Crotty, if you would elaborate on your question to OLC so she could give us an answer.
Thank you, Chairman Henyo, Ms. Tapahi Shadid, thank you. My request is if I wanted to add additional equipment with this amendment, how the expenditure plans are set up, does that allow, or can the expenditure plans be amended just to increase the amount, or how I need guidance from Legislative Council, because I have chapters in the northern agencies that also have stated that they I don't know if it's because of new leadership or the quotes, but they have shared that they have updated listings for heavy equipment. And so that was my initial request. And what I wanted to also ask is, in this legislation, does it state if it's ARPA eligible or other federal funding is available that it would be reimbursed? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
thank you for that statement. And so with that, Mr. Pa, you have the floor.
Thank you. Let me take the second question first. If you go to page 5, in paragraph L on starting at line 4, there is a reimbursement clause as long as the chapter expenditures for the heavy equipment, as long as they're deemed eligible for ARPA money, for FRF money, then that would be a criteria that would have to be satisfied in order for a reimbursement to occur. So that's why the language is written the way it is in the paragraph L. So for the first question, it sounds to me like the exhibits are showing an incorrect dollar amount, and therefore the dollar amount being requested is not correct as it's written in the legislation. I'm guessing that the dollar amount has increased since these quotes were issued by the vendors. If that's the case, then we would have to amend the dollar amount in the body of the legislation, and then amend the legislation to pull out the exhibits A through D, and then insert new exhibits. I'm thinking that the resolutions for the chapters, which would be Exhibit A for Sawmill chapter and Exhibit B for, I believe it's Red Lake, I believe. Red Lake. Those can stay the same. I think, it would be nice to have a new chapter resolution, but it's simply to show the support and that we request money for this equipment. So I don't think it's absolutely necessary to have those switched out. But we could switch out B and D if those dollar amounts have changed. But it would take me 15 or 20 minutes or so to draft up the amendment and get it to you all. Or alternatively, the committee could, if it chose to do so, vote to adopt or to pass this legislation with the stipulation that new exhibits for the correct dollar amount for this equipment for both chapters, new exhibits will be switched out, inserted, and then these old ones will be removed, and that could be done at NABI committee. So I hope that answers the questions. Thank you.
And Mr. Pai, back to Shananta, Delegate Amberkilas Bakrati. Does that answer your question? Shananta, Delegate Amberkilas Bakrati. That response help you with your question? Okay, with that, question on the Budget and Finance Committee. Are there any further questions, comments?
This is Delegate McKay.
Delegate Albert P. McKay.
Again, unless it's a little Budget and Finance Committee members. Legislation in the unit though, share with Delegate Stewart though, your agents there. I think this question goes to Laureline. And then also, I'm not sure if Division of Community Development is on the line. I think we have the same similar situation here. And I know that every time during the chapter meetings and every time we do some word session with the chapters, I think that's what the chapters always mention, that how slow the procurement process is for the heavy equipment that were purchased during under the CARES funds. So right now, they know that Peace Tow chapter, they've been waiting for a water truck for a long time, through this pandemic. Now they're saying that it's almost pandemic is almost over and lifting, and we still haven't get our heavy equipment, especially with water truck. I don't think know. So that's what they're questioning about how slow the process of this Navajo Nation is. And I understand that I keep referring back to the vendors. The vendors out there don't have that much inventory. And then another one too. Dalcon chapter was given a call that from the vendor saying that your backhoe is on the way. We're going to ship it out right now, so it's going to be there in the afternoon. So then afternoon, the next day, even the month, I don't know how many months they went through, they haven't get it yet. Here they called them back, then they said, we were told to take it to another chapter. I don't need to go. So I'm not sure who's making all these decisions. So we even asked the ASC office and Division Community Development that that Telecommun chapter didn't receive their backhoe. Only I guess saying that there's other chapters that need it more. They needed priority of that chapter. So I'm not sure how this procurement process is really strict or how they add on so under this purchase of this heavy equipment. So that would be my second question. So, Chair Henry, thank you.
Chair Henry, are you still on the call? Vice Chair, you may have to step up. It looks like Chair Henio's call dropped. Vice Chair Smith.
Agoshi, I'm here. Shinanda. Apologies. Shinanda, do we have any questions for Ash on this legislation? Peggy, I understand that Legislative Council was saying they wanted to do an amendment or something like that. It was going to take them a few minutes. Are we still waiting for that? Or are we ready to call for the question?
That was indicated by the Legislative Council, and she hasn't sent me anything as an amendment or anything like that yet.
Shananta.
Mr. Vice Chair, may I speak? This is Laura Lean from Legislative Council.
Laura Lean, go ahead. I know that you were mentioning something about an amendment. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. I was responding to Delegate Crotty's question as to how to increase or change the dollar amount. And I think somehow she dropped off the call. Maybe she lost a signal or something. But in order to do an amendment, as I was discussing, I would need the new exhibits that show the revised dollar amount for the equipment. My assumption, and I had stated this when I was answering Delegate Crotty's question, and my assumption needs to be verified by Delegate Crotty. My assumption is that the price has gone up for these items since these Exhibit B and Exhibit D, which are the price quotes from the vendors. Since those were prepared, I'm assuming the price has gone up, and so we need to, switch out those exhibits. But I am not prepared to do the amendment because I do not have the exhibits. No one has sent me anything like that. But if I got them, and I could prepare an amendment for to be ready at the Nabakeate committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Legislative Council, Ms. Hockey. Committee members, apparently we don't have the language for any amendments. Back to committee members. This legislation will move forward, whether or not. It's not that.
Vice Chair.
Shah, go ahead. You have the floor. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'm not sure if Laurleen answered my questions.
Rajda. I'll turn the floor back over to Laura. There was a question asked from Honorable Elmer Begay, Legislative Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I must have missed Delegate Begay's question. Could you please repeat that, Honorable Delegate Begay?
Vice Chair, can I?
Shenandoah, Honorable Elmer Begay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. Lurleen, my question was almost similar to from chapters, because right now the Untitled Chapter they requested for a water truck, and right now that they don't have no water truck, and you know that the southwest part of the reservation is very the drinking water is very it's hard to get. The only one that we're getting is from Greasewood Water. So right now they have to haul water, and so right now they're stating that the pandemic and it's about to, getting back to the normal stage, but they still haven't get the water yet, which was very important for during this time. So they're saying how much the procurement process for Navajo Nation is very slow. And for another one, for Telecommun chapter, this is regarding the procurement process too with the Navajo Nation. And I remember that Telecommun chapter received a call from the vendor saying that they've got their backhoe ready, and then there's going to be out here. They're shipping it right now, and so they should be here by an afternoon. And the chapter stayed here all evening, and then the next day, and then the month, and even several months right now. The last time they were told is that the backhoe that was being shifted out to Telecommun was given to another chapter. So I don't know who's making those decisions, and would they even contacted the legislative agency office, ASC office, but nobody really knows. They're just stating that the other chapters need it. That the priority is to get a backhoe out there. So I don't know how these procurement process is restricted, and if it can be, if it's not restricted, this can happen. So up to today now, the Telecommun chapter is still waiting for the backhoe, as well as that Untitled chapter for water truck. So it would what's so this was my question, Lurleen. Thank you.
That's the question you posed to Legislative Council. Legislative Council, you may proceed with the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, sorry, I'm not getting my phone. Can you hear me? Mr. Chair?
We can hear you.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, so Honorable Delegate Begay, I totally feel your pain. I first started working for the Navajo Nation in 1993, and I was fresh out of school, and I've seen over the decades that procurement issues are so troublesome for the Navajo Nation government, and even more so for the chapters. There is a Navajo Nation procurement statute plus regulations under the statute, but also chapters if they are LGA certified, have to follow their 5 management system. Even if they're not finally LGA certified, if they're attempting to become LGA certified, they have to follow the 5 management system. And that has a procurement component to it. The peculiar situation with these chapter funding requests is that the actual procurement process, or at least 75 to 80% of that procurement process, should occur before the chapter even knows if it has the funding. So for example, the chapters could use the small purchases provisions of the regulations, which I believe are purchases under $50,000. For some things, it's a little bit more expedient, a little bit quicker to purchase things that way. But if it's more than that, then they have to comply with the regulations, which I believe requires getting different quotes, perhaps issuing a solicitation for the goods or services that they're trying to buy. So they've got to fill that whole, those procedures, and then they come to the council, the committees, to ask for funding, saying, okay, we went through the procurement process and this is how much we need, because they don't really know how much they need. More times than not, they don't know how much they need until they go through some, 75, 80% of the procurement process. So that's what makes this troublesome and a little difficult, because it's like putting the cart before the horse. So the only thing that I could recommend to deal with the delays is somehow centralizing purchases of all the chapters through community development, or some, one of the offices somehow prioritizing. I mean, the situation that you described, where one chapter was ordering the water tank, the water truck, and then it ended up going to another chapter. I honestly don't know who's making those decisions either. I'm guessing it's the vendor, because whoever's got the money first, cash on the barrelhead, whoever's got the money is going to get the vehicle. And if one chapter is waiting for procurement or waiting for funds or something, and then another chapter's already got it, and then the vendor only has one vehicle, or the chapters may seek quotes from vendors in the area, 5, 10 or more vendors, and maybe it's really difficult to find that vehicle at this time. Maybe there's a shortage. So that's probably what happened in that case. Is probably it was the vendor who decided to sell to the other chapter who had the money ready. So I don't know how to fix the situation other than to somehow centralize and prioritize these purchases, or which may or may not involve amending the procurement regulations. Or rather than centralizing, there could be some amendments to the procurement regulations to have a specific section that would deal with chapters. I know that under the LGA, if the chapters have the funds, they can contract on their own if they're certified as a local governance chapter. So for those chapters, it may be quicker and easier to get these vehicles. And maybe that's what happened in the case that you were talking about. Maybe it was a certified chapter that was able to give the money to the vendor and get the vehicle, and then the other chapter didn't get it. So there may be something that can be done with the procurement regulations, but other than those kinds of changes, we're kind of stuck with the situation we're in at this point, at least with regard to supplemental appropriations. if the chapters get enough money at the beginning of the fiscal year in the budget allocations, then they have a pot of money and they know what they actually have to work with. And that would make it easier for them to have the money ready to pay the vendor. And, you know, when their procurement process is over, and they don't have to come for supplemental funding for legislation to get more money. But unfortunately, the budget allocations for the chapters don't cover all of the needs that the chapters have. And maybe during the year, sometime during the year, maybe they had a vehicle but it broke, or you know, they ended up needing 2 vehicles or something. So there's always this need for supplemental appropriations during the fiscal year. And then that's when you have procurement activities taking place first, and then they come to the committees and the council to get money to cover the cost. So all I can do, again, is recommend that either there's some way to centralize, some way that maybe we could work, OLC could work with DOJ and Division of Community Development to create some kind of centralized procedures, or the actual procurement policies, regulations, and possibly the statute be amended to address these concerns, Delegate Begay. So that's, I hope that answers your question. So,
Vice Chair Smith, are you still on the call?
Hey, Chair on the wash station?
Yes, I am still on the call. Go ahead, Shananda, does that answer your question, Honorable Elmer Begay?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, committee members, apparently we don't have any language for the amendment, so any other questions regarding this legislation? I don't hear any questions, so could we have a roll call vote on this?
Yes, Vice Chair, I could do that roll call.
Asia, before you do the roll call vote, Vice Chair Smith, so the recommendation just to get that information to Legislative Council before NABI. I'll need the help of community development if I could just get a point of contact, because we'll need to work with them on changing the quotes and what equipment needs to be modified. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Back to Honorable Crotty. Are you going to work with the CPMD on this prior to NABI so that this will be all in order?
Yes, Vice Chair, I just need to know from community development, who do I work with? And we can move forward to help, and if there's any other chapters that we could develop that amendment for NABI.
Agushi, CPMD would be Dr. Yellowman. Therefore, we'll go ahead and be on record for that. Okay, Shananda, we'll call for the question.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knezba-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knezba-Crotty, how do you vote?
Star 6.
Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you very much.
Okay. Honorable Amber Knezba-Crotty votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Vice Chair, you have 4 members in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting.
Agushi, committee members, we have passes and it goes to the next level, and there is a recommendation from Honorable Crotty to have this prepared for Nabagia tip meeting. Sada, on the agenda, we've completed with the new business on legislations?
You actually have that one that Daniel So had sponsored, and Edison Wanika has indicated that he was on the call. Let me see, go back up on the agenda to, let's see, the legislation 0038-22. That's where Edison Wanika indicated that he was here and that he was to sponsor that legislation. Vice Chair.
This is, go ahead, Chair Henry. Go ahead, Chair Henry.
I'm back online. I am sorry, I lost signal. I'm trying to get home before 7 o'clock. Doors close at 7 o'clock, but I guess it's the hay barn tonight. So, but I'm back online.
I'll go ahead at this point in time. I'll go ahead and turn the gavel over to our chair. Chair, you have the gavel. We're at the debate. I'm not debating, but we have Honorable Edison Wanika that's with us this evening regarding Honorable Chair Daniel So's legislation. So that's where we're at. I'll turn the gavel over to you. You have the gavel, sir.
Vice Chair Smith, thank you for taking over. I just in a good signal area. So, Delegate Edison J. Wanika, are you still on the line with us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, earlier, so next year retire for your legislation.
Okay. I appreciate it.
With that, Delegate Edison J. Wanika being here, I think if you read the legislation to the record, plus.
This is assigned to Health, Education, Human Services Committee, Finance, Budget and Finance Committee, Finance, Nabakia Committee. Proposed Standing Committee Resolution 24th Navajo Nation Council 4th year 2022, introduced by Daniel E. So, co-sponsored by Paul Begay Jr. and Edison J. Wanika, tracking number 0048-22, an action relating to health, education, human services, budget and finance, and Nabakia committees approving and accepting the Navajo Nation Division of Behavioral and Mental Health Services Award from the Federal Emergency Management Agency in the amount of $944,900, approving a waiver of indirect costs. And it has all of the attached documents, including the budget forms. And then it has indirect costs waiver request to the 164 reviewers, a memo that's attached. Also, the Internet Public Review document has on the first report, no comments made. Health, Education, Human Services Committee has a due pass with no amendment. Also, a vote tally sheet that is attached. Chair.
Thank you for that reading. The Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion to accept this resolution?
Delegate Begay.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay motion. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Amber Karate second. So we do have a motion and second. With this, we do have our sponsor, Delegate Edison J. Wanika here. Do we have any questions in the Budget and Finance Committee? Is there any questions? If not, we'll call for the vote here.
Did you say call for the vote?
None. No. If there are any questions, are there any questions? Floor is open for questions. If not, then I'll call for the vote. But if not, if there are questions, then I can call on Delegate Edison Wanika to do presentation. I'll call for the question. With that, Ms. Springer, if you would lead us in a roll call vote.
Okay, Chair, I can do that. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knizba Crotty, how do you vote?
So Deja, this is Delegate Crotty, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knizba Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Chair, you have 4 members in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank you for leading us on the roll call vote. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With that, we have a due pass from the Budget and Finance Committee. I'll get Edison J. Wadika for being with us.
Nikito Kia, Chairman and members of the BNF Committee, I really appreciate it. Have a good evening.
So with that, let's go to the next action item on our agenda, which is scheduling a leadership meeting with the Law and Order Committee, reference judicial branch. And there's a date on there, March 18th, 2022. So before I call for a question, motion in a second, thank you if you give us some information on it.
Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is from the March 15th, or excuse me, the February 15th meeting where, was it? Or actually, I believe it was the March, yeah, it was March 15th, or February 15th, I'm sorry, meeting where the legislative, or the judicial branch, I'm sorry, I'm just kind of like messed up here, trying to get my thoughts straight. Anyway, judicial branch provided a report on their COAs and the legislative concerns from the current budget resolution, CS 4921, I believe. Anyway, in that report, during that discussion, the Budget and Finance Committee requested a leadership meeting with the Law and Order Committee to gain a better understanding in what is happening with judicial branch, and including the leadership meeting would include judicial branch and all the entities that work with the court system of the Navajo Nation, including the prosecutors, the public defender, DOJ, et cetera, and public safety. Anyhow, this is pertaining to that. And I asked the legislative advisor to the Law and Order Committee to provide, to see if she could poll the Law and Order Committee so that she could identify 2 dates or to recommend to meet. And they recommended March 11, 2022, which is passed, as you know, and then March 18, 2022, which is this Friday. But I don't know what your call will be on this. And I did tell her earlier this week to see if maybe she could talk to the committee again and to provide 2 more dates, just so that we don't have this short notice to everyone. So that's a short summary of what's being requested here.
Thank you for that information. On this leadership meeting request, with this Budget and Finance Committee, is there a motion?
Motion, Delegate Begay.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay, motion. Is there a second?
I'll second Delegate Brown.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, second. So this item is open for discussion on possible dates. March 18th has been recommended. This is this Friday. Any comments or questions regarding the dates?
Chairman, this is Delegate Crotty. What time on Friday? We have a sexual assault prevention subcommittee, and so we usually end around 12 or 1 o'clock. So are we thinking the afternoon?
Christina, with that, Peggy, were there any times that were recommended?
No, there were no recommendations on the time. I think that it's really up to Budget and Finance Committee to determine that and or select another date that might work better for your schedule.
Kushina, that's not the Budget and Finance Committee. Are there any conflicts with March 18th in the afternoon?
Chair Henry, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith?
Thank you, Chair Henyo and Budget and Finance Committee members and those that are still with us this evening, listening in. The 18th, I see we already had prior commitments, and that's dealing with the 5 chapters that I work with regarding the 025721. They're quite interested in that, and they want to hear what councils talk about the legislation, and they're concerned about their projects and things of that nature. And they set a date on the afternoon, so I see it'll be got the Shinanda.
Vice Chair Smith. Are there any other dates? The 23rd, 24th, and 25th, I believe, are reserved, according to Speaker Damon, regarding 257-22. 23rd is a leadership meeting with OPVP at Twin Arrows. 24th is a Navikia special meeting. And I believe there is a special session request on the 25th. So, any other possible dates? There is a motion and a second in place. Are there any recommended dates that we could work with the Budget and Finance Committee?
Chair Henio, what does March 31st look like for the committee? That's on a Thursday. Seems like Thursday or Friday is better dates that are more open, because the other standing committees have meetings Monday through Wednesday.
Thank you, Peggy, for that recommendation. March 31st, how does that look on everybody's calendar?
Shananta, good evening. This is Steve Edsity from the Judicial Branch. I'm on the line.
Mr. Edsity, for announcing. You're on the line for the record. Thank you. Vice Chair Smith, March 31st, how does that look?
I'm good with it. Just delegate gay.
Delegate Amr P. Gay. Delegate Nathaniel Brown,
31st looks good. Yeah.
Delegate Amber Canes-Laxati.
Chairman Henio, can you restate that date, please?
March 31st, Thursday.
Okay. At what time?
I believe it would be a morning, maybe 10 or 9 a.m. Oh,
that works. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith.
Chair Henio, I'll be here on the 31st. Oh, I hope that I don't have anything.
And I will make my time available for that day too. With that, we do have March 31st. It looks good. Consensus at 9 o'clock in the morning. Mr. Stephen City, will that work for you?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Otto, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. We have quarterly judicial conferences, which is what we call the meeting with between the Chief Justice, the Associate Justices, and all the judges. And March 31st is the date that was agreed upon for the next judicial conference meeting. And they usually run from 9 o'clock until at least 1 p.m. in the afternoon. We can try and see if we can reschedule, but that would be a decision for the Chief Justice and the judges to make it. That's not in my that's not a decision that I can make, but I can just inform you that that's currently on the judicial branch's schedule.
Mr. City, for that information. And what we'll do is we'll vote on this date, and then you could take that back to the judicial branch and then see how they could work with this date. Would that work, Mr. City?
Yes.
Okay, and then just be in contact with Ms. Teginakaya on this. With that, we do have a motion and a second, and the consensus as March 31st, 2022 at 9 a.m. So with that, is there any further comments or questions? Ms. Springer, if you would lead us in a roll call vote to accept this date and time for the leadership meeting.
Yeah, Chair, I can do that. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty, how do you vote?
Or so Deja, this is Delegate Claudia, vote green, thank you.
Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Chair, you have 4 members in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank you for that roll call vote. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion receives a due pass for March 31st, 2022. Last item on our action item agenda is attending the Sovereign Investment Conference at Wild Horse Pass on April 11th and 12th, 2022. Is there a motion?
Motion, Delegate Begay.
Motion by Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Is there a second?
Vice Chair Smith.
Motion by second by Vice Chair Smith. So we do have a motion and second in place. Are there any questions or comments from the Budget and Finance Committee? I'll call for the question to accept this action item. Ms. Springer, if you would lead us in a roll call vote.
Yes, Chair. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty, how do you vote?
Deja, I vote green, thank you. This is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Chair, you have 4 members in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Good to you get Ms. Springer for that roll call vote. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting.
Chair, just Vice Chair Smith.
Yes. Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, on that we just voted on. Could we when you register, there's a fee. So could that be taken care of by the nomination on the particulars on that?
Yes, we could do is have a Peggy. Would you be able to do an ORT for the committee?
Chair, And members of the Budget and Finance Committee, sure, I always do the request for travel on this, so off-reservation travel, ORT. I will include the information about the registration fee and that needs to be expedited before it increases. Usually, if you don't meet a certain deadline, they increase it, so I'll let them know to include you guys. And then that information that was sent to you as a committee, I sent that out to you the other day. And on that, there's a place where you can click and you can register for it. And so you'll need that information for your TAs and all that. And those are done by the speaker's office, does those TAs. So if you want to pre-register, I think you could.
Christina, thank you, Peggy, for that. And Budget and Finance Committee, for those that are wishing to attend this conference, there is that link that you click on and just put your name and information in there, and then it'll give you the registration information, and then there'll be each and every one of us to write a memo to pick your name for approval, and then that way staff could start processing the registration payment. I think it's $375. So that, moving forward to last item on our agenda, close the session. Written announcements. I don't know if there's any written announcements. I haven't seen any. So is there a motion to adjourn?
Chair, there is an announcement. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Peggy, if there's a written announcement?
There was a written announcement from Manuel indicating that there was 13 signatures for a special session on Thursday, the 17th, St. Patrick's Day.
There is a Nabakia committee meeting and a special session in the afternoon as a written announcement. Thank you, Peggy. With that, Vice Chair Smith, motion to adjourn?
Yes, motion adjourned, Chair Henio.
Motion by Vice Chair Smith to adjourn. Is there a second?
Delegate Begay.
I'll second Delegate Brown.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay, second. So we do have a motion and second to adjourn. Is there any further comments, questions? Ms. Springer, if you would lead us in a roll call vote to adjourn.
Yes, Chair. Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Chair, you have 4 members in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting.
Thank you for that. Roll call vote. With that, 4 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. We are officially adjourned at 7:33 p.m. The Budget and Finance Committee for a long, good, productive meeting, and also our staff, Ms. Springer and Ms. Peggy Nakai, and Ms. Lorraine Tapai for being with us this long, and the rest of the staff that were online all day long. Mr. Donovan Handley, I think, is still on the line with us also too. So with that, have a good evening, have a good dinner, and get some rest. And tomorrow is a new day.
Thank you, Budget and Finance Committee members. Chair Henio, I will have the committee reports ready for tomorrow for signature as well as the memo. Not sure what time you will be here to sign or if you need those scanned and sent out. Also to Vice Chair for those legislations that you also presided over. Hawashi Nohash. Okay.
I'll be there in the afternoon.
Okay, that sounds great. Afternoon works for me. By 1 o'clock or something like that, I'll have them all ready. Washi. Well, thank you everybody for your participation in this